The main character was thinking about how his wife had recently started behaving strangely. She accidentally leaves for work, and lately they haven't talked to each other at all. He thought that, of course, their marital relationship had only lasted 3 months. He remembered that his wife was constantly lying on the bed with her back to him. The protagonist came to the possible conclusion that his wife was cheating on him. He decided that he would just ask Amy directly, but he did not have the courage to do so. Kota was sitting at the table. It was already evening outside the window. It was dark. He went into his thoughts and thought about how this was greatly depressing him. After some time, he decided to go to the mountains. Climbing up, he thought that the mountain was beautiful, the air was clean, the sky was clear, and it was nice to climb step by step into infinity. Then something surprised him. Suddenly, the situation around him changed. He found himself as if in a brick room, in which there was only one door. He began to ask about what it was. The main character looked at this door carefully. It confused him a little. Then he decided to come closer to it, while he was saying that he must be sleeping. First he looked at the door. Then he decided that he should probably open it. When he touched the handle, he realized that it seemed like there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, a magical seal appeared under his feet. The main character thought about how it had suddenly gotten dark. What was going on here? Was he really in a dream? He thought about how he needed light, and then he took out a headlamp. When he illuminated the surroundings, he saw an incomprehensible stone gargoyle, and in general, there were incomprehensible buildings around that were destroyed. He looked at the winged gargoyle again and then wondered if it was ruins. Suddenly he heard someone scream and turned around. The main character saw a huge spider attacking a girl. He thought about what was going on here. The girl was lying on the floor. She had no weapon. She could not resist the monster. Here the main character saw that the spider practically attacks the girl with its huge fang. The guy was very surprised by this and got scared. At that moment he moved towards them, after which he jumped high up. In his left hand he had a hoe. To himself he thought about what he was doing at all. Then he attacked the huge spider with this tool. He wondered to himself where he had gotten the courage to do this. At that moment he turned to the girl and asked if she was okay. The girl smiled at him very sweetly. There were tears in her eyes and her cheeks were red. She began to say something to him in an unknown language. The main character wondered if she was really a foreigner. Then the guy told her that she was bleeding. The girl looked at her hand, then smiled sweetly and continued to say something in her language. At that moment, Kota asked her to wait a little, then reached into his backpack. After some time, he touched the wound with his hand and said that he could at least provide first aid. The main character looked the girl over from head to toe, after which he thought about the fact that she was wearing such strange clothes. He concluded that it was because she was a foreigner. Kota said that her wound was disinfected. All that was left was to bandage it. At that moment, the girl started saying something again. He wondered if something really hurt her. Then the guy saw that her wound was gradually healing. However, after a few seconds, he saw that the wound had completely disappeared. He asked what was going on. At that moment, the girl began to hug him and say something again. Suddenly the stranger froze. Her eyes were wide open. Her body began to tremble a little. She again said something in her language. The main character smiled and said that since she was okay, then everything was fine. However, he immediately looked up and saw that there was another spider there, and it was located on its own web. The guy began to think loudly to himself about whether he was really not alone. After that, the main character grabbed the girl by the hand and said that they needed to run. They ran along the corridor. Then the guy saw the magic seal with which he ended up here. He said that they needed to run there. Together with the girl, they reached a certain point. After a moment, the seal took effect. The main character returned to the same room. At the same time, he was alone. He thought that this could not be. Kota thought about whether it was the same room again. He asked about what was going on. At that moment, another person appeared in the room who thanked him for his hard work. The man had long blonde hair and was wearing white clothes. He told the guy that he had done well, despite the fact that it was his first time. The unknown said that the phoenix could be a humanoid. The main character asked if he really was a phoenix, and then he began to argue and said that he was a human. The man came closer to him, looked him over from head to toe, and then concluded that Kota was not a phoenix, to which the latter said that he had already said that he was a man. Then the main character said that he does not understand what the unknown is talking about, but he wants to know what this place is, to which the man replied that it is a temporary dimension created by God. The unknown said that this is a dimension between the world he lives in and the world he was in before. Kota was surprised by his words about the world he was in before. The main character remembered the unknown girl and thought that she was really from another world. At that moment, the man addressed him by name. The stranger asked him why he didn't take it seriously. From that moment on, he was a summoned beast. The latter asked him about it again. The man said that it was originally supposed to be a phoenix. The main character was summoned by accident. The stranger thought that perhaps Kota could continue to be a summoned beast, to which the latter asked him not to say it so casually. He did not want to be a summoned beast. The man asked him if he was sure of his decision, despite the fact that there were many skills he could get, to which the protagonist asked him again about the skills. The unknown man said that Kota had already received his skill, to which the latter asked again what kind of skill it was. The man explained that it was courage. The protagonist was shocked by his words. The man at that moment explained that, as the name suggests, his courage is multiplied by 6. The stranger continued and said that the reason he was able to cope in that situation was because of skill. The protagonist thought that in that situation he would definitely have run away. The man also told him that, in addition, every time he was summoned, he would gain a random skill in addition to the ones he already had. The unknown said that the acquired skills could also be used in both worlds. Perhaps he could even solve the problem that had arisen. The main character thought that this Eichmann knew everything about him. At that moment, the man said that he would give him a special gift. The stranger approached him, after which he touched his head with his hand. Kota asked him what was going on. To this, the man said that he had given him a language skill. Then the unknown suggested that he try to remember what that blue-haired girl had said. The protagonist immediately strained his memory, after which he realized that she had told him that he was a summoned beast. The main character almost started to cry. He thought that with this skill he would actually be useful. The man told him that if he refused, not only his skills, but also he himself would be erased, so he had no choice but to accept it. Kota was shocked by his words. The main character resigned himself to these thoughts and thought that he would try to do everything in his power. After all, he is a beast that was summoned. The main character left the store with words of gratitude, and in his hands he had 2 large bags. Then he thought about his skills, after which he drew a box with his fingers. The structure he had indicated appeared in the air in front of him. Kota was surprised by this. He thought that it could really store things, after which he put a bottle of water in it. The protagonist thought that, thank God, he had come to a good agreement with that man. He received additional skills in spatial storage, language, and a currency converter. Kota said that even though the spatial storage is small, it can still store a lot of things, so he put all his purchases in there. The protagonist thought that as long as he had this, he would always be ready, even if he was called at an inopportune moment, and literally immediately, he found himself back in that room. Kota was shocked by this. He asked if this had already happened, after which he added that his heart was not ready. The protagonist saw a man in front of him who asked him to take a skill card. Kota approached the man and thought that it was a hologram, stretching out his hand to him. At that moment, he asked if this unknown device, which was standing not far from them, would give him a random skill. He immediately took the handle and began to move it. A few seconds later, he received a card with a random skill. He got the skill, Germination, which increases the germination speed for all plants by a good amount, about 60% higher. The protagonist asked if there were summoned beasts that did farming. At that moment, the unknown man congratulated him on gaining a new skill. The man said that this skill would only be officially obtained after the summoner's wishes were fulfilled. He asked to take into account that if he failed, the skill would be cancelled, so it was necessary to be careful. The protagonist asked if he really needed to do what the summoner had summoned him for. He thought that even if it was a bad skill, it wouldn't hurt him to acquire it. Then he reached for the pen. After he touched the handle, the situation around him changed again. Now he was on the street. There were trees around him. The main character saw a man chopping wood and women washing clothes. It was as if he found himself in a village where life was very active. Kota thought that at first he did not admit it, but he really was in another world now. At that moment, a girl came up to him and said that he had come after all. She said that she was able to return safely to Ababarek. She thanked him. The protagonist recognized her as the girl he had saved from the spider. He said out loud that she was safe. She realized that he now understood her language. The main character said his name, after which he added that now he could finally introduce himself. The girl smiled sweetly at him and said that her name was Ria, which seemed somehow strange. Kota asked her if it was really she who summoned him, to which she replied that she prayed to God every day, but last time a summoning spell appeared in her head. The main character thought that now everything was clear to him. The god had chosen the girl as his summoner. At that moment, the girl said that, as she thought, the god was amazing. Ria said that he disappeared into Ragas's dungeon before she could thank him. Now she can say it properly. The girl bowed to him with tears in her eyes and thanked him for saving her. The latter thought that he did not remember ever being thanked so much. He remembered the stranger's words that when he was summoned, he should ask his summoner what he wanted. He thought that he had forgotten about it altogether. The main character said that, according to the agreement established by God, being called to this land, he will fulfill her wish. Then he asked the girl what he wanted. Ria asked if she really had to have a wish to summon him, to which the guy replied that it was true because he was a summoned beast. Then the girl thought about her wish, but after a while she said that she knew. After some time they went into the house. She put a plate of food in front of him and then asked him to eat it. Kota asked her about her wish, to which she replied that she wanted him to eat in her house. At this point, two children turned to the girl and said that they wanted more. The protagonist said that they ate so much, to which the boy replied that they seldom ate rabbit soup. The protagonist turned to Ria, who was stirring something in a saucepan. He realized that she wanted to treat him. At that moment, an idea came to his mind. He took out his small storage, after which he asked them to wait a little. Then he asked them to clear some space on the table, and then he placed a large amount of fruit in front of them. At that moment, Ria came into the room and asked what it was, to which he explained that wouldn't the food taste better if they ate together. At that moment, the boy told the girl that this orange was so sweet. The main character handed her a fruit and said that she shouldn't just watch them eat, she should try it too. The girl listened to him and ate a piece. The children started shouting that she blushed. After some time, when it became dark outside, Ria went outside with Kota. She said that she would make a magic circle so that he would return back. Then she asked him to wait at some distance. At that moment, the boy addressed him by name and said that if it were him, he would allow him to marry Ria. To which the main character smiled sweetly and said that he was already married, he was already 30 years old, he could not marry a girl who was 16. The boy was upset and said that there was probably nothing that could be done. Kota chuckled and said that he had already decided to become part of his family. The boy giggled a little at his words. At that time, Ria said that he could come back. The protagonist thanked her and said that if she needed anything else, she could summon him again. To which she replied that she would like to, but magic was still quite difficult for her. He realized that summoning required strong magic. Ria said that when she talked to the Lord about him, he seemed very interested in him, so she thought that he would be summoned in the near future. Kota remembered this Lord asking him to get out of here right now. Apparently, he withdrew into himself for a long time because the girl began to scream that he needed to quickly get into the magic circle since it was already ending its effect. To which the guy said that they would see each other next time. After some time, the main character returned back to his world. He entered his apartment and said that he was back. However, his wife was not at home. She left a letter in which it was said about her best friend Maya. Kota thought about how his wife Amy had never spoken to him. As he continued to hold the letter in his hand, he wondered if she was really his wife. The next day the main character was at work. His colleague cursed and said that it was too funny. To which Kota asked if he was really talking about a new game. To this, Yoshioka said that this is a web novel, the main character of which is a woman, a knight in a fantasy world. The main character asked if there were monsters attacking her there, and she said that she would kill them. Is it really something like that? Kota smiled and said that instead of a wild female knight, he preferred a kind healer. Yoshioka asked if he really preferred healers, to which Kota replied that if they had a huge plot, then that was even better. Yoshioka began to say that he understood him, but he liked something else better, but he did not have time to finish since the main character was called again. The latter thought that he had been called again. He had already habitually approached the device, which gave him a random skill. This time he got the skill of paralysis magic. It shoots a paralyzing ball at the enemy. It is illegal magic, but the power of paralysis can be changed. The main character thought that this was his first magical skill. It seemed that fortune was smiling on him. He thought about what Eichmann said about there being a money converter here. He can't use his money since he is a summoned beast from another world. So he converted 10,000 yen into 10,000 marques. He changed his suit to the clothes that were in his spatial storage. When he changed his clothes and exchanged his money, he declared that he was ready. Another world must wait for him. The protagonist said that according to the contract established by God, being called to this land, he will fulfill the wish of the summoner. He asked about what he wanted. Under his feet he saw a red carpet. When Kota looked up, he saw a girl who said that her name was Clara Ansabaha. She was the matriarch of the knightly house of Ansabaha in Ababarek. He thought to himself that this girl was his new summoner. Clara said that she wished and called the beast to become her servant and accompany her to the royal capital along with the army. The main character asked again about whether he really was a servant. Then he asked her about the duration of the contract. The girl was surprised by his words and asked again about the duration of the contract. He said that they could set the contract term now, otherwise there was a risk of more serious problems. The girl blushed and said that she understood. Clara said that the departure would be in 10 days. It would take about a month to get to the capital. Kota asked again about this period and clarified that he would really be a servant for all this time. The girl said that they would not be together all the time. If he was not happy with this, he could leave, and then she would call him another time. The main character thought that she had some very mild reaction. Clara also informed him that he would have a day off, after which she asked his opinion. Kota thought that she was so desperate, she would only cause a lot of trouble. At that moment, the girl offered him a daily salary of 600 marks. He immediately began to calculate the profit and realized that he would have a daily salary of 600 yen. Clara said that this was the salary of a royal-class soldier. She thought that this amount was not enough for him. Kota thought that he wanted to get the paralysis skill, but he did not want to be cheap. At that moment, he thought of my breakthrough. At that very second, a man burst into the room and called the girl by name, to which Clara told him that she had a guest, calling the man Egon. To which the man very angrily said that they had broken into Everberg and taken the child. The main character, hearing the name of the city, immediately remembered Raya and the children. Clara immediately apologized to him and ran away to find out all the circumstances. Kota decided to run too, as he was worried about people. When they got there, the protagonist saw that Ria was fighting back against the goblins. The latter thought about her holding on, after which he pulled out his weapon. At that moment, when he turned around, he saw a monster running towards him. The goblin was already ready to strike him with his weapon. The main character thought that he was already approaching, he was scared, but he remembered his skill of courage. At that moment, Kota used his new skill, the paralysis ball. He launched it at the monster. Then he swung his weapon, ready to strike the monster. The protagonist heard something. He turned around and saw one of the monsters kill a man. He thought that the rule here is kill or be killed. At that moment, Ria also attacked one of the goblins. He called out her name, and the girl at that moment reported that the monsters had taken Noel. Then Kota asked where they had taken him. She explained that they had taken him to the forest. While they were not talking, one of the goblins decided to attack him, but Ria managed to repel the attack. She turned to him with a request that he save the child. The latter immediately ran into the forest. When he was running through the forest, he came across 3 goblins at the same time. It was scary. He decided to use his paralysis skill, but he realized that there were 3 of them, and he didn't know what to do. At that moment, one of the monster's heads was pierced by an arrow. They turned around, but before they could do anything, they were simultaneously attacked. The main character took advantage of the commotion and then began to strike. At one point, one of the goblins appeared behind Kota, but he did not see him. When he was ready to attack, a villa flew into the goblin's head. It turns out that it was Clara. She was sitting astride a horse, and Noel was clinging to her. They both smiled sweetly at the main character. After some time, the battle with the monsters was over. All the residents joyfully raised their hands up. Ria stood and hugged the children with tears in her eyes. Clara apologized to him for dragging him into this, despite the fact that she had not made a contract. However, the protagonist interrupted her and said that these were his words, after which he thanked her for saving Noel. The girl's face became very serious. She said how one can call oneself a lord if a person cannot protect the inhabitants of his land. Clara asked him again about the contract. She explained that her family was not as rich as other noble families. 600 marks a day was the limit. The girl said that if he didn't mind, but he interrupted her and said that he accepted the contract. He asked her to call him Kota. He would be glad to work for her from now on, after which he extended his hand. Clara, still not believing it, looked at her, then smiled and, saying her name, shook it and said that she was glad to work with him. The main character said that now he would like to clarify the details of the contract. Clara was surprised by his words, but said that it was all true. After some time, Kota suddenly found himself back in his world. Yoshioka was also standing in front of him, talking about how this was such an annoying system. He realized that his interlocutor did not realize that he was in another world. The protagonist thought that he had returned. Yoshioka continued to say that for this reason he did not see the cool beauty of a woman, a knight. The absolute beauty of a knight is better than a healer. Kota called the guy by name and said that he takes back his words. He does not hate female knights. Yoshioka was surprised by his words and said that it was true. Clara was talking about how it was time to summon. Egon was next to her and asked what she had on her hand. It turned out to be a watch. She said that Kota had said that the bracelet would let her know when it was time to summon. At that moment, a sound came from the watch. Both the girl herself and the man standing next to her were shocked by it. She asked the man what it was, to which he replied that it was perhaps a signal for a call. Clara uttered a certain spell, after which a magic seal appeared on the ground. A few moments later, the main character appeared, holding a motorcycle in his hands. He put it down on the ground with a loud bang. He started saying something about the god of space and time. The girl asked him what it was, to which the guy explained that it was a motorcycle, something like a horse in her world. The protagonist thought that it was a desperate step, but it seemed to be worth it. In any case, all these actions. At that moment, the girl called out his name, thereby pulling him out of his thoughts. Clara said that she only wanted to remind him of the expedition to the royal capital with him as her servant. The girl also said that he had recently met Egon. The latter told him that it was nice to meet him, extending his hand. Kota said that it was wise, shaking his hand in return. This time, the main character pulled out the weather forecast skill. It can help with weather forecasting, for example, temperature. Kota said out loud that he accepts everything, to which the girl said that it is good that he is here. The main character asked her about what they should start with first, to which the girl said that she had thought of something. Kota, looking at her, blushed. Egon turned to him and asked him to show him what he could equip. The boy thought to himself that helping him put on his armor was the job of a servant. He decided that this was probably some kind of torture. At that moment, Clara began to command his actions. She told him to insert this part under her chest. Kota hesitated at these words, but at that moment, Egon told him to do it faster. If he were on the battlefield, he would have already died. After some time, they were already in the stable. Egon stood and controlled the actions of the protagonist. He said that caring for Clara's favorite horse, Blitz, is also one of the duties of a servant. At that moment, the horse reared up, which scared Kota. At that moment, the man said that everyone starts to panic when Blitz becomes like that. The guy immediately put a horseshoe on the horse. In doing so, he surprised the man. When he had accomplished this task, he thought to himself that he should be grateful for his six-fold courage. Soon the fourth day after the call arrived. The main character was lying on the bed and eating some snacks. There was a tablet on the bed in front of him. Kota was thinking that the amount of food here was quite limited. There are not many people here, and there are not many calories either. The food here is standard, for example, bread with wheat porridge. He thought that next time he would collect more food. At that moment, Egon burst into his room. He called him by name and said that now was the time to get ready. After some time, the main character and Clara set off. He was on his motorcycle, and the girl was riding a horse. They were in the forest when she asked him to wait. He said that he would stay there and make a fire. The girl smiled at Kota's wishes for good luck, after which she lowered her helmet and ran away. The protagonist thought that she really liked hunting. Clara found herself a prey for the hunt. She jumped off her horse, took her bow in her hands, and then attacked the deer. Her dog Hustler helped to deal with the animal. The girl, looking at her prey, said that he would soon feel better. At the same time, the main character was busy lighting a fire near the place where they were stopping. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Clara coming back. He greeted her. Kota said that she was probably frozen, after which he suggested that she quickly warm up by the fire. The girl smiled sweetly and thanked him. The main character asked her why she didn't take off her helmet for now. He also told her that he would pour her a hot drink now. The guy helped her take off her helmet. Clara thought that he learned the rules in a short time, and when Ria told her about the summoning ceremony, she had doubts. Making a contract with Kota turned out to be such a find. The main character at this point had already carried out all the manipulations, poured the liquid into the mug, then brought it to the girl and offered to warm up. She took the mug in her hands and said that a wonderful aroma emanated from it. Kota explained that it was hot water mixed with citrus and honey. Clara asked him again about the citrus, to which the guy explained that it was some kind of citrus from the country where he was from. She immediately took a sip from the mug. She liked the taste, which she said. He asked what she would do next, to which she replied that there was preparation for the march ahead, and she would also continue hunting. She also asked about the weather, to which he explained that it would not get warmer. The main character looked at the sky, after which he said that it looked like the weather would be harsh today. Clara also looked at the sky and said that it was so sunny now. To which the guy explained that low pressure was approaching from the west, and snow would start falling towards evening. She asked if he really knew that, to which he replied that it was one of his abilities. Clara listened to his words. She believed him and said that they would leave after she finished drinking it. The girl immediately took another sip, after which she tensed up. The main character, looking at her attentively, asked if something had really happened, to which the girl replied that it was time for the test. She looked very determined. Kota was surprised to hear her words. Then he said that he understood everything, after which he asked her if she could get up. The girl glared at him angrily. Then the protagonist realized what she was hinting at. He asked her to wait a minute, after which he thought to himself that this was a training exercise. You never know when your life will be in danger. Kota realized that this was a lesson that Clara was teaching him. A few moments later, with a smile on his face, he addressed her by name and said that everything was over. However, the girl did not listen to him. She rose from her place and went deeper into the forest. He called her by name, but she did not even turn to him, only asked him to look after her horse. He agreed. At this time, Clara was walking through the forest. Her face was flushed. She thought about how close it was. After some time they had already set off. The girl was on a horse as usual, and the main character was on a motorcycle. The latter was thinking about what had just happened. She suddenly became so quiet. Clara at that moment was thinking about what she had done. She wanted to be honest and sort it all out. Clara thought that Kota had knowledge from another world and was 10 years older. If she was so unreliable, he might turn away from her in an instant. At that moment, the weather changed. They stopped abruptly. The main character smiled and told her to look at this. It started snowing. Clara did not share his joy. She asked him if snow was really that rare, to which Kota said that it was because of his weather forecast. He did not believe that it would work. The girl closed her eyes and thought about how he could open his heart like this. Out loud she suggested that they return to Ansbach's house quickly. He agreed with her. After some time they arrived at the place. The main character was sitting and photographing food on his phone. An unknown woman was telling him to eat more since he was young and needed to eat a lot. At this time, Egon was looking out the window. He said that finishing the job early was a good decision. He was thinking about what could have happened if the main character had stayed longer. The man turned to him and asked what the weather would be like later, to which the guy replied that it would snow for several hours but would stop at dawn. Then Egon said that they needed to prepare cold-resistant armor tomorrow. Juta said that she simply could not stand the annual cold. The protagonist asked her if she had any pepper, addressing her by name. She was surprised and said that it was only for the king or pontiff. She told him to stop talking nonsense and finish eating faster. The main character was a little puzzled. He apologized to her. He thought to himself that it was only natural that what was common in his world was rare here. He needed to buy a lot more stuff before he was called upon next. After that incident, the protagonist learned the basics of a servant's work. And today, for the first time in 6 days, he will return to his world. Clara told him that he had worked well over the past 6 days. She put a bag on the table in front of him and said that it was his salary of 3,600 marks for 6 days of work. He thanked her. She asked if it would be a problem if she called him in 27 hours. To which the protagonist replied that he could buy souvenirs for everyone when he returned to his homeworld. He asked if she wanted anything, to which she explained that nothing came to mind, so it was fine, let him buy some for the servants. Kota said that he had already asked everyone else. Egon and Guta asked him for underwear, and Ria and her brother and sister asked for chocolate. Clara is here. She jumped up and asked him about chocolate. She said that only aristocrats and members of the royal family could buy it, to which the main character replied that it could be bought for only 90 marks. The girl immediately blushed. She became very sweet, and she also asked him to bring her some chocolate too. Kota smiled and said that he had specified that she needed to buy more chocolate. She immediately asked him what he was doing, to which he explained that he was writing it down so as not to forget. Clara said that it was a secret. At that moment, while she was walking towards him, she tripped and started to fall. The protagonist did not expect this and held her in place. Their faces were so close that they blushed from awkwardness. Just at that moment, Egon entered the room and told Clara that it was time to go back. He saw that they were standing strangely. Their faces were red. The girl said that she understood him. 3 days later, the protagonist was in his world. Yoshioka said that it was surprising. It was hard to hear such things about the client. He asked if the protagonist's character had changed, but the latter did not answer him. The guy immediately caught up with Kota and asked where he was going, to which Kota replied that he was going to Akihabara. Yoshioka said that he was going there to be healed with the maids, but he answered negatively. The main character showed him the screen of his phone and said that he needed a store specializing in self-defense products. Yoshioka asked if he had a bulletproof vest, to which Kota explained that he only had one. The guy answered that this store had a 6th class bulletproof vest, and they also had 3rd class or higher ones. The main character immediately asked the guy if he really knew about such things. The latter smiled slyly and adjusted his glasses. After some time, they reached the necessary store. Yoshioka was pushing the cart. He asked about that, probably, this should be enough. Suddenly, he was surprised. The guy saw that the main character was looking at the crossbow. He asked him if he really wanted it. Kota seriously asked what he would choose if he were fighting monsters in another world. Yoshioka couldn't find an answer, to which the main character said that it was just from a fairy tale, no need to answer. But the guy didn't believe him. The main character still acquired a crossbow. He took out his box, placed it there, and thought that they should help him with tomorrow's call. They called his name. Yoshioka said that he found it strange that he actually bought a crossbow. He saw this box and asked what it was. He also added that Kota had been acting strange for some time. He asked to explain it to him. The main character said that he was summoned as a beast to another world. Yoshioka looked at him incredulously and asked if he was delirious, to which Kota answered in the negative. He showed him his phone, which had a photo of Ria with her brother and sister. He said that this was proof. Yoshioka asked if the girl really had blue hair. And then he showed him a selfie of Egon and Yuta. He also explained that it was not computer graphics, and then he asked if he could have faked all of this. Yoshioka said that Senpai didn't have the skills to do it. He then showed another photo to the guy, who asked who it was. There was a photo on the screen where the main character was with Clara. He said that she was his summoner. He also added that tomorrow at 7 a.m. he would be summoned again. A new day had arrived. The protagonist turned over his shoulder and said that they needed to check everything again, after which he asked if everything was really okay with him. Yoshioka was standing in front of the mirror at that moment. He had changed his clothes. Kota realized that he didn't need to ask anything. Then his phone beeped, after which he told the guy that it was time for them to go. The main character put the guy on his back. The latter asked him if it was really normal. Kota thought that he was lucky with the motorcycle, but still, the man on his back felt different. They immediately disappeared. After some time, they found themselves together in the already familiar brick room. Yoshioka was very surprised. He realized that this was the place the main character was talking about, that it was a small room. Kota said that time stops here. At the same time, he went to the already familiar machine to get a new skill. The guy asked him what he was doing, to which he explained that he could get skills every time he was summoned. This time, he got the skill of a gecko hand. Thanks to it, ultra-thin hairs of 1 micron size are created. These hands allow sticking to walls and ceilings, provide vertical movement. The main character immediately decided to try this skill, after which he began to crawl along the walls and ceiling. He turned to Yoshioka and said that he looked like Spider-Man. The latter said that it was very cool. Almost immediately, Kota jumped to the ground. He said that depending on how he used it, it would be very useful. Yoshioka said that he would take one too then, but then he realized that the machine gun had disappeared. The main character said that, apparently, the skills are only for him. Then he added that behind this door there is another world, it is time for them to go. At the moment when the two of them resolutely headed towards the door, a familiar man appeared. He said that there was a world behind it, not intended for ordinary people. The man didn't look very pleased. It was no longer a projection. The main character realized that everything was not going as smoothly as he had planned. The scene was again Clara's mansion. Thanks to the clock, she was already waiting for the main character to appear. A magic seal appeared in front of her, but it was clear that 2 people had already appeared there. She looked ahead in shock, then asked Kota who had arrived with him. The protagonist thought about how he had not told Yoshioka how to behave in this world. The guy said that he was pleased to meet Clara. He is Kota's brother in arms. His name is Akito Yoshioka. He explained to her that he also wanted to serve Clara as a summoned beast, and he also asked her to simply call him Akito. The girl asked about Akito's abilities, to which the latter smiled slyly, after which he demonstrated his power. Fiery flashes appeared on the palms of his hands. The guy said that he could use all magic at a basic level. Clara opened her mouth wide in surprise. She said that if he could use offensive magic, he could become a knight. And if healing magic, he could become a high priest. He could even become a baron. She asked if such a person could be her servant. The protagonist began to get nervous after these words. Akito, in turn, said that he and the latter had a lot in common. He would be glad to serve Clara. The girl smiled sweetly and said that she understood everything. If that was so, then she was glad that he was with them. She was counting on him. Kota looked at him suspiciously. He remembered how God said that although it was true that it might be too much for humans, Akito could still pass. Since he had crossed the boundary of worlds, he also needed to be given skills. The man said that out of all of them, the sage's offspring is a rare skill that allows one to use all basic magic. Depending on how he trains, he can become a sage. Akito asked the protagonist if it wasn't great, to which the latter said that it wasn't fair. He also added that there was no need to be so happy. The unknown man said that since Akito came here without permission, he became part of the main character. Yoshioka asked about it in surprise. The man replied that, in other words, if Kota were to be summoned in the future, then no matter what Akito did, he would also be summoned along with him. The protagonist turned to the guy and asked if he was against it because it sounded hard. However, he did not finish, because he saw that he raised his thumb up with a smile on his face as a sign of agreement and approval. After some time, Kota and Akito found themselves in the kitchen. The first was lighting a fire in the stove, and the second was carrying firewood. Yoshioka showed him where to put it. Akito said that since fried food is the food of life, they should be brought here. Then he turned to the protagonist. The latter asked him if it wasn't great, calling him a sage. Kota said that even Clara was amazed. What an amazing skill. Akito said that he thought that Senpai's skill, six-fold courage, was cool. He asked about the reasons for such an opinion. Akito said that he meant that he himself was able to persuade that Ikemen in such a situation. Plus, with each summoning, the number of his skills increases. Kota can't imagine how jealous he is. Yoshioka winked at him and said that was the whole reason. Then he grabbed him by the shoulder. The protagonist realized that he had healed him. Akito explained that he sometimes uses it because he gets tired. Kota asked if it was amazing. Yoshioka responded that he was glad to work with him. At that moment, Ria entered the room with Zato. She called out the protagonist's name. The latter asked her why they came to them. Akito said that she had blue hair, which meant that he really was in another world. The girl at that moment turned to Zato. The boy took a knife out of his clothes and told the main character that he was returning it to him. Kota said that it was a souvenir for the boy. The latter said that it was so. Ria said that they could not accept such an expensive knife, to which the main character tried to argue and said that it was not that expensive. The girl said that even if that were the case, in the Kingdom of Saxon, such a high-class product could be bought for 50,000 marks. They simply could not accept such a thing. Then Kota apologized to them for all this trouble. At this point, Akito asked the protagonist if it was time to change him. The latter did not understand what he meant. Akito winked at him, and then Kota understood what he wanted to say. Then he knelt down in front of the boy on one knee and began to take an object out of his pocket. He handed him another knife and said that he was going to throw it away. But if the boy wanted, he could have it. This knife cut better, so he thought that Zato would find it useful. Akito intervened in the dialogue and said that it was simply because Senpai didn't really need him, and if that was the case, then there shouldn't be any problems. To which Ria exhaled, and Yoshioka smiled at her very sweetly. At this time, Clara was sitting in her room. There was a bar of chocolate on the table in front of her. She was thinking about buying such an expensive thing for about 300 marks. What kind of world is this? At the same time, her face turned red. The girl thought that she wanted to know so much about that world. After that, she took out one square of chocolate and put it in her mouth. It was so delicious that you could read the pleasure on her face. Evening came. It was already dark outside. Akito returned home. The main character said that he was late, to which the latter said that he had fun communicating with the locals. Kota said that he was enjoying life here. The main character said that since there was an expedition tomorrow, they should go to bed early. Akito adjusted his glasses and said that he had some idea. Then the young man smiled and said that they should save up some money and build a base here. Kota looked at him in shock. Akito said that Senpai's knife costs 3,000 yen, but here it costs 50,000 marks. Since 1 mark is 1 yen, one knife can be sold for 47,000 yen. He also said that buying goods in their world and selling them in this one is very profitable. He asked Kota's opinion, to which the latter asked him that he understands asset management. Akito asked him to give it to him, after which he again offered to earn some money. The main character only sighed at these words. A new day had come. Kota was trying to find something in the room. He tried to look in several places, but the necessary object was not found. Then Akito said that he had it. At that moment, a bald man called out to them through the window. He asked them how long they were going to make them wait, and then told them to go out already. The protagonist and Akito went outside. They apologized for being so slow. There was a large crowd of people standing in front of the house. The bald man said that all the residents had come to see them off, so was it really that hard for them to wave? To which Kota immediately began waving his hand. The main character was thinking to himself about when he became so popular. At that moment, people started shouting Akito's name. Kota turned around in shock. He was standing there waving at them with a smile on his face. People were so happy about this fact. One woman emphasized this and thanked God for it. The main character asked what was going on. Akito explained that he used healing magic to relieve the old woman's burning sensation, and then more and more people began to gather around him. They all asked him for help. At that moment, Ria and her brother and sister approached them. They said that they had made a travel amulet together and then asked to take it with them. The girl approached the main character, handed him the bracelet and wished him luck with a smile on her face. He accepted the gift and thanked her in return with a smile on his face. At that moment, Clara approached them. She was on horseback again and fully equipped. The protagonist immediately sat on his motorcycle. Akito fell in behind him. The people parted, forming a tunnel. The girl said decisively that they needed to move forward. After that, she started her journey. Kota also did not lag behind her. The villagers happily waved their hands at them. The protagonists thought that this was the beginning of their month-long journey. They wondered what awaited them ahead. The first day of their journey arrived. They found themselves in the city of Kattenstrak. Clara, standing in front of the gate, said that she was a knight of Evaburg, after which she gave her name and asked them for lodging for one night. They responded with consent. After some time, the main character came to look after Clara's horse. He told him that he had worked well today. Thanks to him, they were able to get here quickly. Akito said that it was partly because he had removed his fatigue with recovery magic. Kota agreed with him and said that by taking advantage of this, they had even arrived earlier than expected. At that moment, they were greeted. It turned out to be several unknown girls. They were all wearing uniforms similar to Clara's. They asked them if they were both staying at the hostel. Akito blushed from their attention, after which he hid behind the main character. The latter also did not know what to answer them, so he simply asked about the fact that, perhaps, they live in the same room. The girl with the scar on her face said that they are a team of B-rank adventurers, Silverknife. She also said that she is their leader. Her name is Mel. Mel said that they would only be staying for one night, so it was nice to meet them. Then the protagonist said that they were servants of the Everberg knight, Clara. One of the girls looked at Akito sweetly. The protagonist turned to his teammate and said that he seemed to know everything except for women, to which he replied that he had a mission to protect his virginity until he was 30 years old in order to become a wizard. Kota smiled and said that he was already a sage. Did he really want to go even further now? To which Akito said that this, by the way, was beyond his strength. Later, they were already in the kitchen. Yoshioka said that today's main dish was chicken on skewers. He thought that Clara would like it, since it was quite a popular dish. Kota said that it needed to be prepared for frying. The main character went to light a fire in the stove. At that moment, one of those girls came up to him and asked if he needed help with heating it up, to which he answered positively and said that he was going to light a fire. Turning around, he saw that the girl was only in a bathing suit. She said that it was quite cold today. Then she came closer to him, grabbed his hand and asked him if he didn't crave the warmth of a body on days like these. The girl's face turned red. She said that her name was Petra, after which she suggested that they lie together in bed, to which the main character said that he was, in fact, married. Then the girl told him that if he cheated on her here, his wife would never know about it. He agreed with her, and besides, he thought that she might be cheating on him. However, he made a decision. He told Petra that he couldn't do that. She was upset. She said that his wife wasn't even here, and he was still faithful to her, and then she said that he was a bore. The main character thought that he had a cold wife at home who was rarely around, but he would not cheat on her. At that time, Petra moved towards Akito. He began to call him for help. The girl approached the guy, after which she pressed him to her body. Akito asked the main character for help, to which the latter said that he was busy. After some time, Kota walked along the corridors of the building. He came to Clara's room and said that he brought her food, after which he put it on the table. He informed her that today there was chicken on skewers. There were 2 kinds of sauces and salt, which she was used to at home. He also said that he would put the skewers on for her. Then he asked her if something had happened. The girl resolutely told him that when everyone was asleep, she wanted him to come to her room. The main character blushed at these words. A few seconds later, the girl blushed too. She immediately started making excuses and saying that she didn't mean that at all, and she also asked to take Akito with her. She needed to say something important. After some time, the guys came to her room. Clara apologized to them for taking up a little of their time. The main character said that everything was fine, after which he asked what this important matter was. Clara asked Akito if it was possible to make it so that no sound could be heard from this room, to which he suggested using wind magic. Then he said that everything was ready, no sounds would be heard from the room. Kota asked if he could really do that, to which he replied that he had just used noise reduction. She said that she wanted to introduce them. Clara introduced the girl who entered and said that this was Miss Mercedes Heiss. She is also her cousin on her mother's side. This was the girl with the scar they had met earlier. The main character greeted the girl. Clara immediately understood something and asked if they really knew each other, to which the latter explained that they had recently met. Mercedes said that she introduced herself as an adventurer from the Silver Knife. She wants to give up the last name Heise. Clara explained that the girl is currently on a secret mission. They told him that the task was connected with zombies. Akito asked in shock if these were really zombies. Kota asked if these were really people who had come because of a bite. Mercedes explained that they had found out about this from a priest. To summarize what Mercedes told them, north of the road from here there is a small village with a population of about 40 people called Drotranful. While patrolling, the priest saw a zombie. The girl added that, fortunately, information about this has not yet leaked to the masses. That is why, before disorder and panic begin among people, they came here to destroy the zombies as quickly as possible. The protagonist asked if Silverknife was a military unit. She responded positively and added that since this territory was under the direct control of the kingdom, they were tasked with sorting it out. But Mercedes added with a very serious look that they were not enough. Then the main character turned to Clara and asked if maybe she wanted to help with this. His summoner said decisively that they would leave early in the morning at dawn to destroy the zombies along with the Silver Knife. Clara turned to the protagonist and Akito and said that she was counting on both of them. The first agreed with her, and the second began to get a little nervous. After some time, they were already in the room. He noticed that Akito was very nervous. He thought that this was his first real battle. He suggested the guy to stay here so he would be safe. To which Akito smiled and said that he was fine, he would go too. The main character tried to explain to him that he shouldn't force himself. But the guy didn't listen to him. He said that he needed to get some fresh air. Yoshioka decided to go outside and take a short walk. Then he sat down on the steps, hugged himself, and then cried bitterly. Night had come. The protagonist was lying on his bed trying to sleep. He heard some sounds and then asked what was happening so late. He turned to Akito's bed and saw the silhouettes of two people kissing. Besides, there were some very indecent sounds coming from there. Kota thought that he could use noise suppression right now. Since he lost his virginity, he won't become a great wizard. A new day had come. It was already light outside. The main character was thinking that he couldn't fall asleep at all. He didn't expect that they would do this all night. When he turned his head towards Akito's bed, he saw that he and Petra were lying under the blanket, hugging each other. Kota thought that he seemed to still be a child. Mercedes group set out at dawn, all in order to destroy the zombies that had appeared near Drotenful as quickly as possible. As for them, they were on the territory of some house. One of the men called out to the main character and said that he had found her. There was a blonde girl standing next to the man. She said that her name was Fine. Kota apologized to the man and said that their path depended on this young girl. She said that she was already 18 years old, so she was already an adult. She said that she was well acquainted with the geography of Drotonful. She was also a hunter, so she was quite accustomed to the mountains. The protagonist and Akito exchanged glances, after which they said that they would pay her. After some time, they came to Clara. She explained the situation to them, said that in the best case, there is a possibility that in the future, zombies will attack another village. The situation can become quite dangerous. Clara asked if they could rely on Fina for directions, to which the latter asked how much they would be paying. The girl explained that it would be 6 marks a day. Then the blonde asked for 8 marks in advance. The protagonist and Akito exchanged glances. Clara asked what that meant, to which Fine explained that she was living a hard life. Her father had been injured last week while hunting. Clara thought for a moment and scratched her chin with her hand. Then she turned to Yoshioka and asked if he could help her, to which the boy replied that it was as Mrs. Clara wished. Akito asked Fine if she could take them there. The girl did not understand his question and asked again where they wanted to go. Then the guy answered that he was asking to take them to his home. She was shocked. When they got to her, Akito immediately began treating her father. He had a huge wound on his leg, which, thanks to the guy's skills, healed very quickly. Yoshioka explained that he had closed the wound for now, but just in case, he needed to rest for about 3 days. Fine realized that he had healing magic. She asked him if he was the high priest. to which the main character answered negatively and explained that they were just servants. The girl's father asked about this again in surprise. Then the man showed his daughter that now nothing hurt. Akito again asked him to rest a little. Fine immediately turned to Clara and, calling her mistress, said that 6 marks a day would be enough for her. She asked her to hire her. The knight only smiled at this. So they followed Fine. First they went to the village of Hona. The girl was the one who showed them the way all the way. Hone village was quite elevated and the roads there were steep. Akito asked the protagonist if zombies should be slow, they shouldn't run. To this, Kota answered him that everything would be fine. He had a crossbow, so he should be ready. It would be dangerous if he did not pay attention to where he was going. At that moment, his friend began to fall, but he helped him. The protagonist thought that Amy would never think that he was in another world. He himself would not have expected it. Spending time here, he feels that his wife is slipping away from him. Then he thought about deceiving her, but he didn't think he could. At that moment, Fine turned to them and said that they were almost at the top, just beyond the village of Hone. When they got to the top, they saw a village covered in snow. Children were running and playing snowballs. The main character thought that the zombies probably hadn't gotten here yet. Clara said that the next village was Ayosh. Thanks to Akito's healing magic and Fine's guidance, they were able to pass through 3 different villages in one day. Fortunately, no villages were harmed. They asked the people to remain vigilant just in case. Akito said that everything seemed to be in order. Kota said that there was still a lot of work left. The huge problem of finding the source of the zombies remained. Clara said that she only had a rough idea. Her face did not express any positive emotions. She said that there was a possibility that a new dungeon had appeared. According to what Clara told them, a new dungeon appears about once every 20 years. It seems that they bring not only wealth, but also fear. The dungeon shouldn't be a problem if it is managed properly. But if you don't do that, it becomes a dangerous cave that releases monsters one after another. Kota said that means the zombies must be from the dungeon. Clara said that tomorrow they would join Mercedes. They would work together as a dungeon blockade. Today, each of them should eat well and prepare for tomorrow. Everyone unanimously agreed. Today they stopped at a village called Block. The main character turned to Fina and said that they needed to peel the potatoes since he had finished washing them. The girl agreed with him, but the conversation between them died down. Kota thought that the girls were from another world, so he couldn't figure out how he should start the conversation. Then he saw the girl looking at his knife. Fine immediately turned her head away and continued peeling potatoes. Then the main character turned to her and said that her knife was so cool. The girl said that it was the horn of the first deer she had ever hunted. He asked her that it must have been a very important turning point for her, to which she eagerly agreed and brought her face close to his. Fine smiled brightly and said that it was a long story, after which she asked whether he wanted to listen to it or not. Kota thought to himself that he could really get this child to talk. A new day had come. It was morning when Clara opened her eyes. She sat up in bed. At that moment, Fine came into her, wished her good morning and said that she had brought water to wash her face. Clara asked her how she was doing and how she was getting along with the others. To which Fine replied that they were such kind people. Kota even praised her knife and gave her a whetstone. The knight replied that she was pleased to hear that. Fine said that in another world the whetstone was of such good quality. Clara said that she could understand. She sharpened her knife with this whetstone and now it cuts things much better. The girl addressed the latter by name. She approached Clara. She looked determined. She asked if she could show the sharpness of the knife, to which the knight smiled sweetly and said that if it was possible. Thus they reached their destination, Drotonful. The protagonist said that, apparently, Mercedes' group managed to destroy all the zombies. Clara agreed with him. At that moment, Fine called her name. The knight and Kota quickly ran to her. There lay the dead monster. Fine said that it was Shuklent Babian. The main character added that he came out of the dungeon. Akito was shocked by what was happening. Then they heard some strange sound. They realized that this sound was similar to the Mercedes group. They all ran together to find the source. Clara screamed that they needed to be brought back. No monsters would pass them by. Each of them was determined. The knight was the first to arrive. She saw a huge shadow and stopped abruptly. The other team members also listened to her. In front of them was a huge monster, which was 3 times taller than each of them. It was a large troll. All 4 looked at it in fear. The main character looked at this huge troll and thought that he had not heard anything about it. At this time, Clara shouted at them to run in all directions. At that moment, the monster decided to strike with his club. The girls easily jumped back, but Akito fell unsuccessfully to the ground. the troll immediately reached out to him with his hand. The main character decided that he had to save his comrade, so he struck the monster in the leg. The latter immediately wanted to take revenge for this. Clara ran up to Akita and asked if he was okay. He apologized to her, to which she replied that everything was fine. She asked if he could close the entrance to the dungeon with his magic, to which he said that if he got closer, he could. The knight said that she understood him, she would try to do something with the troll. She also told Akito that she was counting on him, he should support Miss Mel. He agreed with her. At that moment, Fine shot an arrow into the monster's back to protect the protagonist. She said that it didn't work, he didn't react at all. While she was watching the enemy, Clara jumped out in front of her and immediately attacked the troll's body. This time, he turned around and immediately tried to attack her. Fine watched the battle closely. She said that it was amazing. Now she understood how knights fight. Clara was thinking at this moment that it was definitely difficult to defeat this troll. She turned to Kota and told him to use paralysis magic. He agreed with her. Then she told him to wait for her signal. The protagonist saw that the girl was moving straight towards the enemy. He called her name. She asked him to wait. The guy thought to himself about what she was planning to do. Then he saw how the monster's huge club almost reached Clara's body. At that moment, she gave the command for him to use paralysis. While the troll was in a state where he was unable to move, the girl struck him with a spear, the end of which seemed to be on fire. At that moment, Mercedes's team joined them. She shouted for them to lock up all the monsters. The girls agreed. Akito was trying to close the entrance at that time. The main character called out to the guy and said that everything was ready, they had dealt with the troll. Then Akito said that they should leave it to him. He began to wall up the entrance. Yoshioka thought that he had only a little time left. However, Shuklaint Babian immediately appeared in front of him. He grabbed his hand. The monster immediately swung to strike the guy. Akito stood and could not move, as this was scary and new for him. At that moment, blood splashed on the latter's face. He did not expect it. It turned out that Petra had decided to cover him with her body, so the blow landed on her back. He immediately shouted her name. The main character immediately attacks this Shuklant, piercing his head with his cleaver. The monster falls dead. At this time, Akito was holding Petra in his arms. The girl with the sad smile said that it was bad, that they did it only once, if only everything had been different. She said that it was not bad to die on a man's chest, it suited her, to die right here. Petra began to close her eyes. Tears began to flow from Akita's eyes. The main character ran up to him at that moment and told him to use healing magic. Akito immediately obeyed him. He started shouting that he would not let her die. Why could she sleep peacefully? He declared that he would bring Petra back. Akito's hands began to shake. The girl did not react at all. He began to say that this could not be. Petra lost consciousness. Yoshioka began to shake her and call her name. Tears continued to flow from his eyes. He asked her how long she would sleep. Continuing to shake her, he asked her to wake up. He shouted at her several times to get up, but the girl did not react in any way. Akito once again swung to somehow affect Petra's body, but then his hand was stopped. It turns out that the latter came to her senses. She said that it hurt. The guy smiled at her through tears. Yoshioka pulled her close and hugged her tightly. He called out her name again, to which she told him that he better get ready because she wouldn't let him sleep tonight. With their combined efforts, the united team sealed the entrance to the dungeon. No monsters will be able to leave from there now. The protagonist thought that Yoshioka's first battle was decorated that same night. They all went to the bar together. There were a lot of smiling and very nice girls around. They didn't expect to get so much attention. One of the girls was invading Akito's personal space and was saying that she was very good at cooking. The main character smiled at her and said that they were very grateful for the help, but the cooking was their responsibility. The dark-haired girl turned to Kota and said that she could become an ingredient for his dish, especially in the evening. He was embarrassed by her words. At that moment, Clara slammed her glass down on the table. She asked if they were being too loose, that she was embarrassed to even be there. To which Mercedes suggested that she just forget about it and relax. Those two use magic even in such ordinary situations. It was unlikely that her subordinates would not take advantage of the opportunity to get money. One of the girls with a bun on her head said that she accidentally hurt herself, after which she asked to heal her. Another girl said that it was a scam, she also wants to be healed. Then, the girl with the bun turned to the main character and asked him to heal her, to which he replied that he did not know how to heal. Then she asked him to kiss her finger. At that moment, Clara screamed at her to leave Kota alone. She asked if she really couldn't see how much this was getting on his nerves. Then, the knight sat down in her seat, still angry. She continued to be indignant when Mercedes laughed at her. The girl immediately asked what was funny. Mercedes answered her that there was Kota and Akito, after which she added that she had an idea which of them she liked more. Clara said that she has no favorites, she treats them all equally, to which Mercedes asked about the fact that she likes Kota. The knight immediately jumped up, her face turned red, she asked her to stop. At that moment, she turned her gaze to the side and saw that all the girls and the main character with Akita were watching them attentively. Mercedes apologized to her and said that even when they were younger, she could not defeat her in a fight. She did not want to offend her. Clara said that it was all true, but even to stop doing this, the sister agreed with her. At this time, the girls from the Mercedes team were actively eating and drinking. Fine, looking at them, said that they had a big appetite. The protagonist and Akito looked at her. The latter thanked her for her help. To this, the girl responded with a smile to both of them. The girls from the team were talking about clearing the dungeon with people. For this they were supposed to be given medals, the captain would be promoted to company commander, and they would receive a lot of benefits. Petra said that she did not know, but they should receive a monetary reward. The main character thought about the world where people increase their status due to physical skills. Already from their voices it becomes clear to him that he really ended up in another world. After some time, night fell. There was a tent in the field. Akito said that it was much more comfortable here than in that house. Clara and Mel should also use it. Kota agreed with him. But the main character also added that this would then mean that they would remain in that house with all the silver knives. He asked his friend what he thought would happen in such a situation. Akito didn't answer, then Kota said that they should sleep separately. At that very moment, Clara and Fine looked in on them and asked if they could sleep here, with them. The knight said that she had heard stories about men who prowled at night. She also added that Kota could not be a servant if he could not protect his mistress. When they settled down, Fine said that this material was so soft. Clara agreed with her. The protagonist and Akita looked at each other and said that nothing could be done about it. The next day, Kota, Akito, Clara, and Fine headed back home. They waved goodbye to all the girls of their Silver Knife team. One of the girls said that if they went with them, it would be much safer, to which the other responded that it was just a dream. Mercedes asked Petra if she was against it, to which she clarified what she was talking about. Mel said that she didn't seem to be giving up on Akito, to which Petra replied that she wasn't interested in him. The captain added that he seemed like an honest guy, and then asked if it wouldn't be easier to marry him. Mercedes also said that if that happened, she would become a noblewoman. Petra said that she was not like that. Then the captain realized that Petra had fallen in love with him. The latter, with a smile on her face, began to deny it and say that this was not so. She tried to explain, but her eyes betrayed her sadness. Petra decided to change the subject and said that it was time to finish. Her dream was to see the commander in the role of company commander. She understood why the captain allowed her to help quickly rise in rank. Mercedes said with a smile on her face that she would not want to get married anymore. To set your career as a life goal is to wait for the best. Then she remembered the past. There was a man in it who died in her arms. She cried very bitterly. Then she thought of Clara and wished that she would not end up like her. After 2 days, they arrived in Kattenstroke. The protagonist informed Blitz that they had returned. He asked if everything was okay with him and then concluded that everything was fine. At this time, Fine came up to them and said that over the last 3 days she was very grateful that they were taking care of her. This will be an unforgettable memory for her. She is really very grateful. At the same time, tears were running down her face. The main character and Akito exchanged glances. At that moment, Clara approached them. She told the girl that this meant where she had been. She immediately called her by name. Clara said that if the girl wanted, she could accompany her to Dresden. Fine happily asked if they would really take her to the royal capital. The knight said that if she decides to do it, it will be quite dangerous. In that case, she gives her time to think. Kota asked her if it is not great. Fine replied that she is impressed, but there is a problem in the person of her father. After a while, they returned home and immediately sent to her father. The man cried with joy. He did not believe that this was happening. He turned to Clara and said that Fina may be a little immature, but he asked to take her with him. The main character turned to Fina, extended his hand to her and said that he was pleased to continue working with her. The girl smiled back and shook his hand. On the 5th day of the journey, they asked Clara for a favor. It was early in the morning, but they decided to return to their homeworld. At the same time, Fine said goodbye to her family. Akito asked the protagonist what they were going to do now, to which the latter replied that he just wanted to take a bath now. Yoshioka said that they would just relax now and then meet in 10 hours. Kota agreed with him. Akito said that it would be difficult to get to his parents' house. Kota asked if they still had a bad relationship. Then they started discussing the situation in the other world. They came to the conclusion that Clara was still moving in a zig-zag pattern. Now Fine had joined them. They were using motorcycles. Akito said that as expected, it was too much for Fine to just walk on his own 2 feet, so he remembered about the cart, after which he showed it to the protagonist. Yoshioka said that if you attach it to the motorcycle, you can take Fine without any problems. Kota agreed with him. Akito said that now they need to go to the store where everything is 100 yen. Kota asked why. Then Akito spoke about becoming rich. The main character asked him again, to which the guy replied that they didn't have much time left, they needed to hurry. The young man greeted his senpai in a quiet voice and wished him good morning. This time they would be passing through a fairly large city, so he warned his friend to make sure to bring his new skill. The skill, water walking, is a unique ability that allows you to move freely on top of water, be it the endless sea or a turbulent river. The owner of this skill can easily overcome water obstacles, maintaining balance and stability even in turbulent conditions. The man told Kota that he looked like a ninja, suggesting that he dress in black, but he objected that he was not a ninja. They went outside and saw 2 girls. One was tall and graceful, the other was small and lively. Smiling, the girls looked straight at the guys, causing slight confusion. One of the girls smiled warmly and turned to him first, offering a sincere greeting. Another girl, beaming with joy, called them summoned beasts or summoned heroes. He said that was not the case. She explained that they were summoned from another world, but they are not summoned heroes because they are given special powers, but returning is impossible. This is the key difference between the guys and other heroes. The girls sadly realized that the heroes leave their loved ones forever. Clara added that only living people can be summoned, but they come here from their world without their abilities. The boys came to the conclusion that there were many settlers from their homeworld here, and it was important for each newcomer to be prepared for anything. Then the man became interested in the strange cart and asked what it was. They rode in a cart along forest roads, enjoying nature and the atmosphere of adventure. Yoshioka admitted that the carriage was shaking a little, but he was in a good mood and it didn't spoil the ride at all. Kota asked the girl not to worry, but she replied that she would not put him in danger since she was his owner. They were riding in a cart just for fun. The young man asked Clara to do him a favor. He asked her to spare some time to set up a small business together in the new world. The guys were going to sell goods brought from the old world, hoping to earn some extra money and settle down in this place. The matriarch approved of the initiative and advised the boys to mention the knight's name in their business, claiming that it would attract more attention from merchants. Moreover, she offered to help, promising to write a letter to her influential acquaintance to support the young entrepreneur's endeavors. The friends shook hands firmly and thanked her, adding that they were happy to collaborate and were ready to work together to develop the business. The girl enthusiastically exclaimed that the new transport was simply magnificent and even surpassed an ordinary horse in speed, causing no small surprise to the matriarch herself. If the road were perfectly smooth, the speed of movement would double, the guy shared, and then he invited Clara to join him and try to ride together. Kota became worried, thinking that the girl might be scared, and politely asked if he should slow down. But the girl only laughed and asked them to move even faster, turning their journey into a swift flight of the wind. They raced along the forest road, holding each other tightly, feeling the wind blowing on their faces and laughter filling their hearts with the joy of fast driving. Clara-san was incredibly happy and excited about this fast and fun walk, full of adrenaline and the joy of a shared adventure. Having traveled 10 kilometers from the town of Cutterstroke, the group of travelers finally reached the borders of the kingdom of Zaxxon, moving along the road of Rhine. To the capital of Dresden, they had to cover an impressive distance of 14,000 kilometers, which meant about 40 intense days of travel. Kota thought that 15 days had passed since he became a servant. It was vital for them to arrive on time, but who knew what difficulties awaited them in such an unpredictable world, where even a sudden rain could turn into a real disaster. The team had covered a crucial 79 kilometers along the busy Rhine highway. 3 days had passed since they had set out from Cutterstroke, and now, at last, the travelers had reached the largest northern city of Bremen. The young man was amazed by the powerful city wall that protected Bremen. The matriarch told him that 100 years ago the city had withstood a 7-year siege by the army of the Northern Kingdom. Now the northern province lives in peace, having transformed the former military fortress city into the capital of trade between the northern and southern lands. When they entered the city, they were shocked. They were met by a crowded, noisy street filled with people actively trading a variety of goods. Buyers looked at the things on offer with interest, choosing the best and most necessary. An atmosphere of seething life and abundance reigned on every corner. Clara strongly recommended that the young man start developing his business in Bremen, a city where the voices of traders echo everywhere. There is a constant flow of buyers and sellers ready to conclude profitable deals and exchange useful contacts. She asked cautiously if they should discuss the next steps. As Yoshioka approached Kota, readiness was evident in every line of his face. A young man was sitting in a restaurant, wondering why the food in a big city was so ordinary and didn't live up to his expectations. Apparently, in this world, taste standards are different from the usual idea. Suddenly, the door swung open and a courier entered with some urgent errand. The girl confirmed that she was the addressee. The messenger said that he had come on behalf of Count Bremen for the official exchange of signatures on documents. Clara readily agreed to meet the next day, then turning to the men. The Count expressed a desire to see the goods they presented the following day. The appointed time for the meeting arrived. Kota checked the list of goods. Soap, 3 pieces for 100 yen. Chocolate also went well, except for the knives. The knives were extremely sharp, but the price of 8,000 yen seemed excessive and unjustified to him. Yoshioka explained that the cost of one knife is about 3,000 yen, therefore, selling a batch will bring in revenue of about 60,000 marks. Since there are no analogs of their goods in this world, the first seller sets the price, automatically finding himself in a winning position. If the deal in Bremen falls through, you can safely lower the price in the next city. The reasoning seemed quite reasonable and justified. The matriarch informed them that the Count was waiting for them. When they entered the room, the Count asked if they were servants of the Ansbach family. The Count ordered the young men to come closer and demonstrate their wares. The men were visibly nervous from the tension, covered in sweat and feeling very nervous before the important presentation. The Count said the same words again. His voice was confident and firm. Those present listened attentively, understanding the importance of the moment. A tense silence hung in the hall. Kota immediately realized that it was Jürgen in front of him, the man with whom they must certainly make a profitable deal. He began to demonstrate various objects to the nobleman, observing his reaction. Looking at the Count's reaction, the young man thought about how calm his interlocutor looked. The guy understood that such behavior could complicate the upcoming deal. Now he had to solve a difficult dilemma, whether to lower the price or risk remaining under the original conditions. The distinguished guest extended his hand and carefully took one of the items offered by the young merchant. It turned out to be a knife, made with incredible skill. Having barely looked at it more closely, the man literally froze in surprise. He cried out sharply, amazed by what he saw. He had never seen anything like it before. This metal made him doubt even the reality of what was happening. The young salesman quickly explained that the metal used to make the knife is extremely rare and has unique properties. He paid special attention to the material's resistance to corrosion, emphasizing the durability of the product. The man then demonstrated a special sharpening stone, assuring that thanks to it the blade's sharpness would become even more impressive. Having seen the quality of the stone, the weapons expert was completely shocked. It was the first time he had encountered such a high level of material processing. The merchant felt that he had achieved his goal. He also knew another important circumstance. The locally produced stones were rough and far from ideal quality. And now, seeing the Count's interest, the man was convinced that the choice was made correctly. Then, the nobleman took the glass and asked how they managed to create such fine tableware, noting it as the excellent work of a master. The nobleman believed that collectors highly valued decorative tableware with decorations, and Yoshioka guessed that before him was a man who sought to emphasize his social status with special things. Kota explained to Jürgen-sama that the value of a glass only becomes apparent when wine is poured into it. The man admitted that the young man was right in claiming that wine poured into a beautiful glass becomes like a bright garnet or ruby. The young man bought the wine, intending to use it in the evening. Despite the low price, 1,000 yen, he decided that this purchase was justified. Meanwhile, the Count invited Clara to try the wine with him. The girl willingly accepted the offer. The wine had a soft taste, as it was produced far from this area. Due to this, the acidity level was significantly lower than usual. Jürgen calmly raised the crystal glass and slowly took a sip, enjoying the pleasant aroma of the drink. Having felt all the charm of the drink, the Count was eager to buy the wine he liked. But fate intervened. The merchant informed the buyer that this bottle was the only one left in stock and refused to sell it to him. Disappointment was reflected on the aristocrat's face. The Count thanked the young man warmly for the opportunity to try the expensive wine. saying that he had done him a great service by allowing him to appreciate the true taste of a quality drink. Then Kota offered him another glass. Having received the invitation, the Count accepted the offer with pleasure. Then the young man's gaze fell on Clara, who was standing nearby. Having decided to show hospitality, he filled a glass for her as well. The next item up for sale turned out to be simple soap. However, unlike the usual locally produced product, this soap was made differently. No animal fats were used here, which often give the product an unpleasant smell. The man picked it up. The Count sincerely admired the delicate aroma of the presented soap. Having completed the presentation of the hygiene product, the seller moved on to the main part of the exhibition. The long-awaited moment to show the knife had arrived. The Count saw a real masterpiece of weapon art before him. He had never seen such a refined form and high-quality steel anywhere. Without hesitation, the aristocrat assessed the product as exceptional. Taking a deep breath, the Count resolutely asked to name the price of the amazing artifact. Understanding his importance, Kota clearly indicated the purchase amount on the form. Such discounts were unacceptable for him, because the goods had special value. After a little hesitation, the Count clarified the fairness of the indicated price. In response, the seller firmly confirmed the correctness of the indicated value. Leaving the house of the rich client, the young traders felt relieved. Their hearts beat faster than usual, their palms trembled slightly. Each felt the excitement of the past test, rejoicing at the success of the deal. Sweat appeared in large drops, emphasizing the intensity of the emotions of the past negotiations. The young merchants happily exchanged a friendly handshake. They had never expected the deal to go so well. The buyer paid a hefty sum, 225,000 yen, although the initial estimate for the goods was only 100,000. Moreover, having completed the purchase, the satisfied customer openly admitted to the guys that he considered the proposed price extremely advantageous. The guys could well have asked for much more money. Yoshioka noted that now the guys will have to seriously think about the possibility of increasing the cost of goods. In a matter of hours, the merchants earned half of the monthly profit of the entire city of Everberg. Everd paid a monthly tax of 200,000 marks, so Clara spent that much money to support the city's needs. The travelers agreed to set off the following morning. One of the guys asked what the friends would do in their free evening time. The girl suggested spending the rest of the day productively. She reminded her friends of the need for regular training. The meeting place was determined in advance, next to the city wall. Each member of the group agreed to come there armed. The training promised to be interesting. The entire squad began their training with concentration. Armed with the necessary means of protection, the fighters began practicing their weapon handling techniques. Each movement was subject to careful analysis and correction. The training participants tried to achieve maximum precision. The girl drew attention to the significant improvement of Kota's combat skills. The man himself noted an important nuance. When using a two-handed spear, he will lose the ability to use a special combat technique, the technique of paralyzing the enemy. She noticed that some weapon owners had the ability to activate magical powers built into the weapon itself. To confirm this, she tested the force of a spear strike herself. The matriarch, delivering a swift blow, clearly demonstrated the combat technique. Then she added that the young man should pay special attention to the tips of his own fingers. It is there that the energy necessary to activate unique abilities is concentrated. Having imagined his weapon, the young man concentrated, trying to repeat his mentor's maneuver. Slowly raising the weapon, he mentally imagined the process of energy transfer. In an instant, the force passed through his body, heading towards the tip of the weapon. The result was a successful strike, confirming the presence of special abilities. Sitting at the bar, Yoshioka expressed his desire to increase revenue, considering the sale of individual items not profitable enough. Kota added that it would be great if every member of their team ended up rich. Then the guys came to the conclusion that in order to increase income, it was necessary to review the range of goods. For example, purchasing a batch of elite tea worth about 200,000 yen would significantly increase capital. With the right approach, the invested funds will return 100-fold. The army funds have modest resources, about 100,000 yen. The merchants will be able to surpass this figure, achieving significant financial success. The next batch of goods should be large-sized and prestigious, capable of attracting the attention of wealthy buyers. Kota put forward a bold plan. The group should support Clara-san's projects. Helping the city of Everberg would be a symbolic gesture of gratitude. The upcoming campaign promised to bring in significant sums, many times greater than previous successes. The girl approached the situation courageously. Watching the chaos around her, she saw men lying on the floor of the establishment. Having shown determination, the heroine took the initiative into her own hands. She carefully picked up the unconscious boy and said that it was time for them to go home. The intoxicated hero barely audibly whispered something unintelligible. The words were jumbled, creating a funny picture of intoxication. He claimed that despite his fatigue, he was ready to continue to act energetically, but Clara-san said that he had already done enough. It started to rain, and Clara suggested taking a break. They needed to warm up. The young man sliced the bread, put slices of sausage and cheese on top, carefully placing everything on a plate. Then he smiled and said guiltily that he apologized to the girls for waiting. After they had eaten, they asked the two what the weather was expected to be like later in the evening. It will start snowing in 3 hours. It is about 10 kilometers to Ehrenberg. They will go there as soon as they finish lunch. It was 4:30 p.m. when Fina asked Kota if his outfit was normal clothing in his world. He was from there, so it was more familiar to him. Then the young man asked the girl if she wanted to change clothes. After all, she only had one coat. He offered the girl his clothes, but the girl replied that they were too light and warm, as if they had been created by an angel. The guy thought about her words for a long time. When the young man entered Clara's room, she asked worriedly what had happened. The man thought that she would be cold and suggested that she put on warmer clothes. These were the man's spare things. They might seem ugly to her, but they would definitely protect her from a cold. Clara asked the young man to show her how to put on the clothes correctly, and he willingly helped her. Now the girl felt a pleasant warmth and amazing lightness. The clothes turned out to be a bit big, but they were surprisingly cozy and comfortable. Yoshioka stood by the window and watched the street, wondering how long this situation would hold them up. Everything was going just as Senpai had said. Suddenly, he noticed Kota racing down the snowy road on a motorcycle. Running outside, the boy exclaimed that it was extremely risky, even though the snow was made of water. It turns out that Kota activated a special skill, the ability to walk on water. Thanks to this, he no longer needs winter tires at all. Senpai admitted that he often gets lucky, but emphasized that when it comes to serious situations, it is important to be able to use your abilities wisely. Yoshioka decided to invite the girls because he wanted to try something new and interesting with them. Fina resolutely declared that she also wanted to try the skill of walking on water. However, her friends began to persuade her to refuse, warning her about possible dangers. The girl just smiled and reminded that she had once walked the entire path, carrying heavy meat on her back, and then everything had turned out well. Despite the guy's doubts, the company set off on the road. The girl was amazed that she did not sink into the water at all, as if she was walking on a hard surface. But Kota felt awkward, because he felt like a toy, using his skills. Even Clara decided to try the unusual experience of walking on water. She was genuinely amazed by her own weightless state on the water. The young man noted that the girl seemed to have been transformed. She became like a seasoned knight who had strengthened his spirit and body with an iron will. He would like to see Clara so strong and confident more often. The girl herself dreamily admitted that she had long dreamed of taking a walk by the sea. Thus, having completed all the tasks assigned to them, he and Yoshika were able to return back to their home world. Despite returning home, the boy had an uneasy feeling that difficult trials lay ahead. The young men spent the remaining hours usefully. They bought souvenirs for the girls. Both heroes froze in front of the majestic structure, exchanged glances, and firmly decided to get to work. Yoshioka advised his senpai to pay attention to a rare antique item, the price of which is up to several million yen in their home dimension. It was decided to invest that day in items worth between 100,000 and 200,000 yen, adhering to the strategy of asset diversification, which is so important in any investment. Then Kota will study collectible tea sets, and Yoshioka will devote his attention to exquisite crystal glasses. At the same time, the hero approached Clara-sama with a proposal to profitably invest 100,000 marks. The guys expect to choose really valuable specimens in order to successfully sell them at a much higher price later. This should please the girl and bring her significant profit. That's exactly what happened. Having chosen worthy acquisitions, the heroes received well-deserved recognition. The young man prudently took a special skill card with him, preparing for new adventures. The new skill was called Golden Fingers. The essence was in the exceptional mastery of massage, capable of relaxing any person regardless of age, gender, or health. Everyone certainly became a prisoner of pleasure. Upon returning, the boys once again turned to the attention of the main lady, offering to carefully examine the recently acquired valuables. Seeing the luxurious porcelain set lying on the table, the girls were literally dumbfounded with admiration. Never before had any of them seen such a magnificent set of dishes, surpassing even the best examples of the royal court. The matriarch honestly admitted that she could not even imagine the existence of such beauty and had absolutely no idea of the real value of these works of art. The guys cautiously asked if it was possible to find a buyer among the girls' acquaintances, or if perhaps there was a palace whose owner showed interest in such rare things. She remembered several influential people who were able to appreciate and purchase such expensive works of art. In particular, she mentioned Count Brockman, whom she had met quite recently. The conversation was about a friend, Jurgenson, whom it was decided to ask to write a recommendation that would open access to an elite circle of buyers. Clara enjoyed the gifts and hoped that the guy would stop worrying so much about every little thing. Tonight she would be able to rest peacefully and warmly. Lying in bed, the girl thought, perhaps it was the aroma emanating from the things that belonged to Kota that gave her such an unusual feeling of comfort and freedom. Early in the morning, Clara-sama and Fina were among the first to leave the house. Meanwhile, the boys hurried to go to Count Brahman. While the friends were hurrying to the meeting place, the grandmother unexpectedly came out to meet them and loudly expressed dissatisfaction with the behavior of the young people, complaining about the noise and danger emanating from their motorcycle. The Count delicately inquired of Madame Ansbonch whether she wished to put the unique tea set up for sale in the capital city. The servants confirmed the mistress's intention, adding that, alas, she was personally acquainted with only a few representatives of aristocratic society, and therefore they were turning to the respected Count for support and influence. Initially, the lady intended to come here in person in order to express her respectful greeting to the noble gentleman, but official obligations forced her to urgently head to the capital to fulfill her military duties. The original service itself, intended for sale, arrived with the envoys. The boys asked the gentleman to help them by drawing up a written recommendation confirming the authenticity and value of the goods. They asked if this was possible. Having finished their business with Count Brahman, the men quickly caught up with their companions. Moreover, they managed to get 3 valuable recommendations. This news brought sincere joy and relief to Clara. Among other things, the guys managed to successfully sell a number of goods, earning an impressive 53,000 marks. In addition, the young interlocutor reported that the Count would like to become the owner of a wonderful motorcycle, ready to pay a solid 150,000 marks for it. For the girls, such a desire seemed truly fantastic, because the Count's money seemed endless. However, in case of large purchases, Clara-sama kept dividend payments in the amount of hundreds of thousands of marks, received thanks to successful investments. The projected total income was an impressive 430,000 marks. The Count was in excellent spirits, thanks to which the entire operation was completed quite successfully. These funds will significantly improve the defense capability of the country's eastern borders, which invariably pleases and calms the girl. After 6 days of travel, the group reached the village of Battingen. During this time, the travelers covered a total of 211 kilometers, and the distance from the city of Everberg was already almost half 1,000 kilometers, exactly 430. The travelers discussed the optimal time for the next meeting tomorrow. The young men asked for additional time to complete all the planned purchases. Having agreed, the girls decided to stay here for one more night, removing the need to rush. The horses' legs needed a rest, so the decision to postpone the journey turned out to be entirely justified. After discussion, everyone agreed that the route would resume at 4 o'clock in the morning, Japan time. The heroes ended up with a record amount of over 530,000 marks, significantly exceeding their wildest expectations. At the same time, Kota's storage space increased and the character's skill level increased proportionally. Your next visit to the store will require a special approach. Given the approaching card limit, it is more advisable to use cash for payments. This afternoon, Yosh will begin searching for good stores online, and Kota asked to immediately report any places found where they can meet and discuss plans for further action. While thinking about his smartphone, the guy suddenly heard his friend's phone ringing. It was Amy calling. Returning home, the young man found the girl waiting for him to talk, and asked what was bothering her and what topic she would like to discuss. The girl said that she intended to file for divorce, to which the guy asked her to explain the reasons for her decision. It turned out that the girl's heart belonged to another man, a work colleague with whom she was involved in a joint activity. Subsequent revelations showed the whole truth of the events that were taking place, confirming the young man's worst fears. Kota was puzzled by his own calm reaction, and calmly asked about the presence of documents on the dissolution of the marriage. He had one condition that the girl was ready to accept in order to reach a compromise. The man agreed to accept the divorce conditions without objections. He did not need either the family capital or the apartment. His only wish was to complete the process before the evening of the current day and move on. Amy agreed, because the initiative to end the marriage had originally come from her, but inside her there was an unpleasant feeling that she was being rudely rejected and thrown out. He asked her to throw away the rest of her things, which confused the girl. She did not expect the breakup to happen so soon. After collecting his things, Kota left and asked her to take care of herself. However, it turned out to be just a dream, leaving him with a painful feeling of discomfort and vague anxiety after waking up. Meanwhile, a friend, Yoshika, entered the room, and the guy was finally convinced that what he had experienced was reality. Having recovered from his worries, the friend announced that he would go to Ginza after lunch to do some important shopping. Until urgent matters required the boys, they would have to actively engage in preparations in order to meet the upcoming events fully armed. The friends then headed to the Ginza area, where the purchase of the necessary goods went smoothly and efficiently thanks to the careful preliminary preparation of their friend. Soon after finishing their shopping, they found themselves back in the familiar room that had become almost a second home. They were lucky enough to acquire a unique skill, the Encyclopedia of Plants, which allows them to learn details about all the plants found on the continent of Urusei. It would seem to be a very useful skill, but it turned out that its practical benefit was questionable, turning into another annoying blunder. But, as it turned out later, this skill will come in handy when it is necessary to prepare dishes from the local flora. Having received new knowledge, the friends continued their journey, heading to another world. During the training, Clara sharply reproached the young man for his absent-mindedness, emphasizing that such negligence could cause irreparable damage only to him. Deciding to prevent possible consequences, the girl insisted on finishing the training for today. Curious about the reasons for what had happened, she asked the man what had happened. Understanding her concern, Akito decided to openly tell him everything that was troubling him. After listening to the story, the girl gradually realized the depth of the problem, but she was not yet able to fully understand the situation. The girl's heart was filled with joy, despite Kota's sadness. The girl who suddenly appeared said that she liked him and she was right. Clara finally understood her own feelings and realized that the young man's loneliness does not mean that he loves her. Her main task is to serve faithfully and fulfill her duty as a knight. She put the welfare of the people of Everberg above her personal feelings, dedicating herself to the noble mission of serving the people. Having made a conscious decision, the girl covered her heart with strong armor, recognizing that the duty of a true knight is more important than love. The boys were sitting at the table and having lunch. Clara said that she had decided to give Blitz a rest today, so she suggested that the man relax a bit and drink some wine. This surprised the man, and he asked if they shouldn't have had a good workout first. The girls asked Kota to go with them, and he agreed, saying that he would get the finished product with his friend. Senpai didn't understand what was going on, but Akito informed him that the girl was trying to cheer him up. These words caused embarrassment to appear on Senpai's face. His heart began to beat faster, and he felt warm from the knowledge that another person cared. He approached Clara and asked her to listen, telling her that she probably knew about his divorce from his wife. He added that he was more comfortable being alone now, as it was calmer and easier. His words hung in the air, causing a tense silence. The girl felt guilty for the divorce that had occurred, believing that it was because of her that the young man had been absent from the other world for a long time while in a relationship. But the man reassured the girl, assuring her that she was mistaken. Their relationship had ended long before he met her, even before she appeared in his life. The young man asked the girl if she would like to join him for a drink. When she answered in the affirmative, he decided to show his attention and hospitality by carefully pouring her a small portion of wine. Starting the next day, the team would set off on a 3-day journey, 100 kilometers south of the Ranga Highway. At the end of the route, the group successfully arrived in the picturesque town of Baggendorf, where they continued their exploration of new places and getting to know the local attractions. Senpai gently massaged Akito's shoulders, trying to relieve the accumulated tension. With light movements of his fingers, he kneaded the muscles, feeling how his friend's body gradually relaxed. After finishing the shoulder massage, Kota asked Yoshika to lie down on her back and asked if Fina wanted to join them. However, the girl politely declined, preferring to watch from the sidelines. The young man noticed that Fina was wasting her chance to experience the pleasure of a massage, claiming that his fingers could work wonders. The girl said that next time she would definitely take advantage of the opportunity to experience the skill of the young masseur. Suddenly, a priest came out of the doorway and declared that such conversations were unacceptable in the church. Everyone immediately fell silent, but soon the silence was broken by the girl's appeal. wishing to end the prolonged silence and soften the awkwardness that had arisen. She asked Senpai to give her a massage too. The young man immediately agreed. The girl began to ask the young man, who served at the noblewoman's court, where the young people were heading and what roads were open to them. The young man listened attentively to the questions, thoughtfully going over the options for the upcoming route. He noted that the girl's calves were quite muscular and tense despite the massage. However, she said that the procedure was quite pleasant. Kota-san arrived here together with the Knight of Evaberg, whose ancestral estate was located far north of the city of Brahman. Now, thanks to the skillful hands of her senpai, the girl became more relaxed and calm. On the contrary, Fina, seeing such a change, noticeably tensed up and even showed signs of irritation. A feeling of jealousy and insecurity, generated by the attention given to another girl, was growing inside her. The rested and contented girl asked her interlocutor about her future plans after finishing her service with the matriarch. The young man calmly replied that he would think about the future when the time came to leave the service. After finishing the conversation, he expressed confidence that the massage procedure had gone wonderfully and met the expectations of both parties. The massage procedure had a beneficial effect not only on those who were receiving the massage, helping them to feel better physically and emotionally, but also on the massage therapist himself, giving him inner satisfaction from the work done. Despite the positive atmosphere, Fina continued to stand nearby, frowning, experiencing mixed feelings and an internal struggle. Elka informed the man that the young man was not a knight, but a simple servant from the northern territories and did not at all belong to the nobility, such as the barons. The man asked the girl if she really enjoyed the massage, or if she was just faking her pleasure. The question sounded serious, reflecting a desire to make sure of the sincerity of her reaction. She replied that she was, of course, faking it. Yelka expected a regular massage, but soon realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed at first glance. Her nerves were on edge, and she tried her best to hide her anxiety, fearing that the man might pose a threat. The ingredients were already on the table, ready to become part of the dinner. Akito suggested dividing up the responsibilities. Fina would prepare the vegetables, and he entrusted Senpai with the important mission of preparing the meat. Suddenly, a servant appeared from the depths of the room and sharply demanded that the servant immediately cancel the order of his master knight. The order sounded categorical and made it clear that the situation required immediate action. Those gathered froze, waiting for further developments. It turned out that several representatives of noble families had booked private rooms of the establishment in advance. The man did not have time to finish the sentence because, at that moment, the door opened and one of the aristocrats entered. He complained loudly, wondering how much longer his master would have to wait. He then ordered the village knight to be summoned. This behavior enraged Kota, and he resolutely approached him, asking him how exactly he had called his mistress. It turned out that the man who spoke was an ordinary commoner. Akito warned that commoners who dared to criticize aristocrats would face severe punishment for their impudent statements. The commoner tried to justify himself by explaining that his friends might not know, but his master was the influential Baron Kanmashtet Peihi-sama. The boys couldn't help but laugh when they heard such an absurd demand. The commoner, not noticing the mocking tone, continued to insist, demanding that the lady be brought immediately. The boys were puzzled as to why their leader should even listen to such statements and orders from a simple servant. The boys were mistaken in thinking that the loudmouth commoner was making decisions on his own. In fact, the order came from his high-ranking master. An inquisitive visitor asked what was causing all the noise and fuss. The aristocrat asked impatiently how much longer he would have to wait. Meanwhile, the servant continued to irritably repeat that the man was ignoring his requests and orders. This reaction increased the irritation of the aristocrat, who was clearly tired of enduring the delay and lack of respect for his status. The Baron raised his voice, insistently demanding that the lady be invited immediately. However, the boys exchanged glances and quietly conferred, doubting the wisdom of obeying the order. They believed that such a display of power was overly aggressive and contrary to common sense. Suddenly, Clara entered and calmly asked what was going on. Baron Kanmashtet Peihi explained that he had been planning to occupy their room. A feeling of discomfort filled the room, and the participants in the incident realized that a conflict situation had arisen. The woman introduced herself as Ansbanch, Knight of Evaberg, stating firmly that the room would remain her team's. Turning to the Baron, she asked if there was a valid reason to justify handing over the room. Baron Kanmashtet Peihi confirmed that there were special circumstances. Kota thought that the Baron was being overly selfish, considering his position more important than the comfort of others. The lady responded by reminding him that she was the first to occupy the room, therefore there was no reason to transfer the premises to another guest. Ansponch declared that the conversations were over and left, causing great irritation to Baron Kanmashtet. Left alone, he felt disappointed and indignant, realizing his own powerlessness to change the situation. The Baron angrily shouted that he was challenging the knight to a duel for the sake of possessing the room and confirming his noble dignity. Such words were a complete surprise for the girl, who did not expect such a turn of events. She boldly challenged the Baron, declaring that if she lost, he would lose his noble title. Baron Kanmashtet took this as an attempt to avoid a duel and scornfully said that the girl was simply afraid. Clara accepted the Baron's challenge, agreeing to participate in the duel. The Baron also confirmed his agreement, confirming his intention to fight for the room. The rest of the group supported the girl, expressing confidence in her victory. He set the conditions for the duel. Representatives of each side's servants must fight, and the fight would last exactly 30 minutes. The place of the battle would be a spacious square in front of the temple, traditionally used for public events. Akito was at a loss as to what to do next. After all, the responsibility of entering the fight now fell on one of the members of their small team. Choosing a suitable candidate became a task of primary importance, since the outcome of the fight would determine the future fate of each of the participants. The man put the girl in front of a difficult choice, offering to choose between white and red. The girl, confused, asked him to wait a little. Thinking out loud that she was actually the one planning to take part in the upcoming duel, Kota asked what about white and red. Red meant a fight with weapons, white, exclusively with fists. The Baron waited to hear her choice. The further development of events and the fate of the entire team depended on the decision made. When choosing a white duel, the use of magic was considered illegal, as magical abilities were perceived as a type of weapon. According to the rules of the fight, a team representative was considered defeated if he lost consciousness due to physical exhaustion or voluntarily admitted defeat. Kota reasoned that entering the arena unarmed would look suspicious and strange, so his comrades decided to use their magical powers. That is why they chose the red duel, which allows the use of any type of weapon. Fina intervened in the discussion, reasonably noting that when it came to simple servants, the best form of competition was precisely a white duel, which excluded the use of weapons and magic. Baron Kanmashtet Pehi announced that if no one was against the red version of the duel, both sides would meet in front of the temple, ready to fight. Helga added seriously that if the man tried to escape, he would risk his life. His gaze became hard and determined, emphasizing the depth of the threat. Each word sounded weighty, leaving the impression of absolute confidence in his right to act decisively. The declaration of a red duel allowed the participants to choose their weapons freely, allowing any available weaponry. The Baron publicly acknowledged the young man's bravery, praising his courage for refusing to retreat and for his willingness to meet the challenge with dignity. The aristocrat noted that such an important event as a duel should have been prepared more thoroughly. Hearing this, Kota anxiously asked who his opponent would be. The Baron indifferently explained that the opponent could be any member of the servants. Thus, the situation was extremely unfavorable for a single fighter. 5 against 1, the advantage was obvious. Already at the start of the fight, the winner was practically determined. The chances of winning were rapidly disappearing. Fina tried to protest, claiming that this was a fraud. However, Yoshioka calmly replied that this was precisely why he was there, demonstrating his full understanding of the rules and conditions of the duel. Helga suddenly screamed, accusing the enemy of cowardice and wanting outside help. In response, the man spoke rudely of Helga, insulting her in the same way. Elka noticed that someone had obviously pulled a clever trick, forcing the Baron. The man told the girl to thank the assistant. Together they began searching for documents. Clara apologized guiltily to her comrades, admitting that she had led them into a difficult situation, including participation in a duel. The guys, however, reassured their friend, assuring that everything would be fine. It was time for the competition to begin. The tension was building, creating an atmosphere of tension and readiness to fight. Akito urged his senpai to move away, giving him room to maneuver. At this time, Helga loudly reproached them for their lack of vigilance on the battlefield, as if demanding more diligence and concentration. The young man's reaction was not long in coming. He concentrated and activated magic. A huge stream of energy swept through the space, heading straight for the enemies. The magical power emitted by youthful talent shook the air, threateningly approaching the opponents. The Baron and the other onlookers could not believe their eyes when they saw ordinary servants using powerful magic techniques. This event shocked the public, who were used to seeing magic only in the hands of select and highborn individuals. Kota enthusiastically praised the magnificent firewall created by Akito's efforts. Smiling happily, the young man modestly admitted that he had spent a lot of time training, wanting to show off his new achievements to his friends. The opponents found themselves trapped in a ring of flames that had escaped the control of the elements. The fire formed a vicious circle, restricting their freedom of movement and forcing the enemy to mobilize for defense. The situation changed dramatically, the enemy found itself trapped. Helga desperately tried to resist the onslaught of fire, but Yoshioka could not understand what was happening. One of the enemy team's warriors tried in vain to overcome the barrier created by the fire. Helga shouted angrily, demanding that he disappear and not interfere. Suddenly, the man in the lady's entourage went on the offensive, attacking the opponents with renewed vigor. His actions were unpredictable and aggressive, changing the course of the battle. The enemy soldiers were hit by an intense electrical attack, the source of which was Kota. Lightning flashed in bright flashes, covering the enemy's bodies in sparks, temporarily incapacitating them. The Baron was astonished to discover that his young opponent was also capable of using magic. The young man asked Yoshioka to stop the attack. Having received serious damage, the enemies no longer posed a threat. Taking advantage of this, the heroes gathered around the Baron, strongly advising him to abandon any further attempts to take over their room. The aristocrat underestimated the common servants, mistaking them for experienced knights. Realizing his mistake, he accused the heroes of deception, calling them swindlers. Paradoxically, it was the Baron himself who first resorted to cunning, starting the match using prohibited methods. The attempt to exclude opponents from important negotiations has escalated into yet another attempt at manipulation. The man kicked the guests out of the large room and took it himself, perhaps because of unpleasant memories associated with the mistress's command. The fate of Baron Kanmeshtet Peihai hung in the balance. The threat of imprisonment for illegal appropriation of someone else's property became a real prospect. The team faced the need to move to another premises, preferring a temporary refuge in the stable. Senpai was massaging Akito's back when suddenly the horseplits approached them, as if in need of rest or attention. Contrary to stereotypes, a stable sometimes turns out to be not the worst option for temporary housing. The next morning, the team left the temporary shelter and hit the road, covering a distance of 42 kilometers, reaching the town of Laken Heights. It was the 6th day since the last call. Before returning home, the men spent some time in the room. The clock now showed 14,008, and Kota was actively choosing where they would go. Akito shared that tomorrow evening, at 8 o'clock, they would be called to another world. For the men, returning to the office after a whole month of absence promises to be a difficult event. Considering the imminent transfer to a parallel dimension, it is important for the guys to complete current affairs and obligations. Returning to his workplace, the young man faced a real problem. Familiar tasks had turned into unsolvable puzzles. What had previously seemed like a difficult job now seemed like an impossible task. The boss literally pounced on Hinoharu, scolding him for not completing the work today. The boss's tone was so rude that the phrase almost sounded like an invitation to hand in his own resignation. Utterly dejected, the young man meekly apologized and promised to immediately rectify the situation by completing the task. A colleague stood up for the young man, turning to the boss with an explanation. The young man was going through a difficult period due to a recent breakup with his wife. The boss was initially negative, but after hearing the details of the employee's personal tragedy, he softened slightly. The boss understood the difficulties the employee was facing, and that life is different and difficulties happen. He urged him not to rush. As soon as Hinoharu left the office building, he felt a significant relief, as if he had thrown off the burden of problems that had tormented him for many days. Akito described the room, comparing it to the Showa era. Wanting to freshen up, Kota wanted to go to the bathroom, hoping to wash away the fatigue and dirt. The young man asked his senpai what he should do next, but the older colleague could not understand what action he was talking about. Yoshioka was at his wit's end. Tired of the constant stress and difficulties, he decided to resign from his position by writing a resignation letter. Speaking out, he said that the work in this organization was too hard and unfair. The friend understood his feelings, but persistently persuaded him to stay for a short time, assuring that the next deal would bring a huge profit, over 60 million. The emotional background of the conversation was difficult. The interlocutor did not know how to comfort his friend. The long-awaited moment has arrived. Exactly at 8 o'clock in the evening, the portal was activated, transferring the heroes back to another world. The countdown for the next skill selection began unnoticed. The name of the skill, Get, gives a unique ability to attract objects at a distance of up to 20 meters, moving objects weighing no more than 5 kilograms. The proposed use of the skill aroused keen interest among the men. Wanting to test its effectiveness, Akito pointed to a pair of shoes standing in the corner of the room and asked to put the ability into practice. Successful mastery of the skill gave them hope and optimism. It seemed that they had found the key to maintaining freedom and independence, preventing a return to the previous reality. They moved through the portal and found themselves in Lupern, only 32 kilometers from Lakine. Fina quickly mastered the motorcycle controls, now confidently maneuvers through city streets, easily overcomes obstacles, and enjoys the speed and freedom that her iron horse gives her. However, she was very tired today, so she is most likely sleeping soundly now, restoring her strength. The boys sincerely apologized for the late call. Clara said that with the boys nearby they would sleep more peacefully and soundly. The boys offered to have dinner immediately, asking if the girls wanted to join in since they had specially taken wine that they especially liked. She was happy. The guys quietly entered the sleeping girl's room and expressed their gratitude for the fact that she had helped them a lot, literally saving the situation with her participation. Later, they quickly prepared dinner and together with the girl, the three of them sat comfortably, relaxing and sipping glasses of their favorite wine. Akito served Clara a delicious roast beef sandwich. The girl thanked him warmly and noted how delicious the dish was. The girl noticed that Kota was looking at her and smiled happily, asking the guy if anything special had happened. However, he answered negatively. Yoshioka explained that they had only covered a small part of the road to the kingdom and that they should definitely have a good rest in the evening to restore their strength before the next stage of the journey. Fina was still fast asleep, snoring peacefully in her cozy bed. Friends were telling each other how hard she had tried all day. Clara was beside herself with happiness because she finally got to ride a motorcycle, fulfilling her cherished dream. True, a sad horse Blitz stood nearby, slightly upset that attention had switched from him to the motorcycle. The young man began to patiently explain to his friends that Blitz is a very proud animal, who is used to receiving maximum attention and care. Without this, it behaves capriciously and willfully, just like a spoiled child left without parental supervision. In fact, the knight added, the horse's character is very similar to its owner, who also sometimes shows excessive touchiness and demandingness. Clara objected, raising her eyebrows in confusion, that there was no need to be surprised. After all, although Blitz seemed to be a brave fighter on the outside, in reality he often demonstrated a capricious and independent nature. Clara confirmed her agreement with words about the similarity between the horse's character and the matriarch's behavior, noting that the latter also likes to appear stern and far-sighted, hiding behind this her true wayward spirit. The young man looked at the girl and decided to ask a question. Kouta's question was this: since it is known that the aristocracy in this world has the ability to use magical abilities, does that automatically mean that absolutely any member of the nobility is able to freely use them, without a single exception among all noble families? The matriarch replied that the matter was different. The very fact of belonging to a noble family does not guarantee a person the ability to wield magical powers. Even family affiliation is not a guarantee that each individual aristocrat will be able to use the gifts of magic. However, the girl added that indeed, over the course of generations, the magical power of members of noble families gradually weakens. This is especially evident when younger children are born in the family. Most often, the older offspring retain a greater share of the family's abilities. At the same time, she emphasized that the lack of magical talent in no way deprives the child of the right to be called a representative of the nobility. Thus, the offspring of the dynasty remains formally noble, but the next generation is quite capable of becoming ordinary citizens. The Anspanch family was officially founded by Clara's father, so if the guys look into the Anspanch ancestors, there should be other descendants of aristocrats there. The Anspanch family had one unusual feature, which the girl had heard about from her own grandmother. This story struck the young man to the depths of his soul, causing him to open his eyes wide in amazement. The girl calmly continued her story, emphasizing that her grandmother was an amazingly bright and strong woman with incredible inner energy. Moreover, she mentioned that the grandmother was so physically strong that the young heroine could not even leave a small scratch on her skin despite all her efforts. The boys listened attentively to every word, amazed by such an amazing story. The story began long before the lands of Everbird became part of the kingdom of Zaxxon, 60 years ago. Back then, there was a region inhabited by small peoples known as Gil. It was there that her grandmother's roots came from, and she turned out to be the daughter of a local patriarch. The inhabitants of Gil were allowed self-government, but they were obliged to pay taxes to Zaxxon, which is why collectors came there several times a year. One of the listeners suggested that one of these collectors could be the girl's grandfather, but it turned out that he was more of an accompanying person helping to collect the necessary payments. She admitted that she knew little about her grandfather, other than the fact that he was a simple man and did not stand out for any special talents or outstanding abilities. An ordinary man, not famous for anything remarkable. But as soon as the patriarch's beautiful daughter appeared in public, the grandfather suddenly showed unexpected decisiveness. As if appearing out of nowhere, he boldly approached his future daughter-in-law with a proposal to marry. The grandmother said that her grandfather's proposal left her very disappointed. The girl was extremely upset by the fact that such a timid creature dared to do such a bold act, considering her husband's statement to be frankly ridiculous and absurd. Despite the obvious discontent of the young lady, the persistent groom did not give in. The grandmother decided to listen to the strange man's explanations, demanding that he explain the reason for his sudden decision and substantiate the reasons for such a desperate step. The grandfather tried to justify himself, claiming that he had fallen in love with the girl at first sight. Such a confession only increased the grandmother's irritation, and she set a difficult condition for the young man, hoping to get rid of the annoying suitor in this way. She offered to accept the suitor's hand and heart only on one condition, if he could defeat her in a rapier duel. This detail delighted the young men. They learned that the narrator's grandmother had won the martial arts competition in the city of Bremen for 5 years in a row, and she had started winning at the age of 13. Therefore, the woman firmly believed that no one could defeat her in a one-on-one fight. And so the day of the duel came. Akito stopped the story, not understanding what she meant. Their duel ended instantly. The grandmother confidently delivered a lightning-fast blow, knocking down her opponent in less than a second. The defeated grandfather quickly left, promising to return soon. After the crushing defeat, the grandmother stopped taking the suitor seriously, believing that he would disappear forever. However, the grandfather turned out to be a rare type of man who keeps his word. Exactly 3 days later he returned, determined to try his hand again. The results of subsequent battles were repeated. Nevertheless, the ardent admirer remained true to his promise and invariably returned every 10 days, and then every week, trying to prove his right to the hand of his beloved woman. So 2 whole years passed. Daily duels became a familiar tradition for the villagers, becoming a kind of entertainment and event. And one day, finally, the momentous day arrived when the blade of the future groom reached its target for the first time, winning in a fair duel. Akito stated that achieving this result was possible due to long years of hard training and his grandfather's constant attempts to surpass himself. Now he has deservedly proven that he has grown into a worthy rival for his chosen one. Claro reported that her grandmother admitted that she was actually just tired and accidentally missed a shot, but her grandfather took it as a real victory. The story continued to unfold in a fascinating way. It turned out that the grandmother possessed a truly enormous reserve of magical power. Inside her were enormous possibilities that exceeded any expectations of those around her. However, it is important to note that at that time, the lands of Gil were not actually part of the state of Zaxxon. Accordingly, even with her impressive talents and merits, the grandmother could not in any way claim to receive the official status of an aristocrat. That is why the grandmother chose to marry a representative of the Zaxxon state, the future grandfather, whose son later received the status of a citizen of Zaxxon. Thus, her father managed to inherit a significant part of her mother's magical abilities, which earned him the honor of being knighted. For Clara, this was a matter of particular pride and respect for the family's achievements. The matriarch inherited from her grandmother a much greater amount of magical power than her father received. Due to this circumstance, she stands out among the other aristocrats with her unique abilities. Akito understood why she had such significant magical resources. It was all because she inherited the blood of the Gil people. The young man thought about it. Perhaps this is the reason why Ria is able to summon him to this world. The lady was sincerely happy to learn the details of the origin of her own power, and was grateful to her grandmother for her confidential story. Clara thoughtfully wondered why her grandmother had once failed to dodge an attack. Yoshioka said that the final scene of the family story was unusually touching and moving. It turns out that such cases in their world are usually considered manifestations of love. Fina raced forward on her motorcycle, pulling behind her the cart where the rest of the team slept soundly. The sea space opened up before the girl, filling her soul with delight and wonder. Clara explained to her that this was Lake Bidon, which seemed simply gigantic to the girl. She had never imagined that a body of water could be so huge. The opposite shore of the lake bordered the Duchy of Estrella, which was once part of the Saxon kingdom. The inhabitants of Astrea gained independence and national sovereignty relatively recently, only about 100 years ago. Before this period, Astrea was subject to the authority of King Saxon. The Kingdom of Saxon is currently deeply involved in a military conflict with the nearby state of Portant. Clara is worried that the fighting could soon spread to the neighboring duchy of Astrea. The travelers have safely arrived in the town of Holsdorf, located near Bedane. They plan to cross the lake and reach the town of Bregenza tomorrow morning. If the boys had set off on a regular boat, rather than such an exotic vehicle as a motorcycle, the journey would have been far less exciting. However, the magical skill of moving on the water surface was still maintained active. The guy noted that moving the motorcycle with the team would have cost the team a fortune. Thousands of marks would have had to be paid for transportation. However, the motorcycle turned out to be an excellent investment for Clara, providing the group with reliable transport and impressions. His companion sympathetically agreed that the same scenes and events made the adventure too bland and boring. Senpai fell asleep unnoticed, causing the group to lose their magical ability to move through water and begin to sink rapidly. Fortunately, there was a small island nearby that provided the travelers with a safe haven. The men strained with all their might, trying to pull the heavy cart with the motorcycle onto dry land, overcoming the resistance of water and sand. Having finally woken up, the guys discovered something strange and suspicious in the distance, which forced them to immediately stop resting and gather to clarify the circumstances. The night was dark, but suddenly in the distance they saw the twinkling lights of a ship heading straight for their island. If there were criminals on board, the situation would become dangerous. The crew immediately decided to take refuge further from the shore, hiding in the thickets of bushes and trees. The pirate, having inspected the deserted beach, informed his comrades that there were no guests and the boat was nowhere to be seen. The hiding boys whispered, suspecting that the pirates were waiting for allies. The situation resembled a scene from a movie. The guys had no choice but to lie low and watch further, trying to remain unnoticed. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a sharp cry from one of the sailors who had discovered the boys. Loudly shouting threats, he ordered the boys to leave the shelter immediately. Having quickly assessed the situation, they realized that they were surrounded by pirates and it would not be easy to get out alive. The captain looked at them sternly and asked if they were in any way connected with Harrison's crew. Frightened and confused, the boys hastened to explain that they were simple tourists, traveling for pleasure and adventure. One of the pirates asked the captain what to do with the captured crew. He indifferently ordered that they be killed and the bodies dumped in the lake. Meanwhile, the pirate warned the boys to understand him correctly, that fate had brought them together here for a reason, and he was forced to act harshly. As the pirates approached, the teenagers declared that such harsh words were not necessary, and immediately began to counterattack the enemies with a powerful stream of magic. Having defeated the pirates, the boys joked cheerfully, complaining that they had slightly underestimated their opponents. They thought in vain that they would deal with them easily and quickly. Now they were enjoying the feeling of satisfaction from a successful battle and were glad that they remained safe and sound. Akito said that Senpai was too slow in tying up the woman. Kota calmly explained that the delay was due to pure chance. The captain then approached the boys with an offer of help, promising a generous reward of half the total cost of the transaction. The captain's henchmen offered a deal, let them go, and both hostages would become useful allies. The woman would voluntarily fulfill their every wish, and the man would join them. Akito looked up at the frightened captives and good-naturedly advised them to remain calm. They looked at him pleadingly, tearfully begging for mercy. The young man looked at his friend and hesitantly asked for advice on what to do next. Having received the recommendation of his older comrade, the boy stated that he was not well versed in the laws of this world, and therefore it was better to hand over both strangers to an experienced mentor whom he personally trusted. Clara greeted the captives with undisguised severity, telling the young men that they had done well. It turns out that the pirates had a secret cargo of precious magical stones, which they were rushing to sell on the black market. The fact is that recently the Duchy of Astrea has significantly increased the purchase prices for magical crystals, provoking a constant influx of contraband. Yoshioka asked with interest what caused the magic stones to be so expensive. The girl's answer shed light on many things. The stones are used mainly as combat ammunition, indicating preparations for large-scale military action. The Duchy of Astrea produces an extremely limited amount of this resource, so any additional batch becomes critical to strengthening the country's defenses. The confiscated magic stones turned out to be real treasures. For their valiant service and timely transfer of the confiscated property, the young men were presented with an impressive cash envelope and an official letter of gratitude from Lord Golfstorff himself. The letter itself was an official certificate of military achievement, allowing rank-and-file soldiers to expect promotion to corporal or platoon commander. Much more important was another piece of news. The Lord's personal ship agreed to transport the crew directly to the capital of Bregnitz free of charge, saving a lot of time and effort. Clara said that the situation was not going well for Akito, given the upcoming difficulties. Kota, on the contrary, optimistically noted that everything was fine and the trip promised to be unforgettable because his friend had long dreamed of going to sea. Yoshioka watched the ship's rapid progress with his mouth open, genuinely amazed at the speed of the ship's movement. Entering the cramped cabin, the girls saw a young man comfortably settled on a bench and falling into a deep sleep. Fina smiled warmly, noting that the man was giving himself to the task completely and entirely, without reserve. The matriarch sighed quietly, asking her friend to bring water, intending to refresh the tired fellow traveler's face with a damp cloth. Realizing the intimacy of the setting, she will embarrassingly realize that the room is tiny and there is no one else here except the two of them. Her fingers slid gently over the sleeping man's face, barely touching his skin. Slowly moving closer, the girl felt her heart pounding wildly in her chest. The man's warm breath brought them even closer, and she felt a strong desire to touch his soft features with her lips. Waking up, the man asked in surprise what had brought the girl to his cabin. Blushing, she quickly said that she wanted to send him for a glass of drink, as she was tormented by thirst. Kota promised to go get a drink, and then sympathetically asked if she was experiencing any symptoms of illness, such as fever or elevated temperature. He ran his hand over her forehead and asked her if she felt cold, offering to make her a cup of hot cocoa. Leaving the decision to the young man, the girl sighed in relief, thanking the ice spells that prevented the guy from feeling the heat coming from her. Thanks to Yoshioka's magical abilities, the journey was completed successfully, and the ship arrived at the harbor of Bregnitz in just 3 hours, while the journey usually took 12 hours. In the evening, the boys went for a walk along the vineyards, letting their horse splits stretch his legs and enjoy the fresh air. The climate here turned out to be surprisingly warm and pleasant, ideal for growing quality grapes. Clara suggested that tomorrow morning they should hold a tasting of the famous Bregnat wine, treating her companions to the first sip of the fresh harvest. The girl gently asked the young man if something important had happened. The man wanted to tell the truth, to admit that her mesmerizing gaze had captured his heart, but he could not express his feelings in words, preferring to remain silent. Kingdom of Zaxxon, the largest naval port of Bregnitz. A girl appeared before a high-ranking official and asked for permission to use a cruise ship for an urgent military mission to arrive at the capital city of the Kingdom of Zaxxon. Baron Bachart, the manager of the port of Bregnitz, invited the girl to rest and wait for the flight scheduled for the day after tomorrow. He suggested staying in the port hostel. Madame Ansbonch thanked the Baron and instructed Kota to give him a bottle of sake. It was a special kind of Japanese drink, sake, known in the region as much as whiskey. In the afternoon of the second day, the day before sailing, Baron Bachart arranged a meeting with the cheerful boy Ingo, who willingly introduced himself and expressed his pleasure at meeting him. Kota saw Astria's warships and asked the boy if war had started. Ingo replied that there would be no conflict until the mercenaries arrived. Akito stressed the importance of preventing clashes with two nations at once. Evaberg had probably made preparations. The boy said that the war would begin on Mayu Island, Zaxxon's fortress located on Lake Biden off the coast of Estrella, like a knife in the enemy's throat. The men believed that the main confrontation would unfold without Evaberg's participation, but local skirmishes were inevitable. The little sailor did not hold back his emotions, asking not to treat the upcoming events with detachment, because he himself was heading to Mayu Island next month. Akito apologized for his rudeness and offered the cabin boy a magazine with an attractive woman as compensation, hoping to lighten the mood and smooth over the awkwardness of the conversation. Having received the gift, the boy blossomed with joy and admitted that he would carefully keep the publication, considering the image of a beautiful woman a symbol of good luck and protection from troubles. The next morning, the boys stayed in the barges and took part in training exercises. They were confused as to why the exercises were taking place so far from the city walls. The sailor explained that the entire program was a training exercise. During the test firing of the magic cannons, the soldiers prepared the cannon, activated the magic, and a powerful shot rang out. Akito watched the magical artillery in awe, amazed at its power, and comparing the effect of the volley to an incredible charge of gunpowder. Ingo explained that the cannons were loaded with different magical plates, the earth plate with stone projectiles, the fire plate with fire, and the water plate with jets of water. He had never seen an air plate. Watching the magic plates in action left a lasting impression on the spectators. It became clear why the Duchy of Astria was seeking to acquire stockpiles of magic stones. They were capable of turning ordinary weapons into powerful instruments of destruction. The tired men rested on their bunks. Akito was eager to join the army, while Kota was determined to remain Clara's loyal assistant. Both confirmed the other's decision, finding a mutual compromise. The next morning the warships set out, heading for the royal capital of Dresden. Since the boys were on the crew's payroll, they had plenty to do. Kota was busily washing the deck, and Yoshioka was conscientiously helping the ship's cook. The day flew by, and in the evening the crew arrived at the intermediate point, the city of Runhausen. Although the distance was only 162 kilometers, the ship managed to cover it at an amazing speed, leaving the passengers delighted with the speed of the journey. Akito was shocked when he encountered an unusual species of creatures, beastmen. It turned out that they were specially brought from distant Emiliaka, known as the Western Continent, to service rowboats. The wages for the beastmen were negligible, but after 4 years of service they would be released and allowed to lead a normal life among ordinary people. The beastman complained that he could not catch fish because of the fast current of the river and was suffering from hunger. Hearing the complaint, the young man threw the caught fish to the predator, declaring that they should eat it since the prey was available. The beastman thanked Kota heartily, calling him by the respectful title of Mr. Dogman. Meanwhile, as they passed by the buildings and streets, the young people noticed that the level of infrastructure development in this city far exceeded that of their native Everberg. Looking at the developed city blocks, the young man wondered if such progress could be achieved in Everberg. However, Akito admitted that it was impossible to achieve. Everberg is far from roads. It is difficult to deliver resources. The only option is to expand the labyrinth of Lagas, but it is too small. The men promised to do everything possible to ensure the prosperity of Clara's native land. Then the matriarch herself appeared and asked why they were talking about Everberg. Over a glass of beer, the girl praised the servants for their desire to help her. Declaring herself a rising aristocrat, she emphasized that she would always remain faithful to her land and would never leave it. Kota vowed to develop Everberg. Clara expected him to stay with her until his service in the capital was over. Akito asked excitedly that they would be discharged when their service was over. Clara smiled warmly, explaining that she was willing to let her friends accompany her as long as they wished, because to her they were not just servants but true loved ones. At the same time, she honestly admitted that she had no right to keep them against their will without paying them a decent price. The guys responded unanimously, assuring that they intend to jointly contribute to the growth and well-being of Everberg, motivating themselves with the prospect of increased earnings and personal success. The young man promised to do his best to develop Everberg. That evening, the friends discussed plans to improve the city, expressing hope for its prosperity. After deep reflection on their roles in the world, the kids mastered a new magical skill while having fun with their pet rabbit. The boys thanked Fina for the rabbit. Akito realized that Everberg would be rich in opportunities for the agricultural sector. The official duties ended and they were sent back. The young man asked his senpai if it was possible to transfer people to another world. The seraphim in this room sternly replied that it was forbidden. He warned that those who violated the ban would be punished. Later, he mysteriously disappeared, and the boys found him too scary. The boys decided to have a snack of the delicious eel left over from their last fishing trip. There was still about an hour of free time left before the call-up. The men exchanged ideas on how to support the Everg economy, promising to share their plans later. Kota bought 9,000 yen worth of books from the library, which could later bring him millions of marks in income. The man asked what Yoshioka's idea was. It was a steamboat powered by burning alcohol. It could bring in a lot of money for the study. Among the books acquired were publications directly related to the topic of the young man's invention. However, the boy prudently kept another idea a secret, explaining that the cover of the third book most likely hinted at this hidden discovery. Kota decided to take on a new skill. The new chosen skill was called Dog Nose. The owner received a phenomenal sense of smell, comparable to the sensitivity of hunting dogs. His comrade jokingly nicknamed him Dog, implying his heightened abilities. While the squad was improving, in another place, in the small town of Ronshausen, an important event was beginning. Akito brought Clara coffee made from Ethiopian geisha beans. After tasting it, the girl admired the taste, noting that she had never drunk anything like it. He suggested that the lady open a coffee shop in the capital selling elite coffee and tableware, which would bring in a good income. The idea of a coffee business came as a complete surprise to the girl. She had never encountered such a concept of entrepreneurship before. A friend, who was listening to the dialogue with interest, could not resist asking what kind of entrepreneurial initiative Kota was planning to implement. His ingenious invention was the concept of a printing press that allowed for the mass reproduction of any necessary information. The idea was to create a device capable of reproducing texts, images, and data in an unlimited number of copies. Since there were no competitors in this field yet, the project had a good chance of being successfully implemented and would bring in significant income. It was decided to begin implementing the idea, starting construction of the first printing workshop in the capital Dresden the very next day. The team arrived in the royal capital of Dresden. Clara was to receive a position as a palace guard, which would be an important step in her career. While the lady was greeting the secretary, Viscount Kalburdsky appeared. The boys were asked to watch over the safety of the luggage and at the same time to look after the horse-blitz. After some time, Clara returned, sincerely apologizing for the slight delay and thanking her for her support and understanding. With her came Emma Peterson, a young lady, daughter of the famous Baron Peterson. The girl accompanied her mistress as a knight's apprentice. The year-long courses prepare candidates for knighthood, teaching them the responsibilities, duties, and etiquette of knights. Emma formally introduced herself and her loyal assistant. The matriarch announced that they were heading to the southern region. The girl, not knowing what a motorcycle was, called it a heretical device. Kota explained that it was a bicycle that ran on water. She compared the motorcycle to a work of evil magic and rejected progressive ideas. Emma challenged the young man to a duel, but Clara tried to prevent a quarrel. The man began to say that he was not an educator. Unable to contain her emotions, Emma angrily accused the young man of deceiving her patroness, Clara. Despite the young man's attempts to avoid conflict, the girl aggressively attacked him, waving her sword and shouting accusations. The young hero acted quickly. Using protective spells, he neutralized the girl's aggression, carefully turning off her consciousness with soft magic. It was time to apologize to the lady, who took the incident calmly, explaining that the treatment procedures would benefit the student's nervous system, calming her hot temper. In the southern area was Garrison's base. Akito asked his senpai to pay attention. The statue looked like a man in a spatial room. Fina explained that the statue was dedicated to Seraphim Archangel, a hero under the patronage of the god of space-time. Clara asked if the student was awake. The servant replied that the girl was still unconscious and causing a lot of trouble. Emma considered Kotu a pagan, for which he could be forced to pay a fine, perform community service, or be sent into slavery. The lady consoled the children by explaining that they were spatial beasts summoned by the god of space. Although they had never met him directly, the girl believed that he existed. Emma woke up and attacked the man again, accusing him of lying and manipulating Clara. This time she would not forgive him. An incomprehensible energy enveloped the girl's figure, causing her body to vibrate strangely. At the same time, the statue of Seraphim the Archangel, towering nearby, began to show signs of life. The stone features acquired mobility. The wings moved weakly. The statue of Seraphim suddenly filled the space with an atmosphere of awe. The entire squad froze in absolute shock, watching as the motionless figure transformed into a living person. Silver hair fluttered in the wind. A slender body began to move, exuding an aura of strength and majesty. The guys asked why he had arrived. Seraphim had 2 requests from Hinoharu-san and Yoshioka-san. Emma couldn't believe that in front of her was actually a real god-summoned spatial beast. Serving as strong knight was a great honor for Emma. She entered the secretary's office. The girl's heart was filled with pride for her role in defending the motherland. Emma entered the office and saw a beautiful lady introduced by the secretary as Clara Ansbanch, an experienced knight of Aveberg. The girl respectfully greeted the student. She was genuinely glad to be learning from such a competent mentor, dreaming of absorbing her experience and wisdom for many years to come. The team of assistants presented to her attention included the mistress's servants, including that very Kota, whom the student hated immediately. The girl could not believe that the man she hated turned out to be a summoned spatial beast, and was shocked by this discovery. Seraphim asked Hinoharu to print out the Nordic scripture using the printing press the young man had taken into this world. He compensates for the costs of developing innovations in the capital. The second task is related to the publication of a newspaper. Seraphim called the man an enlightened Presbyterian, and he realized this only now. Seraphim commissioned the young man to write a newspaper about various aspects of Nordicism, understanding the importance of cultural heritage. The young man accepted the offer, realizing the significance of the task. Seraphim wished the boys success and blessed their future endeavors, as the spatial god was watching over them. The next day, the men were promoted to corporal for their service at Lake Biden. Their ability to use magic could elevate them to knights. However, the status of a knight meant automatic exclusion from the ranks of personal servants, and the young men could lose the opportunity to accompany Madame Clara. It was at this moment that Emma approached them. Emma dropped to one knee, humbly asking for forgiveness for her recent outburst of aggression. The heroes politely refused to apologize, explaining that their duty was to take care of Mistress Clara. The boys asked the girl if she knew any information about the whereabouts of the Marquis of Bellion, but Emma had no idea who he was. The Baron cancelled the reception of the delegation from Everberg, carried away by a gambling game with the Marquis of Bellion where lands and horses were at stake. The Marquis spoke to the recommended salesman from the Count of Bremen, who introduced him as a skilled businessman. The highly respected aristocrat agreed to inspect the goods on offer, guided by positive reviews from a friend, a count. His natural passion for gambling took over, and the guest allowed the servant to show him the goods so that he could entertain him between games. Kota successfully sold the goods, providing the financial basis for opening a store. Akito suggested thinking about choosing a suitable location. The guys began to think about the main part of the assignment from Seraphim. The friends remembered about the additional task, the development of original fonts for the future newspaper. The idea interested Clara, and she gladly decided to join the creative work, even though she understood little about it. Clara took a genuine interest in developing text design, studying the features of fonts and the rules for combining them. The girl showed excellent learning abilities, mastering basic computer skills in just half an hour. But, maintaining confidentiality, participants must not tell anyone about the presence of a laptop, keeping the technology a secret from prying eyes. Using the skill Dog Knows, Kota caught the pleasant scent of Clara, filling the room with warmth and comfort. Having finished the design, the girl exhaled from fatigue. The man praised her for her hard work and offered her something to drink or a massage. The knight, slightly blushing, looked at the young man in surprise and carefully asked whether he was violating subordination by offering physical contact. The servant immediately stopped short, realizing the mistake he had made, and sincerely apologized for his intrusiveness and inappropriate freedom of address. Clara had something else in mind. The young man explained that he was going to clean his laptop and then make some delicious lemon tea. Noticing the photo on the computer screen, the girl couldn't understand what it was. Meekly and patiently, Kota explained that the image was called a photograph. The young man explained to the girl in detail that the photographs were taken using a special device, a telephone, which allows images to be transmitted to a laptop screen. The tour of the virtual museum continued, showing the temple. The matriarch was genuinely happy with the new knowledge, feeling how the horizons of her understanding of the world were expanding. With undisguised delight, the young man demonstrated to the girl how easy and convenient it is to flip through photos on a laptop. She watched the process attentively, amazed by modern technology and delighted by the variety of images. Kota brought her tea with lemon. Looking at the screen, Clara's face suddenly changed, turning pale and staggering. The lady noticed the girl, the former object of the young man's affection. He explained that he had no feelings for his ex-wife, but most likely, they could not have completely died down in such a short period of time. The servant served the lady warm tea with lemon, inviting her to enjoy the drink before it cooled down. Clara asked Kota to massage her shoulders because they were sore after working at the computer for a long time. The girl sits on a chair, her head tilted forward. The young man, his hands outstretched and blushing, thinks about touching Clara while massaging her. His fingers are shaking. The girl reaches back, grabs the boy's hand, and places it on her shoulder. The hero purses his lips and tells her that he is starting. The guy is surprised when Clara blushes and flinches. He apologizes to her and asks her if it hurts. The girl thinks that she should pull herself together. The guy is kneading the shoulders of the girl who is sitting. She wonders to herself, blushes, and thinks. Clara, blushing, smiles. Light and greenery appear around her. She thinks about how good it is. The girl thinks and addresses Kota by name. He shudders. The boy is surprised when Clara tells him that she loves him. She says that if he wants, he doesn't need permission. She continues to talk about what if the boy stays with her. The boy says her name. Suddenly, Clara leans forward. The guy, his mouth open in surprise, reaches out to her from behind. The girl falls asleep, settling down on the table in front of her. The hero stands behind her and silently looks at her. He says her name to himself. There is a group of people standing in front of the houses. The hero, 2 girls, and 2 guys. The guy thinks that starting from the second month, their duties will officially begin. He thinks that right now he will be returned to Japan, and that he will work as an ordinary real estate agent during the day. The young man bows to Clara and says hello. The girl shudders. Blushing and looking down, she says a greeting back to him. The guy turns around and sees his companions looking at him. One of the girls is blushing, and the other is frowning. The guy in glasses, arms crossed, smiles and looks at him. The young man thinks worriedly about their faces. He remembers how he covered Clara with a blanket while she slept on the table, that nothing happened, and he was only giving her a massage. The hero turns around and looks at her back, thinking that this awkwardness is killing him. The young man, Clara, and another girl are standing in the middle of the room, looking at her. The guy is thinking about how he and Yoshioka will be paying rent in the city center, just outside the walls. The blonde girl smiles happily and says that she always wanted to live alone. The boy reflects on how in the kingdom of Zaxxon you can only live alone if you are very rich, and that most people in Dresden are used to sharing rooms. The boy looks at the item in his hand and thinks that the rent is quite high and that he will be sharing a room with Yoshioka. The girl wonders and opens her mouth in surprise. Blushing and with her mouth open, she imagines Clara and the guy lying down and wonders if it could be that they secretly spent the night. She remembers the two of them looking at each other, blushing, and thinks that they behaved strangely in the morning. The girl looks at them and sees that they are looking at each other. Nervous and blushing, she wonders what she should do and that these thoughts make her heart beat faster. There is an apartment building with 2 cars in front of it. A guy sits at a round table and thinks that the current interest of the Lord of the Kingdom of Zaxxon is the clock towers. He writes a list and thinks that the towers have not been built yet. At the same time, he will buy the parts and see what will come of it. He wrote down the budget on paper and closes the notebook. The hero thinks that tomorrow there will be one thing that he must do tomorrow. There is a letter of resignation on the table. An adult man looks at the letter. He addresses the young man, expressing his condolences about his situation. The man promises to adjust the salary by the end of the year. The young man looks at the man and thinks that the boss perceives this as part of the divorce. He thinks that he should ask for forgiveness. The young man noticed Yoshioka handing over the resignation letter to the grown man. He was truly sorry. The hero stands in the room with Yoshioka and interacts with the magical object. He pulls out a skill card. The card says, Stick Art, Stick Semi-Mastery. It mentions that the hero is a master and can create sticks from 90 to 120 centimeters long using realization magic. The young man shows joy and says that this is the first attack skill. Kota concentrates and creates a stick. He starts twirling the stick and practicing his strokes. The hero smiles. Kota says that if you combine a stick with a gecko's hand, something interesting will happen. Yoshioka admires the young man's talents, calling him a magician. The hero reminds him that he has the skill of poisoning. A crowd has gathered in front of the building. On the porch, an older woman looks at Clara and introduces her as the new boss. Clara introduces herself to the squad and says that she is taking responsibility for the squad. She is pleased to meet them. The men of the squad express admiration for Clara. The adult woman thinks that Captain Beckler's rank is higher than Clara's in the military hierarchy, but considering her aristocratic background, Clara-sama holds the title higher. 38. This is the most difficult part of the aristocratic society. She turns to the girl and says that the first task must be started. The squad carries lanterns and walks along a stone corridor. Water flows below and people move sticks in it. A girl with short hair is talking about the sewage department with displeasure. The hero turns to Emma and asks her what happened. Emma reveals that Clara, as an aristocrat, should not be involved in such tasks. Kuda sighs to himself and thinks that Emma respects Clara and that such things are quite common in Japan. The party moves through the tunnel. Clara goes ahead carrying a lantern, followed by Emma and Kota and the rest of the party. The hero thinks that the man Emma respects is not so worried about all this down there. There are bubbles floating on the surface of the water. The boy thinks that Clara sees slime cleaning as a good job and he is glad that the smell is better than he thought. An adult man turns to Kota and asks what kind of person the new commander of the detachment is. The youth thinks that, like the rest of the soldiers, he also respectfully calls him Oya-san. The hero thinks that Clara can be quite distant, but can be quite sweet at times, but he can't say it. Kota turns to Oya-san and says that when the time comes, Clara can be quite harsh, but she remains a great lord to her people. Oya-san turns to Kota, saying that he understands and that there are a small number of vagrants living here in the sewers. The man says that it is not only adults but also children who have lost their parents, and that most of the captains will force them to leave, and that if they are driven away, there will be no place left for them to wait out the winter. Near one of the walls of the sewer, a group of children are preparing food for themselves. Kota turns to the old man and says that he thinks that Clara wouldn't mind leaving them and that it may sound subjective, but she is not the kind of person who would act so cruelly. The man says that it is clear and smiles happily with relief. The door opens and the squad descends the stairs into the depths of the sewers. The young man in glasses tells Kota that he can see that he's okay even with his dog-nose skills. Kota replies that it smells better here than the public toilets and that the military base on the mountain smelled much, much worse. Emma raises her hand to her face and covers her nose. Clara calmly walks forward. Oya-san turns and addresses the people in the squad, telling them to watch their step because the floor here could collapse. The hero asks him if there are other residents here. He tells him that it would be better if they didn't stay here for long and that bodies are often found here, so they need to be careful. Yoshioka gets nervous and asks him not to tell him about it. Kota asks what happens when they are found. The old man replies that slugs eat them in the water and that the workers dump the bodies in the water. The hero says that it is quite a depressing job. The man replies that it is just right for a soldier and that it is better than the battlefield. The squad member ahead calls the captain and points his hand down. The squad runs up to the place and sees a bubble with bones. Oya-san says it was a stray. He turns around and sees Kota kneeling down and looking at the floor. He asks him what's wrong. He tells him there are stains on the floor. The man says that it looks like the tramp's life and belongings were taken. The young man asks if that person is still here. Oya-san replies that, unfortunately, this is not uncommon. Kota senses something and turns to Clara, asking her if she used perfume. Clara replies that she didn't. Kota thinks to himself that maybe he's just imagining it, but the smell is coming from deep in the tunnel. A flame is burning and someone is holding and roasting meat with tongs. The hero addresses the people around the fire and says that it looks like it will be difficult to find the criminal in the sewer. Clara replies that she is sorry that she cannot find out the name of the deceased. Oya-san turns to Kota and asks what he is doing. Kota tells him that he heats up the stones and then wraps the stones in cloth like this. The old man raises his hand with a stone wrapped in cloth and addresses the rest of the party, telling them to try making these warm stones and warns them to be careful. Everyone happily starts wrapping the stones in cloth. Kota thinks that even with this, the poor people will be able to warm themselves using less fuel. The hero turns around, hearing someone addressing him. He sees a man with a short tail who holds out his hand and asks him if he can have a stone. Kota stretches out and gives and stretches out and gives him a stone. He says that it really warms him. Oya-san turns to the man and asks if he is Holger and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. He says that he recently went to the Eastern District and returned to the Southern District. Holger pressed the stone to his face, smiling. The boy thinks that he was a treasure hunter. The boy thinks to himself that a treasure hunter is a term for someone who risks going through rivers and sewers in search of money and property. Oya-san says that Holger has another side. He is a neighboring informant. Holger is asked if he has information that they do not know. He answers that it is not such fantastic information. Kota asks him if he by any chance knows the name of the tramp downstairs. Clara loudly addresses him and asks what the tramp's name is. He replies that the man's name is Kunz. According to him, Kunz was a man in his 40s who worked on a construction site, and they say that people who got into debt from gambling settled in the sewers for a month. The guy asks if anyone saw who did it. The man replies that there were no witnesses. The squad members look at the man when he says that he managed to get Kunz's clothes. The guy lifts the shirt and examines it. Holding the shirt in his hands, he sees 2 holes and wonders if he was stabbed from the front. The squad was on duty cleaning the sewers for the next 4 days. However, the work did not progress. In the office, Clara sits at the table and tells Kota, who is standing in front of her, that today's meeting concluded the investigation and that she expected this, but everything happened faster than she thought. She says that after all, the man is a vagabond and that the intention of the top management was that the staff could not be separated for so long. The guy says that it is bad luck. Clara gasps and he turns to her and says that she looks tired and would she like a massage. Clara looks at Kota in surprise and blushes and then turns her face away. The young man looks at her and wonders if she regrets her confession. He turns to her and says that if she needs anything, she should not hesitate to ask, and that sometimes there may be cases when he will not be able to help her, but he will do everything possible in his power. Clara blushes, smiling, and says that she knows and that he is always so kind. The guy tells her that he will always be on her side and that no matter what happens, he will be with her. Tears appear in Clara's eyes, and she asks him if this is true. The guy looks at her in shock and replies that even when this military service ends and she returns. The girl smiles through her tears and asks if he would be against it. The hero replies that he is her summoned beast. Kota reaches out and wipes away Clara's tears. The girl and the boy look into each other's eyes carefully and then hug in the rays of the sun. A crowd has gathered in front of the building. After a long period of duty cleaning the sewers, the squad has been given a vacation. A woman stands in front of the crowd and shouts that today is the day of the martial arts tournament in the Southern District. Clenching her hand into a fist, she says that depending on all the great achievements that have come from all the daily training. A guy in the crowd says she hasn't heard anything about this and that it's so unexpected. A man nearby replies that the woman has been secretly training her squad. Kota and Yoshioka listen intently to the conversation. The arrow pierces the bale of straw. Koto joyfully shouts that he hit the target. An unknown man tells him that he is too loud. That woman shouts at another fighter that he is gritting his teeth. Kota is happy that he hit the target. A guy turns to his friend and asks how he's doing and says he's one of 15. The guy in glasses raises his finger, winks, and replies that he's one of 10. Kota puts his hand to his mouth and says that he used wind magic. Yoshioka replies that he figured him out. The young man says he got into 5. His friend says that it was expected of him and if only he knew the aesthetics of the hidden sage. Kota opens his mouth in surprise. The crowd shouts that the girl below is amazing. The blonde girl holds a bow in her hands and looks ahead with satisfaction. Yoshioka says that it is Fina and that this is expected from someone who used to be a hunter. The girl pulls the bowstring again. At noon, each squad will go out to battle with 5 people, using training weapons. The hero says that they did not belong to any squad, so they did not have a turn and that this was supposed to be the case. The unknown person names the 5. The woman says that the 5 of them have formed a squad and tells them to try not to screw up during the battles. The first round of the tournament has begun. 5 heroes are standing on the court, and a group of people are standing in front of them. The woman smirks, and Kota thinks to himself that it is simply ridiculous to have come this far and continue to go. The young man turns to Emma and asks if the captain can be allowed to participate. She replies that it is allowed to participate if you are not a noble who can use magic, and that the captain usually does not join. Yoshioka says that they can't use magic and that they are at a disadvantage. He raises his hands in a pleading motion and asks for them to get out. The hero looks at the knight in front of him, standing in armor, and thinks that he would like to use the stick art skill. Emma turns to Hans and angrily tells him that even if he has to lose his life, he must win. Hans, frightened, tells her that he agrees. The crowd gathered around the ring and shouted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that it had finally begun. Unknown shouted about the weakling and said that he looked helpless. The scarred man turns to the knight and tells him not to get distracted. The female captain smirks and says it's training. Clara looks at the ring and the crowd. A man shouts for the knights to begin the fight. The knight charges and strikes, shouting that the one who starts first always wins. His opponent, gritting his teeth, dodges. The grown man exclaims. Hans strikes and the knight falls to his knees. The guy stands there sweating, surprised, the crowd around him shouting that there is a winner, the hero shouting that it was amazing, the captain grits his teeth in anger. Hans was surprisingly strong, he even beat the next opponent. The boys support Hans and he shyly thanks them. The woman pushes the shoulder of the new knight with the scar as he comes out. Hans is exhausted and he falls from one blow. The knight attacks him again. Someone shouts that it was cruel. Hans lies on the ground and his opponent stands over him. His squad member calls his name in horror. Kota tells them to help Hans. They carry him out of the ring. The enemy turns to the hero and asks him where the squad is heading, and that in that case, the match will have to be cancelled. Kota puts on his helmet and says that there is no need for that. The man with the scar asks what he is going to do and that now is his time to run away. Kota thinks furiously that thanks to his 6 times courage he is seething with rage. The hero stands opposite the knight. The crowd nearby asks if he will fight with the stick and if he understands that this is a duel. Clara looks at the ring with concern. Having prepared themselves, the heroes and the knight began the fight. The fight began. The man with the scar was surprised by Koto's speed. The young man began to skillfully use the stick, which was his weapon. The enemy fell to the ground. He looked at the guy angrily, clenching his teeth, and the next moment the hero kicked him in the face. The man's nose started bleeding. Corporal Hinoharu was declared the winner. The female general screamed that the guy was cheating. There was something wrong with his spear, and what's more, he kicked it. Kota responded that he was just confident with the pole, they could choose any weapon they wanted. The woman asked if he was trying to show off. The hero thought that this pole skill was amazing. It could be very useful. The fight with the second opponent began. Corporal Hinoharu was declared the winner again. The boys praised the boy for his good work. Ganskun was completely fine. It seemed that Yoshioka's regeneration magic had worked. The young man noticed that the commander's mood had changed. Now she had the look of a soldier. It's the general's turn. Koto understands that it will be difficult. The start of the battle has been announced. Nothing much is happening yet. Koto understands that the woman is cautious. In this case, he should start first. He rushed to attack, but the woman parried his blow. The guy understands that she has insane strength. The young man caught himself thinking that she was a commander not only in words. There is a fight going on between them. Koto thinks that it is fun. It seems that his skills are getting better and better, he just needs to keep fighting. Suddenly, he noticed something and realized that this was what he needed. He raised the stick between the woman's hand and her body, then tightened it. The general fell to the ground and said that she surrendered. Corporal Hinoharu was declared the winner again. The young man extended his hand to the woman and thanked her. She smiled. She accepted his help and shook his hand. Tolka was jubilant and happy about what was happening. So, in the end, they won the tournament. The prize was 5,000 marks, so they treated themselves to seafood, and then came the day off. For some reason, they were summoned to the headquarters of the Royal Capital Guard. The man greeted them and said that he had also watched the tournaments and was very impressed. Clara thanked him. The man had invited them all here because he had a special mission for them, a request from General Bash, who was also a witness to the tournament. Clara bowed and said that they would follow their orders. They will all accompany St. Grossel. One of the girls was delighted with this proposal. Koto felt doubt. The Count's knights lead them to Juliana-sama. The man asked them not to crowd around Juliana. Clara answered what they all understood. Koto was thinking that he didn't like this guy. A girl appeared at the door, apologizing for the wait. Everyone froze at her beauty. She is St. Grossel. Juliana said that they would all accompany her today. Her name is Juliana. She is the second daughter of Count Zeverai. Despite being a saint, she has no healing magic. She is called that because she often does charity work. The girl handed the man a cup of soup. He thanked her with tears in his eyes. Koto stood nearby and guarded the saint. Clara approached him and asked if there was anything he didn't like about charity. He replied that nothing like that. He believes that if someone is going to do charity work, they should do it anonymously. They don't have to be a saint to do it. The girl was surprised. Juliana said that she had finished. The guy came up, took the pot, and said that they could go. Koto noticed that the girl smelled wonderful. However, he suspected something. At night, a carriage drives through the streets. Koto asked if they were being followed. Yoshioka replied that it seemed like everything was fine, but they shouldn't let their guard down. Just think, the 12 million mark deal had worked out, as one would expect from a wannabe great aristocrat. Yoshioka noted how much was going on. Koto said that they needed to give Clara-sama some more time to find the store. A friend asked if the hero could send a letter to Ryu. He told her that he would be grateful if she went strong and helped with everything. Suddenly, Koto stopped the horses abruptly. Yoshioka asked if they were being attacked. The hero apologized and said that he had a place he should go to. The friend understood that he was talking about the house of the saint and called him a stalker. Koto explained that the girl was smelling the same odor, the odor he smelled at the murder scene in the sewer. Could the saint be a murderer? Yoshioka denies it, she's only 15. However, Koto doesn't have much evidence, that's why he has to make sure. The friend replied that he understood everything, and asked his comrade not to do anything risky and asked him to carry a radio with him. The guy started to climb the wall. He doesn't understand why this incident won't leave his mind. Honestly, it's not because of how the tramp died, but he's curious, the truth about the girl called the saint. Suddenly, someone came up to the hero from behind, put a knife to his neck and told him not to move, and then he ordered his comrade to take off his mask. Koto can't let them see his face, he might cause trouble for Clara-sama, as part of the royal capital's garrison guard. The young man is sure that he is calm about all this. Is it because of his skill of courage multiplied 6 times, he decided to act. He electrocuted the man who was holding him. He fell, and the young man managed to get his weapon. The men did not understand when he managed to get the weapon. The opponents perked up. These guys are professionals. Koto asked them if they were thieves. What will they do now? The girl recognized that voice. Moreover, that magic he had just used. She recognized Senpai. Koto took off his mask and said that she was the same lady to whom he had given a back massage. The girl said that it was she, Elki. The young man stood with his mouth open in surprise. Standing on the bridge, Koto asks if he should introduce himself again. Elki answers that he doesn't need to. He is a servant of Clara Ansbanch, a knight of Evaberg. She heard this before. They met only once during this journey. The girl is a member of the Royal Palace organization. When he met her in the city of Budendorf, Senpai and his friend were having that duel, and she was working to expose Baron Stet's lawlessness. Koto assumed that she was a spy. She replied that there was nothing remarkable about it. She was a shadow ghost. Elki asked the guy what he was looking for. She suggested that peeping was his hobby. The hero offered her a trade. If she told him what she was doing, he would also tell her what he was doing. The girl responded with the guy's confidence, but reminded him that they had a numerical advantage. The young man said that she was also very confident in herself. Elki clarified the guy's specialization. She asked him if he could simultaneously paralyze the five of them. He scratched his head and replied that he would tell everything. It all started 3 days ago. He was surprised when he first saw the saint. That girl looked like his long-lost little sister. He just wanted to show his respect one more time. Then he realized that he couldn't do it. Elki stopped him. Did he really think that kind of story would work on her? The guy was surprised that she figured him out. The girl said that it was still suspicious, even with his current situation. She suggested that he was crazy. Then the guy interrupted her and said that this time should have been enough. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, something attacked the shadows. It was as if they had been struck by electricity. Yoshioka stood behind Koto and used fireball jutsu. The guy asks his friend when he managed to bring the black clothes. He answered that he had them and it would do. Yoshioka asked what they would do with these guys. Elki was unconscious. Later they found a place to hide them, but it was cold there. Elki-san might catch a cold. Koto agreed and said that he had something for her. Yoshioka told him that it would be better for his friend not to do this in order to get to her chest. He replied that this was not what he had planned to do. He wanted to cover Elka, but she stood up abruptly and said that he needed to be faster to touch her breast. The young man began to justify himself by saying that he was simply going to cover her with something other than a blanket. Since they were here, the girl asked them to tell her what they were doing here, and she would tell them what she was doing. The boys looked at each other. Elki and her companions are members of a secret organization that belongs to Count Nanberg, the Chancellor of the Kingdom of Zaxxon. It seems that she is a member of the Shadow Knights. As the goal this time is to investigate the behavior of Juliana, candidates for the title of Princess of the First Prince of Francia of the Allied Kingdom, they were watching any lovers. That's how they caught him. Elk asked what they had found out. He replied that they had only been doing this for 3 days, but so far nothing had seemed strange. She told him everything she knew, so now it was his turn. The young man told her about the murder that had happened in the sewers. He also explained that Juliana's scent was also present at the murder scene. Elki tells someone that Juliana's scent was also present at the murder scene. Even if what he said was true, who are they anyway? They are Hinohara and Yoshioka of Clara's unit belonging to the Garrison Royal Capital Guard of the Southern District. They are corporals who can use magic and special skills, none of which sound normal. She didn't think they would be so frank. Koto asked if she really thought they would take her life and feed her to the slugs. She replied that she was prepared to be taken against her will. Koto said that they would never do that, and he is not the kind of person who would do that. Yoshioka and Hinohara exchanged a few sharp words and the girl told them that it was time for them to go back. Koto apologizes for all of this, but he still has one more thing to tell her. He asked her to let them know if they find anything else. In return, they will share information as well. She said that her room was on the 2nd floor, the easternmost room on 15th Theater Street in the Southern District. If they wanted to stay in touch with her, they should leave her instructions there. Koto noted that it was quite dangerous to walk at such an hour of the night and offered to walk the girl. She replied that she could handle it herself. Yoshioka said that in the end, they did not learn anything about the killer. He thinks they should go home and get some sleep. But first, they need to do something. The boy tells Holger to stop hiding and come out. He looks out of the bushes and realizes he's been spotted. It's the dog scent skill. Koto realized that the man had overheard everything. The boy thought it was unfair that he had overheard so much. They wouldn't tell Elki anything about him. Holger was surprised to meet the beast of the Shadow Knights. There are only a few people in the world who know this name. Koto said that he had a request for the man. The guy is interested in any information about Sangrasal. He paid the man 3 coins, and the man said that he would provide information as long as he could get something in return. And then he asked why the guy was so obsessed with the saint. The hero does not understand why Holger needs to know this. It is quite possible that the saint is involved in taking a person's life. The man understood everything. He thinks the guy is a great guy, so he'll give him some advice. It's best if he doesn't dig too deep, especially the stories about the royal court. 2 days later, there was no further progress on the case, and they returned to Japan once again. Clara told the guy that they could take more than 2 hours for vacation. Yoshioka said that he would just take a bath and take some groceries. 2 hours was more than enough. Clara said that she had only been in a bath once, when she went to the Lomar Empire during a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. It had been so long since then, she would like to take a bath too. Koto stood and chose something in the store. He remembered that when Leah got hurt and he applied the medicine, he remembered that she recovered very quickly. Maybe this lotion will work there too. Yoshioka senses that they can make even more money. He will choose from the shelves here, so Koto can go the other way. They collected a lot of packages. Yoshioka said that they would become super rich again. His friends supported him. Seraphim appeared before them and wanted to tell them something. Yoshioka asked for forgiveness and said that they would get rid of everything. The man replied that there was nothing wrong with what they were doing. They could do as they pleased. He asked Hinohara if he had written a letter to Leah. He replied that he had. He asked her to come to the royal capital. The man thought for a moment and asked the boy if he still thought he had been called here by mistake. Koto received a gift when he was summoned here. He's still a summoned beast after all, but what does that have to do with Leah? The truth is that Leah is a girl with a mission to be a member of the hero squad as a phoenix summoner. She was originally planned to train with the phoenix in the Logos Labyrinth. The young man asked if there was anything he could do. Seraphim told him that he should just continue doing what he was doing, and he should try to produce holy books and newspapers. The summoned beast for Leah was being prepared. But at this stage, Leah's growth as a breaker will be slow. He may have to rely on a guy to help her grow. The guy said they would help in any way they could. The man was delighted, and then disappeared. Koto was thinking about how they could help Leah join the hero's party. Yoshioka explained that Seraphim meant that he would come again when the time came. They would ask him when the time came. First, they had to get a new skill card. Skill name, Dummy. Can create a clone that can repeat simple movements and repeat 100-letter words. Can disappear at the creator's will. Will disappear on its own after a strong blow or 10 hours from the moment of creation. Only one can be created at a time, and as the skill level increases, the number of clones increases. Yoshioka appreciated the double skill. Suddenly, Koto, in front of whom he stood, disappeared, and the real protagonist touched his shoulder and said that he was here. Yoshioka fell to the floor in fear and told Senpai that he should definitely wear a ninja suit. Koto thought that this skill would be useful. Koto reports that everything is ready. He has been thinking about this skincare business for a long time. He asked the girls what they thought. One of the girls looked in the mirror. Her face was shining. The girls were delighted. They asked to name the price. Koto was shocked by such a reaction. They are very effective, but the main target audience is those who are a little older, so they asked Emma's mother for a favor. Emma's mother held her cheeks and asked if it was true. Her cheeks were soft as a baby's. They had never been so smooth. The woman asked her daughter to let her feel her cheeks. She turned to Koto and asked if this method would work on her. He confirmed it. The woman asked him to apply the product thoroughly. After applying the paint, the guy asked the woman to look in the mirror. Everyone in the room looked at the woman with surprise. She was surprised to see her younger face. Yoshioka said that the guy had overdone it. He replied that it was the skill, Golden Fingers level 4. The hero realized that the beauty business in this world works great. From the next day, Yoshioka will be free from military duties and go shopping at the store. After the last match, the captain really had a great time. She devoted herself to training. Koto was fighting the general. Hans came to him and asked to train with him. Although the hero is still not as good as Clara-sama when it comes to legwork, he enjoys the fact that he is getting stronger every day. Sitting on his bed after a shower, Koto used his walkie-talkie to contact Yoshioka and ask how he was doing. He replied that being free from so much pea soup was invigorating. Was his friend making him jealous? He then asked about the mission. He replied that jewelry stores had surprisingly become rich and had a lot of rich customers. He even bought a cheap ring to study the trade. The quality was so-so. Koto understood everything and told his comrade to continue his investigation. Then Yoshioka remembered what he wanted to ask. Senpai told him that he was looking for clothes for the party. If he was still looking, the guy recommended the Eichner store on Polia Street. Since Koto doesn't have any duty during the day, he wonders if Clara-sama will invite him to go out with her. If she does, it will be their first date. He asked Yoshioka to let him know if he knew a good place for dinner. It would be great if there was a lot of wine. Was the guy really going to get the girl drunk? He replied that he wouldn't do that. The young man came to Clara-sama's office and told her that it was time to eat. He asked the girl if she had any plans for the afternoon. She replied that she really had no plans. Then the guy asked her to go clothes shopping with him. He heard that she would be attending the party. Clara confirmed his words and added that thanks to Kuta, she had enough money and could afford a new dress. The 100,000 marks that Clara-sama invested in them became 10 million marks. Koto asked her to let him know if there were any places she wanted to visit. He would be there to serve her. The girl suggested going just the two of them since they would be spending this time together. The guy blushed. He told her that this was what he had planned. The girl looked away and said that they would soon go for a carriage ride on the street corner. But first the young man offered her something to eat. The girl agreed with him. They definitely had to eat. They are riding in a carriage. Koto asks her about her clothing preferences. She answers that she hasn't worn a dress for a long time. She's usually not that good at that. The hero tells her that he is sure that any dress she wears will suit her. They arrived at the right store. The guy helped the girl down. They took each other's hands and both blushed. Then someone called them. Both heroes turned around. It was Saint Grossel. Clara asked the girl if she had come shopping today too. She replied that she was just walking with her father. She already has everything she ever wanted. She asks not to be called a saint. She would not say that she has grown to such a level of privilege. Koto wonders if that girl really was in the sewers. Juliana wished them a good day and smiled sweetly at the guy. He blushed. He didn't understand what this feeling was. He wasn't a child. Then he noticed Clara's gaze and shuddered. The girl asked if he was really interested in such girls. The guy tried to prove the opposite, but the girl closed her eyes and said that she understood, and in the end, they returned to the barracks without dinner. The boy was eating. Hans asked him what had happened. Hadn't he said that he was tired of pea soup? Koto said that he was such a worthless man. Even if she used charm magic, he shouldn't have blushed so brazenly next to another girl in front of Clara-sama. Here, the guy understood the words about the spell. He suddenly jumped up and said that he was under the spell. That must be why he was so interested in this girl. Hans didn't understand what was going on. The girl approached the guy and he asked if there was something wrong with Clara-sama's dish. She replied that she hadn't eaten a single bite. Also, she wanted him to come over for some business, so he had to come to her office in about 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the guy came and knocked on the office door. He said that the corporal was there. Clara allowed him to enter. He walked into the office and saw Clara in a dress. He froze in amazement. The girl asked him his opinion about the dress she got from her mother. The guy was silent. He was amazed. Clara would be a little worried if he didn't say anything. Koto collected his thoughts and said that she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in the world. Whether she is in armor or in a dress, although no, her beauty is not limited to appearance. Her inner nobility goes beyond mere appearance. The girl told the guy that it was very embarrassing for her and asked him to just compliment her as usual. Koto realized that he had said too much of what he meant. The girl said that this was all and asked for forgiveness for taking up his time. Suddenly, the guy sat on his knee. The girl was shocked. The young man asked for the girl's hand. And then, he kissed her hand. The next day, the general informed Clara that she wanted her and her squad to leave for the headquarters at noon. Was there some kind of emergency? She replied that they would be helping the guards, as usual, condemning bandits. The Condemnation Bandits are a mysterious gang of thieves who have recently laid waste to Zaxxon. They have been attacking wealthy individuals within the castle walls and have caused considerable damage. What distinguishes them from other common bandits is that they leave a verdict accusing those who are sinful. That is why they are called so, as they accuse those whom they suspect of sins. Earlier this month, an incident occurred where a nobleman was attacked, and his entire family was slaughtered. Since then, the military has stepped up security measures. Kodo is standing outside and talking about the night patrol on a cold day like today. What's with these judgmental gangs? Holger-san greeted Mr. Hinoharu. The hero asked what had happened. He answered that it had nothing to do with the saint. He also brought some information. Nowadays, the sewer is often used, not only outside but also inside the walls. The young man asked about where and when. He answered that he had not yet told you everything. Usually, the sewers outside the walls were used for crimes. It is quite difficult to get into the sewers as there are strong iron grates and strong locks. There were no signs of forced entry and that a universal key had been used to open certain locks. Moreover, one of the beastmen said that there were traces of blood in the air. The young man asked what had happened. It was the day after the murder of the aristocrat who supplied the special substances. The young man thought for a moment and then thanked the man for telling him this. The street is busy. Koto says that on orders from his superiors, he had to send a letter to one of his neighbors. Is Elki-san working too? The girl first looked menacingly at the guy, then smiled and greeted him. The guy realized how she blended into society. It suited her. Elki asked him what he was doing here. He answered that it was just a coincidence, just an accident. He asked about how the investigation into Juliana's case was going. Elki replied that she is the purest and most innocent of all the saints. But although the saint has 3 servants, she seems to be quite close to one of the 3 of them. Secret relationships to do serious business, with her servants no less. The girl has a feeling that he approves of this. Love is holy with her. Listen, the guy refused. When Juliana marries a man from another country, she may be put under house arrest for 6 months at any sign of pregnancy. If her belly grows during this time, it could raise the whole country on its ears. Therefore, she is always under close supervision. 3 suspicious maids. The first is Lara Barde, 31. As Juliana's tutor, she is always by her side. The second is the accompanying knight, Camille Huberger, 24. And the third suspect, her maid, Karina Engler, 17. The guy asked about the evidence. She said that one of the problems was Karina. The guy suggested that it was love between women. That didn't seem like a big problem. Elki said that this maid is a man. She saw him with her own eyes. It seems that the saint makes him behave like a woman. What could this mean? Therefore, the girl has a request for the hero. A man tells women to beware of suspicious men. There have been some strange bandits on the streets recently. Women should be careful while he is away. Juliana watches as the carriage with her father drives away. Her knight entered the room. The girl and the tutor exchanged glances. The next moment, the woman hits the guy in the stomach. He falls, writhes in pain, and asks the reason for such an act. Then the woman put her foot on the guy's face. The guy doesn't understand what he did. Laura told him that he had made a mistake. He started shouting that the plan was going perfectly. The night check of the Komozul temple was already over. Leela stepped on him again. Juliana said that today was the day her father left the castle. It would be wrong to disturb her father's joy. Huberger began to apologize and said that he would accept any punishment. The girl asked about the temple. Laura said that they should stop the night attacks for a while. She suggested postponing the plans for the day. The saint agreed. In exchange, she would go tomorrow. The woman could not allow her to do this. The girl doesn't understand the reason. It was she who created the condemning bandits. She hasn't seen human deaths in so long. Seeing the expression on the tutor's face, the girl agreed to just look at the moon that night. Yoshioka repeated the boy's words about Elki-san asking the hero to investigate the saint's case. But wasn't he worried that it might look like treason? Koto agreed with this. Yoshioka asked if the boy had thought about confessing to Clara-sama honestly. He shook his head. His friend asked him about his next steps. He answered that he had decided that he was going to investigate the saint's case. It seems she can use charm magic, or rather, what he wants it to be, and if not, then he's just a womanizer. It feels like his heart has been turned inside out. Yoshioka said that there is no need for an investigation here. He thinks that this is true. I mean, senpai, he didn't spend that much time with the saint. Koto said that he only met her twice. There's a limit to how many times you can fall in love with someone. Initially, the saint was someone he didn't think about at all, but little by little, he began to like her more and more. He began to feel this as soon as he arrived here. He began to worry about her because of her charm. But he couldn't possibly be so attracted by her appearance. Although it seems that Clara-sama was convinced. Kota has nothing more to say. The boys said goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. Koto seemed to have had too much to drink. Even Yoshioka said that it was the magic of charm. It was the only thing that excited him. He needs to sober up faster. Suddenly, the guy found himself on the wall, and then he realized that he had really sobered up. He thinks about how he can't resist her magic while he's drunk. Lula tells him to get up and dwell on that thought. Karina suggests that Juliana put on the next thing, since it is cold outside. She thanked the servant. The knight told the girl that this place was dangerous. However, she used her charms and asked to let her in just this once. Lara tried to stop the girl, saying that it was dangerous there and she should go back. Juliana ordered her to stop. She obeyed. The saint came to the edge of the wall. She thinks that the edge between life and death still makes her tremble. She stood on the cliff. She was very bored. Then she noticed Koto, and he noticed Juliana. The girl said that it was amazing to meet such a handsome man. He is probably the servant of that beautiful female knight. The guy feels terribly sorry. He justifies himself by saying that he was just warming up. The knights began to approach the lady and asked her why she was doing this. She cast a spell and told them to stand still. Koto finally climbed up. The girl told him not to worry and asked his name. The guy introduced himself. She thought this name was strange, and then she decided to ask the guy some questions. She asked him if he hated her. He answered that she was the saint herself and was loved by everyone. Then why does he reject her art? The guy suggested that art is the magic of charm. She said that people around her usually fall head over heels in love with her, and she doesn't even have to lift a finger, because of her peculiarity. But despite this, she used a holy spell on him. It was the day after they came with that female knight. The guy didn't understand why she would do that. She replied that she did it because she and the knight were quite close. The guy had flashbacks of that day. He clenched his fist and called the saint a bad name. The girl continued to say that based on his attitude, it seemed like the magic didn't work all the way. Juliana said the guy's name and asked him to become her. The guy's mouth dropped open in surprise. Juliana invited the guy to be hers. The guy looked at her strangely. Then he lowered his head and tried to say something. He told her that she was the one who took the life of a man named Kantz in the sewers. The saint smiled. She answered that she had taken his life indirectly, although she really wanted him to die. The young man did not understand the reason for such a desire. She said that because of a mere trifle, she wanted him to die because he was too persistent in trying to get her. So that's how it is. And yet, there are still too few facts here, especially since it's too little that an ordinary soldier would pursue the Count's daughter. Right now, he must think of a way to free himself from the charm. Koto went closer to the girl and said that he wanted to fight her. The girl's knight was shocked by this statement and began to get angry. However, the girl stopped him. She asked the hero why he wanted to fight her. He answered that it was because she was playing with his heart. If he won, he wanted her to dispel the spell. Juliana came closer to him and asked why. Why was he suddenly enchanted by her magic? She called him an interesting man. The guy turned away blushing. The girl understood everything. When she returned, she would carefully consider this proposal. First, he would choose his representatives. She could not fight on her own. If her knights represented her, would the hero mind? 5-on-1 seems a bit difficult. The hero doesn't mind her condition, but in exchange, he would like her to accept the red duel. The girl took the guy by the shoulders and said that she wanted him even more after these words. When he loses, he will be hers. Then, if she wins, he will become her servant. But if he wins, he will take off his mask. He thinks that she is not against such conditions. Juliana smiled slyly. The knight told the boy that they were ready and he could attack whenever he wanted. The young man stood, and the man assumed that he was afraid, although it was he who wanted the red duel so much. Koto took his sword out of its sheath and said to attack. He threw his sword, it flew past the knight and electrocuted him. The princess and the tutor are shocked by what is happening. The men don't understand what it was. Could this guy really use magic? When he took out the staff, the young man began to attack the next one. He had a shield to protect himself and repel attacks. He told his worried comrade that he was fine. The knight ordered his colleagues to get closer. He would not be able to use magic if they were close. Koto was not at a loss. He headed towards the lamp that illuminated everything and broke it. The knights began to look for the guy in the darkness. He disappeared into the darkness, but they found him. But one of them noticed the guy standing with his back to them and suggested attacking from behind. The next moment, one of the knights was electrocuted, and the hero again seemed to disappear. The youth realizes that his attacks are too obvious. The knight began to shout that he takes them for fools. They still surrounded him. At that very second, the man pierced the guy, but he was safe and sound. The man did not understand what was happening, and the next moment, he received an electric shock. His comrade told him to be careful. The boy uses some strange techniques. He turned his head and saw two Koto. They say that his attacks are too obvious. This is the skill of creating clones. Which of them is real? The man replied that it does not matter, you just need to defeat them. The man asked to attack, but Koto hit him with a stick. He fell. The last remaining knight said that this was an unfair fight. The young man agreed and removed the clone. The knight was furious. He rushed to attack. Koto stuck his staff into the ground, spun around on it, and struck his opponent in the face. All enemies were defeated. He came to Julian and said that victory was his. He tells her to remove the magic. He pointed the staff at her and said that if she broke her promise, it was clear what would happen to her. Laura grabbed the staff and told the guy to stop. He gave her an electric shock and she fell to the ground. The saint was left alone. Koto said that if they break the promise, he will throw her out of here and it will be over with her. The girl trembled and asked if the guy really hates her. He replied that he really did hate her. The girl became sad. She began to cast a spell. The young man felt lightness in his body. This meant that the spell had worn off. The girl said that she would go. She walked and wiped away her tears. It was probably because Senpai didn't pay attention. The saint was originally someone she didn't care about. It was easier said than done. Elke greeted the guy and asked if he had gotten into a small fight last night. The guy asked if she had seen what had happened. She replied that she had stood in the shadows and watched. He had already settled his own affairs, because of which he had gotten involved in matters related to the saint. Therefore, he would not be able to cooperate with Elka-san in their investigation. That was what he wanted to say. The girl says that even though she thought he would do a good job, there was talk about intelligence to hire Shadow Knights. And yet he still didn't let her get to the part where she seduces him. The boy was shocked, but the girl sat up and said that she was joking. It was unlikely that she would be able to overcome the charms of the saint. The young man blushed. The hero is walking through the school and suddenly notices a crowd. Gans told the guy that there was a guest here and that he wanted to see him. The guy entered Clara's cabin. She greeted him. Juliana was sitting there. She wanted to tell him something. The saint stood up from her seat, bowed and apologized for what had happened the night before. The boy asked if there was anything she wanted him to do. 38-3. That's true, but first she wants him to accept the cake she made herself. It was her first time baking cakes. She learned it from her maid. However, the hero refused to accept it. The night girl said that such behavior was rather rude towards the lady. The guy bowed and said that if he had no other business, he would leave. Juliana left the guy and said that last night, he was very angry and tense. It hurt her heart very much. She just fell in love with him to the point of madness, and then she hugged the guy. Clara and the girl were shocked. The guy tried to justify himself by saying that they had misunderstood everything and that it was just a misunderstanding. For the first time in his life, the young man recognized the terrible yandere. Clara cries and asks that if he had lost, she would have lost him, not even knowing what had actually happened. The guy lowered his head and apologized to the girl, but it was good that he was able to return to her. The young man thanked the girl. She had always been in his heart, and because of her, he was able to resist her charm. Koto fought 5 of Juliana's soldiers. Clara asked him the reason. He replied that it was to mark the effect of the spell she had cast on him. And what would happen if he lost? He answered that he would fall under the control of the saint. The next moment, Clara placed his head on her lap. She said that he belonged to her and she would never give him to anyone else. After Yoshioka returned, they went back to Japan. They had only 21 hours before they were called. At that time, he delegated his authority to others and made several purchases, and the carrot he received was the sight of truth. If the question he asks can only be answered with yes or no, he can find out if the person is telling the truth. Yoshioki noted that it was quite scary. The hero agreed and noted that it was a demonic skill. If a person believed in false information, it would be much harder to know for sure whether they were lying. The boys returned. The girls greeted them. One of the girls said that the saint had come this morning. It would have been bad if he had been here earlier. Clara noticed that she was with the guards, so she couldn't meet her in person. Emma was talking to her. The guy thought that Emma was obsessed with the saint after all. The sergeant was ordered to give the saint a tour of the base. She was also shown his room. The young man ran to his room and opened the door. Everything seemed to be in order. However, the young man felt a floral scent. The guy started looking through his closet and realized that the girl had stolen his underwear. Juliana was looking at the guy's underwear, and Karina said that it was rather small for someone like Hinoharu-sama. The fabric stretches, the underwear has become big. If that's the case, then Hinoharu-sama can wear it without any problem. Anyway, this lingerie is amazing. Juliana asked Karina to do something for her. The girl asked the servant to put this underwear on. Karina was surprised. The saint was just curious about how it looked on a man. Karina understood. Juliana began to take off the maid's underwear. Some more time passed and it was March. At the same time, they returned to their world twice with Yoshioka to boldly leave the company. He also gained 2 more skills. Swimming. Not only can he swim in the water, but he can also dive to a depth of 100, hold his breath for 10 minutes. And the second skill is air step. As a beginner, he can run in the air, creating air masses, rising 2 steps. He wanted to practice both skills, but Dresden is a city, so it was difficult to find a place to practice. There was a knock at his office. Emma came in and asked if the boy agreed with this. The young man does not understand what she means. Actually, yesterday the Chancellor's envoy came to her mother's, and it seems the Chancellor wants to meet the guy. The man bowed his head to Her Royal Majesty Annis. Wasn't she the one Elki-sen mentioned? Francois's first choice for a potential wife. Although, it seems, Francois's favorite is Juliana. Anissa told the man to stand up. She asked him where he came from. He answered that he was from Japan. The girl did not understand where she heard about this place. He had been there many times. A large old city, famous for its article of a god called Buddha. The girl noted that the man spoke like Yuichi. There were 3 heroes who came from Japan. She heard that Yuichi came from Nara Prefecture. She asked where he was from. He replied that he came from the countryside. Mr. Shinai was also a foreigner summoned by a country. He denied it. If he were summoned, he wouldn't be able to travel like that, just like the brave heroes. The young man realized that the heroes here were being watched very closely. The man asked about their plans for the evening. The woman stood up and went somewhere. The advisor said that it was worth discussing after dinner. The man agreed. He was brought into some room. The advisor returned. The young man suggested discussing business. Not long ago, he noticed Madame Peterson at an event. She looked so beautiful that he almost thought she was another person. That's when he learned about the mysterious charmer Shonai, who organized makeup procedures. Emma's mother must have been quite chatty after the procedure. The counselor asked if it was possible to make the lady beautiful with his powers. He answered that it was possible, but he decided to explain first. To lengthen hair and improve its quality. To increase the shine of the skin and to remove excess weight. His ability allows him to freely adjust the lines of the body. The man said that it was incredible and asked if it meant that every ugly girl could be made beautiful. The guy confirmed it. But what is the price? If they want to change everything from the bottom to the top, the price will be higher. The guy quoted a price of 300 million marks. That's pretty expensive, but it wouldn't have been that price if he hadn't been confident in his technique. The man agrees, but payment will only be made after Mr. Shinai has done everything. In order to change her skin, he would have to touch her. This means that she would be defenseless, as he would have to touch her body parts while the process was going on. Do they use this? He replied that he had convinced him enough. The effect of the procedure depends on the will of the person. But, as he heard from the princess, she is not very happy about it. What makes her feel this way? The man lowered his head and said that Juliana Cervere is also a candidate for the wife of Prince Francois. But as a result of the test, the saint became unsuitable. This is logical. And because the princess had to become the main candidate again, the princess lost her self-confidence, because Francois never thought about her. The guy suggested trying to change her hair. By doing so, he would only need to touch her hair, and she would feel the effect. That would be nice. The man asked for time to pass it on to her. The beauty treatments began. The maid stood nearby and watched. It smells quite good. The guy asked the girl if she felt any pain. She replied that she felt refreshed. The princess's hair is just a little lacking in volume. But if he adds a little magic, the new hair roots will be able to breathe better. How lucky he is with his divine fingers. After drying, he announced to the princess that she now had beautiful Zaxxon hair. He asked for a mirror to be brought to Her Highness. She looked in the mirror. Koto asked if it satisfied her. It was only part of the powers that the goddess of beauty Aphrodite had given him. A couple of drops fell on the mirror. The princess cried. She thanked the guy and said that she felt like her heart, lost in childhood, had been returned. She turned to the Lord and told him that she trusted him with the rest. She asked him to show her the rest of his techniques. The young man would be happy to do so. Since the princess directly sought treatment, he continued to go to the royal palace every day for cosmetic treatments for the princess's body. The girl apologized to the boy for making him come to her every day. The boy replied that he was actually looking forward to it. The princess felt the same way. 2 weeks later. The ball is in full swing. The princess entered the room. She looked beautiful. Everyone was shocked. The man turned to Koto and looked at him in surprise. The girl watched the carriage with Koto leaving. The man reminded her that she was a princess. She should forget about her position. Anissa understood that. Yet he quietly sees Shunai off without letting her know. He responds that he would like her to sit quietly until he leaves. It had been quite a while since he had returned to Japan. Clara-sama had summoned them for 2 days in a row, and so he had gained 2 new skills. Edible wild plants skill, good for gathering wild mushrooms and wild plants in the forest, perfect for gathering the magical royal herb. Night vision skill, can see through the darkness, even with a small amount of light, ideal for night missions. Koto was walking through the city at night. Suddenly he smelled a strange smell. It was the smell of blood. He ran towards the scent and noticed a fight. 2 men were beating up a guy. Koto asked them why they were doing this. However, seeing the guy, the men were scared. The hero approached the victim and asked about his condition. He thanked the guy and said that it was scary to think what would have happened if he had not come. Were they bandits? The guy replied that they were Presbyterian extremists. So he was a member of the Enlightened. He began to deny it and said that he did not belong to the Eben faction. The hero does not know what the Eben faction is. The young man asked the reason for the attack on the guy. He replied that it was because he was an engineer. His name is Oliver Bach. He was given to the army to improve the magic cannons and repair the castle gates. Koto finally found the specialist he was looking for. He started patting the guy on the back and said that he understood, so he was an engineer. Oliver thanked the guy and decided to leave. Suddenly, Koto turned on the flashlight. Oliver asked him what it was. He replied that it was an instrument from another world. And he himself said that he was from another world. He asked Oliver to go with him for a while. He could show him something more interesting. Oliver said that it was amazing. Koto explains that they developed this printing technology. He wants to print Scandinavian scriptures. The guy asked who asked them about it. Was it the cardinal of the temple or maybe the pope? Koto answered that it was Seraphim herself. What an outrageous story. And yet he doesn't think he's lying. The hero offered the engineer to cooperate with them. He agreed. This must be a divine revelation. It would be foolish of him to miss such an opportunity. Koto noted that the guy was good. He could tell that he wasn't lying. Even Yoshioka could see that, without his skill. After that, they talked to Oliver about what his duties would be and how they would work on developing the printing press. Then he left it in his hands. And Yoshioka told him about how the store was going. It seemed to be going quite steadily. Koto poured Clara some tea and told her how they had managed to start all this. He also decided to hire a maid, since he had many rooms. Clara understands that Koto is a rather busy man. The young man cannot even invite her to his room now. The girl took his hand. The guy doesn't understand what's going on. She replied that it was nonsense. She just wanted to do it, that's all. Clara-sama lost her mother at such a young age. Her father was a very strict man, and he was not the type to coddle her. It felt like he had to do something to pamper her. The boy asked if Clara wanted to get a makeover. The man said that he would go. Clara-sama confirmed this. The guy asked her if there was a place she wanted to visit. She replied that she wanted to walk around the city for a bit. Today she will be Kota-san's companion. He must first apologize to everyone in the world. He is very happy. They decided to take a walk on the way home. The heroes were walking and talking when suddenly someone turned to Hinoharu. A girl named Bianca said that she was pleased to meet him. She also added that she was supposed to interview him for a maid position. The guy forgot that it was supposed to be today. Clara told her to come in. The 3 sat at the table, drinking tea and talking. The young man explains that her room is on the 3rd floor. He thought that it would be quite difficult to carry water upstairs. Would that suit her? She agreed. She will do her job with the utmost sincerity. She is confident that she will do her best to meet his expectations, so she asks to hire her. Clara asked the girl if she had a family. She replied that her husband had died 5 years ago. Since then, she had lived alone, without children. She is originally from southern Benelia. She moved here when she got married, so she has no close relatives. The boy uses the truth detector skill. She is not lying. Clara asked the boy's opinion. She offered to let her work for a few days. He agreed and said that she could come starting from tomorrow. He asked her to do everything possible. Bianca jumped up and thanked the guy. Suddenly she began to stagger. And then she said that she would come tomorrow and do everything in her power. Clara and Kota exchanged glances. The guy stopped the woman. He opened his vault. From there he took out a hot dog and handed it to Bianca. He said that he had a lot of things with him so she could take it. The woman's eyes filled with tears. Clara tells her to eat it tonight and she will be ready for work tomorrow. Bianca cried and Clara smiled sweetly. In the evening, two men were walking down the street and noticed Bianca. She cried while eating what Kota gave her. Suddenly, she noticed something. She began to pray to the space-time god Seraphim. She thanked him for bringing her to Hinoharu-sama and the mistress. Thanks to him, she was able to live another day. The woman bowed and left. The article smiled. Kota entered the room, which was very carefully cleaned and sparkling. There are some areas where Bianca falls short, but she is looking forward to working here in the future. The woman apologized for using the pen on the desk without permission to write this letter. This pen is a real gem. The hero doesn't think about the fact that there is something she can't handle. 150 marks may not be enough payment for her services. Since then he has been exchanging letters with Bianca. It will not be long before they meet at night. Emma looked out the door and said that she was a real soldier. She should lead the squad. Kota asks her to rest. It's a pity that Yoshioka isn't around, but he's staying at the hotel to start their business. That's how it is. He'll take over the leading role that Emma was supposed to play tonight. The men rejoiced. There are all sorts of people who go out at night in the city. Their job starts with questioning anyone who looks suspicious. They also break up drunken fights and wake up drunk people. The guy asked the drunk man if he could get home on his own. He answered positively. Even if the fine is 3,000, it's not worth the soldier's trouble. It's better to send them home. The boys said that Corporal Hinoharu really saved them tonight. Sergeant Emma would definitely drag him to the garrison. The hero thinks that she is not such a bad person, she just does not think about the situation that ordinary people have to face. One of the soldiers turned to the corporal. He reported that they had caught 3 girls of easy virtue. Street selling of flesh is prohibited in Dresden. A fine of 2,000 marks is imposed. The girl asks not to send her to prison. In case of non-payment, they would send them to prison, or they would take advantage and let them go. It is an unspoken rule that soldiers who catch criminals decide what will happen to them. One of the guys asked Hinoharu's opinion. He looked at the girls and wanted to say something but noticed a familiar face. It was Bianca. They were walking down the street. The guy was walking in front and the woman was walking behind. Bianca asked if she was fired. The guy said that she was not fired. They reached the house and the woman invited the guy to come into her old house. The hero went inside and was shocked. Everything was old and destroyed. Bianca told him to sit down, and the guy suggested going home. The woman came out to the guy without clothes. He turned away and asked what she was going to do. Bianca said that she couldn't pay the fine. In exchange for not paying the fine, she asked permission to please him. The guy shouted that he hadn't come here for that purpose. He had gone with her only so that she wouldn't be detained on the way home. The woman cried and said that she didn't want him to know about it. Kota told her to go and rest. He depended on her, because she cleaned his house the day after tomorrow. Bianca is truly sorry. She asks to let her go. The young man asks the reason for this. A woman asks a guy to leave her alone. The guy thinks that he can't leave her like this. She might do something to herself. Kota suggested holding hands. The woman extended her hand, but the boy deftly put the coat on her. He told her to sit down, took her hand, and apologized. Bianca's hand feels so rough and cold. The young man uses the first level of God's fingertips. He asked the woman if it hurt. She replied that she felt warm. The hero asked her to tell him more about her hometown. She said that she came from the southern region. The woman imagined the sea and the sun. Bianca-sama told him so many stories, that her parents had a shipping company with their own ship. When she was 17, she fell in love with a sailor, ran away and got married. Her husband was not very good at his job, so he drowned in alcohol and beat her day after day, but 5 years ago he passed away. She has to go out on the streets several times a month to survive. If only she had a stronger body. No, what she says won't matter, she's okay with it, as long as she's still alive. The guy asked if she was really going to take her own life. She replied that if Hinoharu-sama used her to satisfy his desires, she would be able to feel something once more. But he didn't do that. Maybe it's because she's not attractive, she must have confused his human attitude with something else, and then, at least, she would have died happy. Kota suggested that they take a short walk. Standing by the canal, he tells her that he learned so much about her that night. It seems that she has resigned herself to the fact that she has a hopeless future. He means that he doesn't want her to take her own life. The woman clarified the reason. He replied that he liked her. Bianca was surprised, and the guy smiled. He can't make her happy because he has someone he loves. But he thinks that he can help her become happier. Bianca says that Hinoharu-sama's kindness has reached her heart, and yet she is tired of living. The guy put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to take a deep breath. The woman listened to him and suddenly something happened to her body. The young man cured all her illnesses. Does she still want to die? He wants her to help him with his work. She asked what kind of work it was. Kota replied that the job was that of an angel's assistant. He took her hand. She will witness a miracle. He thinks that she will like it. And, naturally, he will pay her salary. Is it really a miracle that they walk on water? The very meeting of people is a miracle. The hero decided to ask her again if she would help them with their work. Bianca clarified that he really thought she could handle it. She is walking on water right now. How she thinks what the guy's answer will be. The woman smiled. They were standing in the middle of the canal. The moon was shining on the water. Kota hardly slept. Because he talked to Bianca almost all night, her eyes lit up, especially when he started talking about the printing press. It seems he has someone who will really help with the newspaper and the spa. Kota greeted his comrades. However, the girl passed him saying that she had to go. The guy asked Hans what had happened. He answered that there were rumors that he was seen in town with another woman. It looked pretty bad. The guy was in shock. People looked at the guy strangely. Clara-sama, who knew about Bianca, understood what had happened, but he continued to meet cold glances for a long time. A young man and woman stand on a street corner in front of a 3-story building. Thanks to Yoshioka's successful work, they have successfully rented a building for their store, and the interior design has already begun. The plan is as follows. On the first floor there will be tableware and watches, and the first coffee shop in the world where people can read newspapers. On the second floor there will be a storeroom, on the third floor, the master bedrooms. A girl reads a sign with the name of the company, Amida, Shokai. This name recalls the mountain the hero climbed when he first came to this world. The boys calculate. The initial 100,000 marks that Clara-sama invested have turned into millions. Clara is a valuable investor. The guy opens the door with an inviting gesture so that the girl can quickly enter inside. They are met by Yoshioka and Bianca. The former, smiling, states that the building is empty for now, but he can give them a tour. Clara admires how well everything is already arranged. Yoshioka bows gratefully at this praise. The girl also notices that Bianca looks much better now. She answers awkwardly, making it clear that she doesn't recognize the heroine. Clara explains this by saying that this is the first time she has been seen in real life. Then Bianca remembers the voice and confidently declares that she now recognizes her as the hero's wife. Yoshioka looks around in confusion, not understanding when Clara got a husband. He asks this out loud. The heroes are confused. The girl explains that this is just an assumption, letting it slip that she dreams about it and that one day it will become a reality. The hero hurries to interrupt this dialogue, turning to the girl. He declares that Bianca will live on the third floor. Clara agrees, trying to change the subject herself. The scene ends with Bianca smiling. She is glad to meet him. In a car rushing along the road, the hero remembers what happened next. They return to Tokyo for business. Laptops, a printer, and a solar panel system for generating electricity were purchased. Yoshioka turns to the hero. He suggests that he return as soon as possible, mockingly drawing attention to the fact that he has already acquired a beloved wife who is waiting for him. The guy feels uneasy about this joke. The bespectacled man mutters that he is absolutely serious. The hero is a little angry, but admits that he is unusually happy. Suddenly, a ringtone sounds and Yoshioka picks up his phone. He turns to his senpai with concern. At first, he doesn't understand what's going on. Glasses says that an email has arrived from Emi-san. She asks what happened after the hero left the company. Yoshioka asks what to do. His senpai, after a pause, tells him to answer the girl as gently as possible. The heroes stand in a secret room near the apparatus. Kota holds a magic card in his hands. Yoshioka crosses his arms behind his senpai. The technique they are going to use is called the transfer portal, which allows you to set up 3 portals anywhere and travel back and forth between those points. The distance is unlimited, but you can only install 1 main portal and 2 additional ones. Once the portal is installed, it cannot be moved for 24 hours. No one else will know about the portal. Up to 4 people can be transported, 3 of which must be touching the user. Kota is delighted that he finally got the teleportation skill. The first thing he did was connect the apartment and the company headquarters. A week has passed. It is raining. The heroes are talking about how the preparation for printing is going. Kota is sad that everything is going quite fast, but he doesn't have a suitable person to write the articles. Clara asks why not put an advertisement in the Royal Capital University. They agree that it is a good idea. She also notes that it would be a good idea to find an aristocrat who could introduce them to someone in his circle who could read and write. She has heard that many younger heirs have problems finding work. The hero says that then he will have to organize a wide recruitment network. However, it is worth a try. Kota then enthusiastically turns to Clara. He asks her if she likes what they're doing. It turns out the guys are sitting on the couch and she's cutting his nails. She thoughtfully replies that she probably does. She looks away, embarrassed, and Kota silently looks at her and is touched. Suddenly, a voice is heard from behind the door. Someone is trying to get in, apologizing. The door opens and Emma appears. Clara, already up from the sofa, asks her what's wrong. She excitedly exclaims that she has brought terrible news. The fact is that Porton's army has broken through the border and invaded one of the cities. All the guys present are shocked. They ask the girl what the situation is, to which she replies that the information is not yet confirmed, she only heard about it from her father. The troops stationed on the border have retreated to Romanburg, but the enemy continues to pursue. The defenses, she reports, have been destroyed, and there is now intense fighting in urban areas. Romanburg is a city that served as a defense base near the front line. Currently, fighting is localized in the western and eastern parts of the city. It is a valuable strategic city. The kingdom of Zaxxon wanted to move the front to the border, near the Nissel River. Clara, frowning, sums up, the kingdom will send reinforcements, and we need to be prepared for the heroes to be sent there too. Kota looks out the window at the city rooftops in the rain. He thinks how interesting it is to see what happens next. Something is starting. The soldiers are lined up and listening to their commanders. This is the Dresden 1st Power Unit. That's the name of the new unit created by the hero. Clara will command the regiment. The main task now is to deliver supplies from Zaxxon in the vicinity of the front Romanburg districts. The boys, all 4 of them already dressed in uniform, walk off the parade ground. Four Eyes notes that they are unlikely to be sent to the front. Kota responds that he is pleased to hear that. Clara is completely serious. She looks ahead and says thoughtfully that they don't yet know when exactly the enemy will attack. Between their current headquarters and Romansburg, there is a distance of about 20 kilometers. They have positions in these territories, but the area is not considered safe. Night is falling. All 4 of them get back together. Clara asks Emma to send her letters to Evaberg. The thing is that the girl's military service was supposed to last until August, but depending on how events go, there is a chance that the service will be extended. Emma is ready to carry out the task. Akito, according to Clara's instructions, will remain in the royal capital as a liaison. In parallel, he will continue to set up the shop. Glasses also agrees to this. Kuta with her as a servant. After this, Kota returns to Japan and buys all the necessary things they needed, such as drones. Walking down a busy street, he catches another notification on his phone. He looks at the screen and freezes. It's not a letter from Yoshioka as he thought, but from Emi. The girl writes that she has filed for divorce and is waiting for an answer. He looks sadly at the screen. Somewhere far away, Amy sits in her empty apartment, surrounded by half-packed boxes, her face in her hands. For her, it's been 8 days since Kota decided to get a divorce. However, for the hero, 3 months have passed, since there is a big-time difference between these 2 worlds. Amy opens her eyes and looks at the phone screen that lights up. Kuta writes her that he agrees. Emi, after a moment of silence, begins to cry. She gets up from the table and pushes her chair back. Then the girl picks up a frame with a photograph. The photo shows her and Kota together. Emi throws the frame into one of the boxes along with the crumpled trash. The action moves to a brightly lit Japanese bar. There are already 2 of our guys sitting there. Glasses asks Senpai if his new portal can transfer people between worlds. Kota says that he tried, but it didn't work. Yoshioka continues, however, that it would be convenient to come and go through worlds without having to be summoned. The hero agrees that it would indeed be bad if something happened to Clara. Glasses says it would be a good idea not to give up yet. Kota, wolfing down his food, wonders what he means. He explains that the boy is still going to continue to gain more and more different skills. Kota happily concludes that there is still a chance that he will actually gain the ability to come and go as he pleases, and in general gain all possible skills. The machine issues a card with a loud sound. The name of the new skill is Water Creation, beginner level. It can create up to 1 liter of water. Yoshika looks at the card thoughtfully and notes that this skill is not very useful, and there haven't been any really useful ones for a long time. However, the hero grins and says that he can still imagine how he can use it. Clara sits at the table and finishes her paperwork. She gathers a hefty stack of documents and taps them on the table, asking the guy if he has plans for the evening. Tomorrow the hike will finally begin. Kota, setting the cups on the table, says that he was thinking about taking a relaxing bath. The girl asks sarcastically. He jokingly invites her to join in, but when she asks curiously if he really doesn't mind, Kota realizes he's in trouble. It's already late evening. The guy is sitting in the bathtub and looking at one point with embarrassment. Clara rubs his back. He thinks how wonderful it is that she cleans his ears, cuts his nails, washes his body. Yes, she enjoys taking care of him, but not to the same extent, although he does not object. Suddenly the girl becomes even more embarrassed. The guy apologizes for his involuntary reaction. He says that anyone would have reacted the same way. Clara says that it's okay, she understands everything. He says he feels safe with her and will wash himself. Clara advances on him, offering to simplify things. He objects. It will be some time before Kota learns that she has learned a lot from her cousin. Finally, the day of departure arrives. The supply party members pack supplies onto the horses and carts. Kota is among them. Suddenly someone calls out to him politely. The guy is covered by the shadow of a tall swordsman in white armor who has come up from behind. He holds a scroll with orders in his hands. He asks where the captain of the unit is, as he was told to give the captain this document. Kota only thinks about how huge the stranger is. Clara appears. She introduces herself as the captain, and the new character hands her the scroll. She reads it and then addresses the stranger with understanding, calling him a hero. Clara thanks him. Looking at the blonde and freckled giant, Kota remembers everything he knew about the heroes of the Zaxxon Kingdom. He remembers that there should be 3 more heroes summoned from Earth. He notices such attention and asks in a friendly manner if the young man has never seen a hero before. He replies that he is actually from Earth and that he is a citizen of Japan. The swordsman leans forward in surprise and disbelief. Suddenly he smiles widely and bursts into laughter. He hugs the boy in front of a shocked Clara and introduces himself as Gary. It turns out he is an American who loves Japan. Kota is shocked by this turn of events. Still hugging the young man, the swordsman loudly exclaims that, by the way, he himself would gladly have been born in Japan, moreover, not just in the country, but right in Akihabara. After this, the American, who turned out to be a Viabus user, smiles a toothy smile, and Kato, who is cornered, can only grin awkwardly. 2 smartphones are charged from a compact power bank. Hero Gary rides his horse next to Kota and happily tells how he never expected to be able to charge his phone again. He's very glad he didn't throw it away. Gary also shared his story. It turns out he was a manager at a DVD rental store in Utah, USA before becoming a hero. He is an extraordinary nerd, and now he has been able to make his dreams come true. Kota asks the boy when he came to this world. He answers that it was about 1 year and 2 months ago. He asks the same question in return. Kota says with a smile that things are a bit more complicated with him. He is a summoned beast, so he can only enter the world when he is summoned. The American is surprised to note that this means that Kota travels back and forth between Japan and Zaxxon. This is indeed the case, so the boy agrees. The swordsman exclaims loudly, delighted by this fact. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the American wants to ask the puzzled cat for a favor. Evening is approaching. The detachment has set up camp after a 5-kilometer forced march. The freckled young man tries on his new down jacket with delight. He tells Kota, who is standing there and is himself dressed in earthly clothes, that this jacket is very warm. The hero graciously accepts the thanks. Suddenly, someone calls out to Kota. He turns around and sees an American in a t-shirt running towards him. He is waving his smartphone and shouting that he has made a list. The Japanese man, taken aback, asks Gary if he is cold. He says that as soon as he became a hero, he became much stronger and lost sensitivity to cold or heat. Now his physical strength is about 50 times higher than before, plus he can use a lot of magic. Kota notes that this is very different from his abilities. The American reports that the same is true for other heroes. Abilities in general are quite different. Gary confides in the young man that his best skill is called Magic World. The Japanese man wants to know more about this ability. It turns out that this technology turns trees and rocks into antennas and transmits signals. Kota now understands why the news of the army's defeat became known so quickly. But they have more important things to discuss, like the list the swordsman made for Kota. The boy apologizes for getting carried away. The drone flies into the space between the trees. The drone is piloted by Kota, who looks at the screen of his remote control and tries to make sure everything is clear. He turns to Clara with the news that they can continue. The girl agrees with him. As they approach their destination, they become more and more cautious with each step. However, the guy notes that the closer they get, the stronger the smell of blood that he detects becomes. Finally, they and the supply men reach the damaged church, which is now being used as a field hospital. Kota goes inside. It's a terrible picture. Many wounded people are lying on beds, blood is everywhere. The guy politely addresses the doctors to announce his presence. He introduces himself as Hinoharu from the 1st Dresden unit. He says he has come to inquire about the wounded soldiers who are to be transported back to Dresden. The doctor turns to him wearily. He asks to dispense with pleasantries and immediately asks where the supplies are. The guy apologizes for being verbose. He tells how much they brought: alcohol, bandages, opium tinctures, etc. The doctor says that this is enough for now and asks his assistant to start disinfecting. He also says that there are 236 wounded soldiers that he wants transported to safety. This will require supply wagons, and there aren't enough of them. Kota asks in surprise if there isn't a healer in the infirmary. The doctor sadly notes that all the healers are on the front lines, but even if they were available, their productivity would be limited to only 5 people per day. Kota thinks about how much superior Yoshioka is to ordinary healers with his abilities. The doctor approaches Kota again. He says there is no time to waste. They will have to transport 180 people with the most serious injuries anyway, and the healthiest will have to walk. Kota thinks that with the uneven roads, it will be dangerous to transport the seriously wounded by cart. It would be much better if they could be treated here. However, if he had used healing magic and shown his best side, he would have been left here, at the front, until the very end of the war. In that case, he thinks, he would be separated from Clara, since she is the commander of the supply unit. Kota tries to figure out what to do. Then the guy gets an idea. He comes up with what to do. Kota runs outside and goes into the tent. The commanders, bent over the map, look at him and ask what happened. The young man tells Clara that he wants to ask her for a favor. She looks at him with a puzzled look. Then the guy is transported to the company's headquarters. He opens the door with a creak, still in combat gear. He is met by a laid table. Yoshika drinks wine and eats sweets with 2 ladies. One of them is Bianca, the other is a stranger. They greet him and congratulate him on his return. He tells them to continue eating. Glasses turns to Senpai, asking if he's finished his mission yet, but no, Kota has returned to ask Yoshika about something. However, before that, he wants to know who this unknown girl is. It turns out that this is Krista-san. She will be looking after everything here. This is how the bespectacled man introduces the stranger. The girl bows politely and introduces herself. She has been here since yesterday. Kota says it's nice to meet him. Yoshika asks what it is that Kota wanted to ask him, and he turns to the boy. They are back in the secret room. Kota turns the handle of the device, and a new card comes out. The name of the skill is Magic Bomb. It creates bombs using magical power that can be detonated from a distance in a period of time from 10 seconds to an hour at the owner's discretion. Yoshika, putting on his robe, asks the hero if he really needs help with medical matters. The hero replies that he does not want to be recognized. So he asks his friend to be quiet. He also hands him a mask. Yoshioka says that he recently learned long-range healing magic and wants to try it. Kota enviously says that his friend is too talented. Clara stands on the lawn, surrounded by supply soldiers. They are puzzled by what she is doing, but they guess that the girl is going to call the beasts. But they do not yet understand why. She stretches out her arms and illuminates everything with magical light. In front of her, in a magic circle with flashes and other special effects, 2 silhouettes appear. The arrivals, dressed in robes and traditional Japanese masks, claim that they are the Hippocratic brothers, who were summoned to this world in accordance with a contract. The summoner wanted only one thing from them. The girl loudly says what she wants from the monsters, for them to heal all the wounded soldiers. The mask clarifies whether Clara agrees that they will use up 2/3 of her magic power. She doesn't object, because the soldiers need treatment. Strictly speaking, it's a lie, made up by the guys so that they won't be called in too often. The cat and the bespectacled man in the image of the Hippocratic brothers produce some more special effects. They tell each other that they will do it. Then, turning to Clara, they confidently say that they will lend the girl their powers. She is glad to hear this. The boys stand surrounded by members of the Dresden squad, frightening them with their appearance. Clara says that she leaves the matter to the two of them. The wounded groan and suffer in the hospital. The beds are overcrowded. There are not enough doctors. They are overwhelmed by the amount of work. Fox Mask tells Demon Mask that he will cleanse each room with his ranged magic. Demon Mask replies that the most important thing is to heal the more serious wounds. He adds the silly saying, Degozaru. He also says that he will try to heal each one individually. The thing is that when they are in this form, they should speak in a similar way for greater authenticity. Yoshika's Fox Mask begins casting a spell, and a glowing ball appears in his palms. He spreads his arms and directs magic in different directions. Patients exhausted by their wounds feel relief. The Demon Cat Mask approaches a girl who is holding her bandaged hand. He asks her to let him look at her wounds. He takes hold of the maimed hand and begins to cast his spell. The wounded woman looks on in surprise. Under the influence of magic, the arm is completely restored. The girl happily looks at her now healthy hand. The Demon Mask tells her that it would be better to wash all the blood and dirt off her face. It will cheer her up. But she is already delighted and rushes and embraces the doctor. Then she begins to dance with excitement, exclaiming that a miracle has happened, which frightens the head doctor quite a bit. Fox Mask is not far behind, and his efforts cause the seriously wounded to rise from their beds, admiring their healing wounds. The Demon Mask heals someone's leg. And here she is, safe and sound, peeking out from under the bandage. It took the supposed Hippocratic brothers 3 hours to heal each wounded soldier. Clara thanks the summoned animals that come out to meet her. Demon Mask tells her to be well until they meet again. He hands her a pouch from Earth. Thus, Kota gave the girl the medical supplies he had bought in Japan before they were summoned. These medicines would be extremely useful in this world. Clara casts a magic circle again. The two supposed brothers fly off into the sky in bright flashes before the shocked soldier's eyes, bidding farewell to the summoner. She watches them with gratitude. Finally, the boys sit together, having shed all their masquerade. Their boots are lying nearby. They drink from cans, saying how exhausted they are after this little affair. Now there is a chance that Clara will be sent to the front lines as a healer. Kota has actually already spoken to the girl about this possibility. The young man has already come up with a workaround. In response to the bespectacled man's question, he describes his plan. From the very beginning, they need to decide how many times the brothers can be called. And with the treatment of the soldiers, the situation at the front will improve. Kota remembers something and goes to the device so as not to forget. He turns the handle. The dropped card says, the skill, Dancer, is intermediate. The user will be able to dance magnificently in different styles. And even, the card promises, the stars will shine around this dance and the moon will sigh at the sight of it. Kota mutters thoughtfully that he doesn't dance that much after all. The boys find themselves back at their headquarters. Clara congratulates them on their return and praises them for their good work, and they are happy to try. The heroine smiles and says that, as they expected, she will now be sent to the front lines. So, it happened. Now, the hero thinks, he will protect Clara-sama. The girl with both the conscripted young men stands at attention in front of the command. As of today, Clara has been assigned to lead the special medical unit. News of Clara's active role on the front lines was relayed to the general staff via the magic words of the American Gary. The decision to change the lineup came incredibly quickly. Along with Clara's promotion, Kota also became a master sergeant and was treated as an official. Leaving Emma in charge of supply management, she and Clara head to Romanburg. The action moves to the front line of Romanburg. The girl summons beasts with the help of magic. One of the officers watches her. The so-called Hippocratic brothers appear in masks. General Ankaya, that is the officer's name, addresses the girl by her last name, Madame Ansbanche. He asks if these are the beasts rumored to be in the army. She replies that they are. The heroine turns to the guys standing right in front of her with their arms crossed, asking the Hippocratic brothers to heal the soldiers' wounds. The demon mask says that they agree, but in exchange they take the person. Here he makes a gesture with his hand and extends it towards the character standing at a distance with the appearance of the cat. He disappears in a flash before the eyes of the astonished General Ankaya. The general stares at the scene, wide-eyed, unable to utter a word. The thing is, the figure that disappeared was a clone of the cat, created to distract attention. Then, the healing begins. Yoshika, spreading his arms, casts a healing spell on the entire infirmary at once. Meanwhile, Kota bends over another wounded man, saying that his brother's miracle is working, and that the sick man should quickly show his will to live. Here he is called, addressed as the summoned beast. Two frightened soldiers carry a third one to him, asking him to take care of this man, to do anything but help him. They lay the lifeless man on the bed and try to wake up the young man, whose name is Leo. One shouts at the other that Leo is dead and will not wake up, but the other cries that this cannot be, Leo cannot die. Everyone is crying over the boy's body. Then the demon mask intervenes with a cry that he will bring him back. He begins to work his magic on the boy. And then Leo opens his eyes. He sits up on the bed and asks where he is. His joyful companions greet the young man with loud shouts. Demon Mask agrees that Leo can go when the treatment is complete. He says that soldiers should not refuse to bring those who have fallen. Even if they look dead, there may still be hope for them to be saved. Leo says that he will do anything for Maski. Kota asks if the young man can read. It turns out that yes he can, which he readily confirms. Then, Kota continues, the boy must go to Mrs. Clara and join her banner. Everything will be fine, he has a recommendation from the Hippocratic brothers. Leo asks again in a weak voice, to remember better. Mask tells the soldier that Mrs. Ansbanch is in desperate need of an assistant to help with her paperwork. She asks him to hurry, he is ready to take on this new task. Ignoring his comrades who are trying to stop him, Leo runs away as fast as he can. He is now sure that he has been given a new life, and he is not going to waste it. After these events, Zaxxon's army and soldiers felt inspired and moved further to the Nisel River, forcing the kingdom of Portman to retreat. A 3-year truce was signed shortly after. Since then, the cat has been summoned 4 times. He has gained 4 more skills. First, the poison detection skill. The owner can detect poison in food the moment he uses his hand, chopsticks, spoons, forks, knives, etc. Secondly, Master of Wood Chopping allows you to chop wood easily. Chop and stack 3 times faster than an ordinary person. Thirdly, Intermediate Riding Skill allows you to ride a horse like an experienced rider, including bareback horses. Finally, Lockpick allows you to pick several different types of locks. Bad actions are strictly prohibited. For her outstanding service, Clara was promoted to Baroness and given a new territory. Both Kota and Yoshika attended the award ceremony. The hero can also be appointed a knight with the powers of a baron. If this happens, he will become Clara's official subordinate, meaning he will not be able to marry her. The hero thinks that maybe it would be better if he just earned some money and bought himself a title, but it would not bring any benefit even if he got a rating in the tournament. Yoshika says that if Clara's territory expands further, she will need another new servant. Kota hesitates, then says that it won't be a big problem. There are a lot of great people out there in this world. For example, one of them is politely addressing the hero right now. This is Leo. Kota wants to ask him to go with Clara to Dresden. The young man says that the Hippocratic brothers whom Clara called upon saved his life, and now he simply has to repay her this debt. But most of all, he would like to test his abilities under her guidance. The hero understands that he does not feel a lie in the young man's words. He really wants to do everything in his power. He shakes the boy's hand. And so Leo joined them as a new ally. The sun rises over the guy's headquarters. They talk about a comrade who has joined them. His help is very encouraging. Clara, and it is she who is speaking now, hesitated a little. She is experiencing some doubts. The girl puts her head on the cat's shoulder, which embarrasses him. The Baroness says how she would like to enjoy the royal capital together, just the 2 of them. The hero turns to her, attracting her attention. She asks again what happened. He says that he is incredibly happy right now. The chapter ends with the girl's sincere smile. Zaxxon again and again. and one day they return to Japan before the ceremony of conferring the title of Baroness on Clara. The hero wonders what skill he will be given this time. This is a memorization skill. Allows you to memorize texts up to 10k characters long. You can also memorize numbers and use information transformations, as well as rewrite and save these numbers. Yoshika remarks that the hero can now memorize a short novel. He responds that it is quite cool. There is someone else in the room. Turning around, they notice the pale figure of Seraphim greeting them. Both boys bow respectfully before him. It's been a long time since they last met. Kota thinks he might even be upset by how little the boys are doing with the newspaper. But he, having read the young man's thoughts, dispels his doubts by assuring him that he is truly impressed by how much they are doing. Seraphim says that he absolutely must tell them both something. They are surprised. It turns out that while these two were on Earth, Leah went to Dresden. Now she is with Clara Ansbanch. For friends, this is quite a surprise to hear. Seraphim wants the boys to do a couple of his requests. Kota tells him to ask for anything. In general, we need to introduce Leah to the hero Gary. Then, Seraphim says, the gears of fate will probably finally be set in motion. Kota would be happy to introduce her to Gary, he says so right away. However, recently the girl has lost her beast. This is an obstacle. Seraphim bows his head in understanding. He really had many ideas on this matter, but he could not find a suitable beast. But there is a way out. He looks mysteriously at the surprise guys. Turning to Yoshioka, he offers him to become Leah's summoned beast. He is extremely surprised by this turn of events and exclaims loudly to celebrate. It turns out that this thought has long occupied Seraphim. Akihito Yoshioka is a man who is excellent at fighting monsters. This is how the creature imagines him. The boy still has questions. Until now, he was summoned at the same time as his senpai, but if he becomes Leah's summoned beast, how will he be transported to this world? His doubts are dispelled. Indeed, if he agrees, the young men will be completely separated. He even decided to add the privilege of choosing the place of their repatriation. Glasses asks if he is in Zaxxon. Will it be possible to receive a call if Leah is also in Zaxxon? And this is also a yes. Wherever he is, he will be called to where the girl is. Finally, the guy wonders if there is any point in becoming Leah's summoned beast. Yes, there is. Leah's summoning ability is much more unique. It will increase the guy's strength by 10 times. The guys are pleasantly surprised. Yoshioka thoughtfully creates a flame and thinks about how many possibilities are opening up before him. He decides to agree. He just needs to sort out his work in Amida, but that won't be a problem either. Seraphim has one more request, and it's quite urgent. The boys tense up. 3 days later, in the morning, at a certain point in the underground sewer channel, a new entrance to the dungeon will open. It will be right under the royal capital. It is very dangerous. The thing is, the dungeon's emergence is inevitable, and Gary and Leah were chosen to deal with this situation. Clara Ansbanch will also be asked to help the boys. In addition, the Temple Maidens will also be allies. In general, Seraphim wants the boys to do everything possible to let Gary clear the dungeon. The boys agree, and the creature disappears, carried away in a column of light. The company's headquarters. Leah meets them and greets them after a long separation. Kota says he's glad she was able to come here and is glad to see her again, and little Zot has grown since the hero last saw him. He thinks so too. While Kota is having fun with the baby, Leah turns to Yoshioka. She has heard about him from Seraphim and asks him to lend her his power. Akihito already agreed that he would respond immediately. It would also help him test his own strength, so he was also happy about this new opportunity. Subsequently, Clara and Leah will call the boys separately. In this way, they will be able to compare and clarify their knowledge of the time difference in both worlds. The action shifts again, this time to the room. Kota hasn't been alone there for a long time. He approaches the machine to pick up a new card. This is the skill Fire Servant. It allows you to summon a mouse servant that can use weak fire magic from its own body and obey simple instructions. The hero immediately tries out the new ability. He waves his hand and summons a swirling flame that takes the form of a mouse. The guy is happy with the new way to fight back. The young man kneels before the summoned beast and says he is counting on it. He has a dungeon to clear out. It is something worth trying. The action takes place in the meeting room of the royal palace. The ruler in white robes, thoughtfully folding his hands, listens to the Templar maidens. He asks what exactly Seraphim said. They calmly tell that the hero Gary must lead the group when the dungeon appears. Along with him will go the knight Clara Einsbunch and Leah Geist. Meanwhile, the Knights of the Temple will prepare a blockade of the territory under the leadership of Rosetta Urbano. She stands right there, and the politicians turn around in fear to look at her. Yoshika unwittingly lets slip that the girl is unusually beautiful, which attracts the attention of the politicians to himself. They are extremely unhappy with such talk in a serious situation. Completely confused, the heroes recall the situation. It was thanks to Gary that they were invited to attend this meeting. The Chancellor, however, has not yet realized who Kota and Yoshioka are. The ruler gives his verdict. He says that the blockade of the dungeons remains the top priority. With that said, he wants to know how many soldiers will be needed to work the dungeon. One of the politicians lazily raises his hand. He notes that the maximum width of the sewers is 8 meters and the passages are less than 4 meters. The ruler scratches his chin thoughtfully. He understands that it is impossible to deploy troops in the sewers, which is why they need heroes right now. One of those sitting at the table dares to object that he has some concerns about Leah. After all, she is a summoner, and the church has taken her under its protection. The speaker defends the interests of the churchman. He is wearing a robe, but they object that a better idea would be to hire knights to protect her. The apologist argues that Leah should remain in the church, since this was the order of Seraphim himself. But his opponent responds by saying that Leah is a newcomer, and the soldiers will be able to better study the battlefield and use her. The argument continues. The opponents get personal. Kota listens to this and thinks that because of the impending danger, the politicians are fighting for Leah. Here Clara speaks up. She declares that Leah Geist came from Evaburg, the Baroness's, territory. Therefore, the girl is under her protection. No one can find anything to say to Clara. Kota also enters the dialogue. He says that Leah Geist follows the will of the god of space and time. She does not need to be brought into any organization. The politician turns to the young man in anger. He shouts, "How dare he, a simple soldier, express his thoughts in such a place?" The Japanese responds that the will of the god of space and time remains the will of the god. The aristocrat becomes even more furious. He calls the guy impudent and demands that the guards take this man out of the meeting room. But the temple maidens claim that this is not necessary, since Kota is a beast summoned by the god of space and time, appointed as a guardian angel by Seraphim himself. This cools the ardor of the disputants. The bald aristocrat retreats and asks to be excused. Kota now thinks about the fact that the temple maids knew about his nature, but the boy was already used to this kind of thing anyway. Time passes. Now Rosetta Urbano is waving her staff, casting a magic spell. This happens the day after the meeting. All the main members of the group are gathered under the protective dome of Rosetta. They have shown their strength and formed a team. Its composition is as follows. Hero Gary is a master of the 2-meter-long sword. He boasts that he is the strongest in a one-on-one duel. Clara Ansbanch is a knight. She can basically use any weapon and has a balance of attack and defense. She is the best ice magic master in the country, as well as a master of long-range magic. Rosetta Urbano is a knight of the temple, unparalleled power when it comes to holy magic against monsters and the undead. Leah, a summoner. Despite being weaker in power compared to the others, she can summon Akito, who then temporarily maximizes his magic power to become the strongest in the group. Sage Akito Yoshioka, a master of both offensive and restorative magic, is a meter away from Leah when summoned. And finally, Kota Hikoharu, a man with skills like Night Eyes, Dog Nose, the best scout in the group. He sits away from everyone, hugging his knees with his hands. The guy shouldn't be sulking now, that's what he thinks, playing with his new fire mouse. Manner. A girl is sitting at the table asking the maid if it is true that the Minister of Military Affairs scolded Hikoharu-san. This heroine smirks mysteriously. She cuts a steak with a knife, simultaneously ranting that it would be interesting to find a way to kill the minister. The easiest way would be to crush his throat so that he could not speak. The maid looks up at her, her glasses covering her eyes. She says that it was surprising to learn that Hikoharu is a beast summoned from another world, and moreover, a guardian angel with the help of Seraphim. The girl at the table is touched. She thinks that if this is so, then the gods themselves sent her a young man and she is incredibly lucky. The maid watches this with visible weariness. Soldiers march on the cobblestones. They march in orderly rows in full armor. This is happening somewhere outside the window, on the street. So, the entrance to the dungeon will open at midnight, and at 8 o'clock the battlefield will be filled with soldiers. Kota spends all his free time with Clara. He squeezes her hand and consoles the girl, and the girl consoles him. She promises that she will not die herself and will not let him die. The young people hug each other tightly. Finally, the entire team is gathered in the sewers. Clara asks Leah to summon her beast. Leah readily agrees. She begins to pray, and Akito appears in the magic circle, softly levitating. Yoshioka is delighted because he feels the power flowing through him. He smiles widely. Clara stares at the clock screen as it counts down to midnight. Finally, the appointed time arrives. A huge portal appears in the high wall, from which lightning strikes. A flock of terrible monsters rushes out from there, growling and gnashing their teeth. Gary gets into a fighting stance, shouting that the monsters are coming. The team prepares to face the horde rushing towards them. But Akito pushes Gary aside, asking him to stay behind while he and Leah perform large-scale magic. Leah says it's ready. Yoshika confirms and asks him to remember how they practiced together. Both of them concentrate. Then the bespectacled man waves his arms and releases a host of magical needles towards the approaching pack. Glowing needles fly towards the monsters along the corridor. They pierce through the creatures and destroy them one by one. Thousands of needles stop a flock of monsters and injure them incredibly. But Akihito isn't done yet. He releases another stream. 5 minutes pass, and the team looks at the result in amazement. The corridor is completely empty. Leah and Yoshika destroyed all the attacking monsters. Some even suggest that it's all over, but Rosetta reasonably concludes that this is only the first stage of the operation. But even Clara agrees. Akito and Leah have done something unique. Gary examines the entrance. It is now safe and the heroes can enter. They wonder how this was possible so quickly, but Gary, with a mysterious smile, replies that Akito did all the dirty work. Kota suggests that Rosette use holy magic to create a barrier in the hole, and Clara would be kind enough to block her anus with ice. The knight suggests that they all set out, and Rosetta agrees with her. The hero thinks that it was rather disappointing, but it's good that everything turned out this way. A fire mouse runs through the dungeon. They chat, carefully stepping between the crystal scatterings under the circles of magical light, talking about the treasures in the dungeon. Some are surprised by how much there is, but Clara knows it must be so. The girl says that this is why soldiers are sent here, and, quite often, adventurers too. Kota asks if aristocrats can also send expeditions. Yes, but a large deposit is required. The bespectacled man explodes. He begs the Baroness to post a deposit so that the young man can explore the entire labyrinth. The aristocrat says that she will let him in whenever he wants. He says that he wants to go underground at all costs, because it is such a wonderful adventure. Gary, hugging the bespectacled man, says that he understands the guy. They don't yet know that in the future everything will not go as Yoshioka wanted. The boy and his summoner, Leah, were recognized for their achievements in neutralizing the labyrinth. They were knighted, but he would have to become Clara's servant or at least a baron to gain access to the research. The American offered Yoshioka to join his group of heroes and then go on an exploration later. The Japanese could only dream of such an offer. The problem for Kota was that, like Yoshioka and the others, he had become a knight without territory. He now received an annual payment of 200 marks. The young man leaves the palace in new clothes, now a knight. Clara congratulates the newly made Sir Hinoharu, but he asks her to call him Kota, as before. Clara says that he is no longer her servant, to be called that. He is a real knight, and he is older than the Baroness. But the young man objects that he was summoned by Clara. He asks to continue calling him Kota. She is surprised and confused by such behavior. She agrees, but wants something else in exchange. She wants him to call her by her name too, just Clara. The boy tries it and is embarrassed by it. She says yes, it's so good. The conversation turns out to be awkward, but it's quite pleasant. His relationship with Clara is just beginning, so the hero thinks as they walk arm in arm into the sunset. Kota saw everything, both good and bad use of magical tools during the defense of Romansburg. He thinks there are things to be gained and lost through technological innovation. There is a balance in everything, he believes. The hero wants to say that he assumes that Seraphim would like them to exchange opinions and collect everything possible in order to develop themselves and develop this world. The girl addresses him respectfully. He replies that when he returns, he would like to be told more about the Presbyterian way of thinking. The guy is already starting his motorcycle. The girl readily agrees. The engine roars and smoke comes out of the exhaust pipe. The hero slowly drives away into the city, pulling a heavy cart behind him. The manor. Its inhabitants took note of the new state of affairs, that Hinoharu himself had finally become a knight. The aristocratic mistress of the palace says that now they can have an official relationship in the public eye. She rolls her eyes dreamily at the thought. However, for this to happen, Hinoharu needs to know more about her. The girl tells her maid about this. She awkwardly agrees in response to a direct question. The girl's servant in glasses enters. Her name is Lara. She addresses the aristocrat. It turns out that there is a report from the observation posts that the girl must take into account in her plans. Their target is Kota, and right now he's heading to Clara Ansbach's territory, Everberg. The young mistress is shocked. Why would he do that, since Hinoharu no longer serves Clara? She walks around the room, saying that if Kota was appointed as a local knight, then he should no longer serve Clara. The girl thinks it's ridiculous that she continues to use him like that. The servants listen respectfully to their enraged mistress. She goes to the window and wonders about Clara's intentions. The aristocrat then freezes, staring out the window, so Lara decides to ask if everything is okay with the lady. Suddenly she turns around and suggests a plan to kill Clara Ansbach. The servants are excited because they have never been offered anything like this before. Lara even asks again if she heard correctly. She says that now is the perfect time because Hinohara is not near the Baroness. We need to act right now and very quickly, the girl concludes. In any case, this woman is deceiving Hinohara. According to the lady's thoughts, if Clara dies, then his eyes will finally open. The insidious mistress of the palace wants to set the Knights of Judgment on the Baroness. But her plans are interrupted by Lara. She turns to the girl and says that Akito Yoshioka is still with Ansbach. She asks again incredulously, remembering who he is. Finally, she remembers because Yoshioka is a powerful magician who destroyed the monster dungeons with one blow. The picture appears vividly in her mind. Lara says that Ansbach is a strong enemy on her own, and if Yoshioka is with her, they won't have a chance. The girl frowns. The aristocrat does not understand what to do. She is confused. For a moment it seems to her that she has no chance. Then she falls silent, her eyes wide open. She smiles evilly and squints, muttering that she has come up with a great idea. The servants are struck by the dark aura of villainy emanating from her. Kota, after setting up the portal, joined Finn. He is riding somewhere on a motorcycle in the rays of the sunset. Finn sits behind the guy on the seat of the motorcycle. She asks if it's okay to stay at her parents' house. He doesn't really mind, since Clara will be staying until 3 a.m. The girl asks if Kota doesn't want to return to her as soon as possible, since the Baroness is staying in Dresden. She looks at him slyly. Kota replies that everything is fine. He installed a portal in Clara's mansion so that he could return home as soon as possible. The young man has everything under control. She suddenly says that they have many rooms in their house. The guy turns around, asking what she's even talking about because there is something he does not understand in her words. She responds that it is only because you can't tell right away what things will happen when you are in love. If he misses his chance, it will be very bad for him. Kota sighs in relief and says that the girl hasn't been this brazen in a long time. Now she's making him worry. The motorcycle speeds forward and he concludes that they'd better get there quickly. Finally, they reached their destination and the motorcycle was parked at the village house. It was evening and the cicadas were chirping. The father of the family smiles and addresses the hero in a friendly manner. He says that he is infinitely grateful to Hinohara for what he did for his daughter. Brother Finn doesn't believe this is true. Specifically, his sister is now wearing a military uniform. He admires the girl and how hard she worked. She confirms this quite happily. Kota thinks that's why he asked her to dress in uniform. Kota says that now is the time for him to return to Dresden. The father of the family is surprised. He does not want to let the young man go back at such a late hour. It is inhospitable. He throws up his hands and suggests that they spend the night first and leave the next day. Finn intervenes. She says that everything is fine because Kota came to Everberg from Dresden. He can move with the help of magic. They are surprised and reason that Kota is now a nobleman. The young man confirms the guess. The old men fall on their faces and say they are terribly apologetic. Kota is taken aback. He asks them not to behave like this, especially since he has not yet been officially appointed. Dresden must be beautiful, he is told. Ebo wants to see the city. He hasn't been there yet. His father pulls him up, telling him to control himself. But then Kota enters the conversation, who favors Ebo's wishes. He suddenly suggests that everyone go to Dresden. All three are shocked by the guy's kindness. When it's finally all over, the young man opens the door to the hall of the company's building in Dresden. Clara greets Kota at the company's headquarters for dinner. She concludes that things did not go as quickly as the young man had planned. He apologizes and replies that it is because he was transporting Fine and her family, her father, mother and brother Ebo, here to the city. Clara understands this. The guy politely asks Bianca to make more tea for 4. She says no problem, but there aren't enough chairs in the living room. In that case, the guy concludes, it would be best for them to go upstairs. Everyone agrees. Yoshika says that in that case they should move upstairs too. Kota apologizes for the inconvenience. Kota looks around, searching for one person with his eyes. He asks Hans where Emma, who was there when he left, has gone. He replies that Milady is in the saint's house. She has been invited to a tea party given by Juliana. Kota is glad to hear this, because he doesn't know about the aristocrat's treachery yet. He says that it's wonderful, especially considering that Emma is a fan of the saint. Hans agrees that the girl was even nervous about it. The guy ponders, wondering if Juliana has decided to switch her attention to Emma instead of him. He knows the girl is a yandere, but if Emma likes her, she can't be a bad person. At this time, in the estate, Emma is shyly drinking tea from a large cup. Next to her on the couch sits Juliana, who addresses her by name and says that she has always wanted to be friends with her. This leaves her incredibly surprised. While Emma is drinking her tea, the saint takes her hand and asks permission to ask one more question. She turns around, frightened. The noblewoman says that she wants to confirm whether Hinoharu is really Clara Anspanch's summoned beast. Emma replies that yes, she has seen the summoning ceremony with her own eyes and many times. Juliana asks if there is anyone else who would summon Hinohara. Emma doesn't know. She says that she thinks Clara is the only one. The lady asks the girl to wait and leaves the table, heading into the shadows. Laura is waiting patiently for her there. The saint says that plans have changed. The girl planned to poison Clara, but there is now a chance that Hinoharu himself may disappear with Clara's disappearance. Laura confirms her fears. The aristocrat smiles mysteriously and adds that she has now come up with a better idea. Laura asks fearfully what this idea is. Then Juliana, still smiling, asks the girl if she knows anything about training collars. Ebo presses his cheek to the glass case, peering inside. People in the bakery are frightened by his behavior. Passers-by laugh at the simpleton from the village. His sister Fane pulls the boy up with a sharp scream. Evening comes. The boys are sitting at the table and eating. Ebo is very greedy and his sister again pulls him up in front of a smiling Yoshioka. Fane turns to her father to tell Ebo to behave himself. He stands there, bewildered. Clara tells the military woman that she shouldn't be so strict. And so, the 2 nights and 3 days holiday passed, quite successfully. The Finn family is grateful for the time spent here. They thank the hosts before leaving. They also say that they will do anything in return, but the Baroness replies that there is no need to worry. The company is already glad to have a friend like Fine by their side. Kota says that he will send them back now, and the whole family gathers to go to the teleporter. Only Ebo stands aside. His sister calls out to him to go with his family. The boy capriciously shouts that he wants to work with his sister in the capital. His parents are worried, and Finn is also surprised by this behavior. She says that at least, unlike the boy, the girl can read. He notes that he killed his first bear 3 years before his sister, but she insists that reading is a must. The parents yell at them. The father exclaims that it's enough arguing, they are behaving disgustingly. But Kota intervenes, saying that what they really need is people. Ebo and the father are very surprised. Smiling company members say they are now looking to hire as many staff as possible to help prepare for the opening party. The villagers are delighted. A little later, as a result of a short discussion, Ebo received a 3-month probationary period. The cathedral shines in the sun's rays. Juliana goes up to the hall and greets Priest Baffle. She asks for forgiveness for taking up some of his precious time. He answers with a benevolent face that everything is fine, he will do anything for the saint. He asks her to go further. The noblewoman's servants are sitting outside in the carriage. They say that Baffel is a despicable man who turns the temple servants into slaves. He should be condemned in every way. It's so ridiculous, says the maid Karina, that the 2 of them allowed Juliana to meet such a priest alone. Laura points out that this is all just to show how seriously Juliana takes the matter. The servant girls can only show support. The second one agrees with her. Baffle had already conceived an evil plan. He looks at the girl intently and appraisingly. She in turn says that, among other things, she has something to ask. He asks again, what exactly? The noblewoman asks the priest if he knows what a training collar is. He says that there was something similar in the temple treasury. Presumably, it is an item that controls the summoned beast. He asks why the girl needs this information. She looks at Baffle mysteriously. The saint then reports that she has made an investment in the Western continent following the trend. Her profits will allegedly increase from next year, but there is one problem. An evil summoned beast is rampaging through the land and wreaking havoc on the fields. The priest grins with relief. Now he thinks he knows what the holy training collar is for. She says that the locals worshipped this captured beast as a god, and it would be better for the locals to eliminate it. The priest says that Juliana is truly a good person. He leans forward and takes the girl's hand with all the suddenness. He squeezes his hand, but the aristocrat does not resist, which inflames the terrible Baffle. The priest says that the treasures are kept in the temple vault. Even at the request of the saint herself, no one is allowed to take anything out. She feigns despair. Is there really nothing that can be done, even for the sake of faith? She says she'll do anything if Buffett can help her. The priest tenses, wondering if he really will. He then decides to add that he can actually enter the treasury, but first he would like to see how far Juliana is willing to go for this. He starts touching the girl. His intentions are becoming more and more obscene. The girl asks the priest to stop. She says that she will give up her virginity herself if Baffle brings the collar, but later. He is shocked. He says, "Is this really true?" She agrees that it is. Then the priest clenches his fists in excitement. He will get the artifact as soon as possible, but Julian will have to wait a little. Horses' hooves click on the cobblestones. Lara praises the mistress for the successful negotiations. She thanks the servant, looking away out the window. She says that when the deed is done, there will be a price to pay for the request. When that time comes, she will have to lend herself to Buffett. Everyone present immediately became alarmed at these words. It's evening again at the company's Dresden headquarters. The hall is filled with people, mostly aristocrats. Clara enters, and congratulations pour in from all sides. The fact is that Clara was recently granted the city of Bams. This is a mountain town near Bram. It thrives on the production of salt, cloth, and meat. The population exceeds 2,000 and the tax revenue is considerable. As a result of her knighting, the Baroness also became the ruler of Bamsa. Applause is heard. The cupbearer Ebo carries glasses of wine on a round tray. The guests are talking. Kota also makes his way among the merry guests. He tastes the wine a little, and then they ask him if everything is really that good. This is Count Brahman. The young man answers him in the affirmative and asks the counter-question whether the aristocrat likes it here. He replies that he likes the food and wine that was served to him. It turns out that the gentleman has come to talk to Madame Ansbanchdi. His hometown of Brahm and the city of Bams are quite close. He offers a drink in the hope of a strong relationship in the future. Kota says that they should do everything possible to get along. With the help of the Count, both territories will further actively develop according to the young man's plan. The Count says he has just received a card from Madame Ansbank. He digs in his pocket and hands the Japanese a richly ornamented card. Kota senses interest. He asks the Count what is the matter. He replies that he would like to have his own. That would be nice. Kota states that since it is a request from Brahman, it will be done the fastest. The boy also introduces the aristocrat to his engineer Oliver Bach, who developed the printing press. The Count can ask him questions directly. The aristocrat is not the first to ask for the technology. The boy leans against the wall, finally freed from social obligations. The moon is already high in the sky. He thinks that everything is going pretty smoothly, for now at least. From tomorrow, he leaves the royal capital and goes to Bams, the new territory of Clara. Since Fine is his only assistant, the guy thinks how busy he will be to spend at least a little time alone with the girl after work. Here, Leo appears. When the young man asks him directly what happened, he says that the royal herald Joachim will now enter. And the herald does enter. He clears his throat. Kota falls to the ground and mumbles an apology. The herald loudly proclaims the royal decree. The fact is that Sir Knight Kota Hinoharu has been appointed as a member of the dungeon exploration team. He will have to join the hero Gary and others in this work. The guy is very surprised by the new news. He begins to understand what is going on here. Indeed, he may be inferior to Gary and Yoshioka in combat power, but he has many skills that are useful for exploration, search, storage, night vision, dog nose, fire rat, and more. The herald congratulates the knight on the prosperous path that has opened up before him. The boys follow the messenger with their eyes. Leo, who does not understand anything, smiles and tells Kota that he congratulates him. However, when he encounters a return glance, he becomes embarrassed and begins to apologize. Kota sends the boy to get wine and he runs away. The hero gets up and looks out the window, sighing deeply. After all, he just wants to get back to being with his sweet Clara. Aristocrats talk to each other at a social event. Kota looks into his glass of wine and says nothing. Suddenly, he is distracted by someone who tells him that they heard the news. A hand in a cuff falls on the guy's shoulder. It's Gary. He brings his face closer to the Japanese guy, smiling, and asks if the guy is going to go on an exploration with everyone else. He's excited about the possibility of traveling with Kota. Kota doesn't share his enthusiasm. Yoshika comes up and says that he understands his senpai completely. He compares the hero's situation to a business trip that happens at the most inopportune time. He feels very sorry for the guy, he adds with a grin. Kota turns around, surprising the American. He apologizes to him and leaves, saying that he must first report to Clara and check the schedule. The American agrees. He scratches the back of his head awkwardly and asks Yoshioka if he said something wrong. The aristocrats applaud. The hero himself walks through the rows of aristocrats congratulating him with applause, thinking that being chosen for the hero squad is a short path to success. However, he is not happy with this fact. The hero calls out to Clara, approaching her from behind. She turns around, saying that since he is a knight, he no longer needs to address her as Clara-sama, like a servant would address his mistress. Kota looks at her, frozen. He understands that he is now in a formal public setting and must maintain decorum. Clara then asks him, taking him by surprise, if Kota isn't her fiancé, and if so, he should address her differently, at least as Clara-san. The Japanese man is dumbfounded for a moment. Then he finally understands what is going on, but only manages to let out a muffled cry. The aristocrat who came up to him said that he was quite surprised to hear this now. He was thinking about introducing the hero to his youngest daughter. Kota thinks that would be too much for a 30-year-old divorcee. Clara moves conspiratorially towards Kota and says that now is a good opportunity to announce it. Kota does not understand what the girl means. In truth, there are a large number of aristocrats who are going to introduce themselves to him, Kota, and Akito. The Baroness is sure that they came here to introduce the boys to their children. Clara leans towards the young man and says that she will not give him to anyone and wants to make this clear as soon as possible. Both are embarrassed. The guy looks at the girl and thinks that he wants to hug her right now. The Baroness straightens up and loudly tells everyone to listen to her. From now on, she would like guests to participate and enjoy champagne and wine from another world. But she also wants to introduce someone. Someone is the knight Kota Hinoharu, our hero. Many people present already know this person, but the girl dares to ask to be allowed to introduce him once more. She says that Knight Kota is her fiancé. The hall bursts into applause, and the hero bows humbly, flattered by such attention. Wine is poured into glasses. Kota drinks next to the Baroness. She says that she heard that he will explore the dungeons. The girl will be lonely without Kota by her side. However, he cannot refuse the imperial order. He agrees. However, he adds, with his portal he will be able to return every night. The heroine sighs in admiration because the young man's words made her happy. He adds that Gary can even establish a connection for both of them, and if the heroine calls him through this connection, the guy will immediately rush over. However, even this is not enough. The Baroness can simply call him at any moment, because he is not only her fiancé, but also her summoned beast. She freezes in admiration. Kota moves closer to the aristocrat and declares that he is not actually going anywhere. Clara is confused and delighted. She tells the young man not to spoil her too much. She would not be able to stay with him all the time. This is what she tells the hero, despite her great embarrassment. The hero promises himself that he will quickly explore the dungeon to return as soon as possible. Then he will return safe and sound and bring back all these moments. The first thing Kota did before exploring the dungeon was to create a portal to Clara's new territory. Bams's territory is much closer to Everberg than to the royal capital. He would have used the portal to Everberg first. It's about 150 kilometers from there, so the return from Everberg was relatively easy. Once again, the action moves to the company building. Kota is back. He enters the building and declares that he is back. Clara, who is standing right there, congratulates him on his return. It looks like the guy came back safe and sound, the girl concludes. She looks straight at him. The hero agrees that this is indeed the case. He asks if he should take his leave already. Clara looks at the hero and asks if the boy is going to rest, because he must be tired. However, the boy has a skill that allows him to recover quickly. She looks at the young man again. Even so, she still tries to take care of him, offering him something to sate his hunger after a long journey. He sighs. Clara jumps up and quickly leaves the room. The guy turns around in confusion and asks if something is wrong, but he doesn't get an answer. At the door, the girl turns around and tells him to wait. He responds that, of course he will wait. Fane leads him to a chair and makes him sit down. She says everything is fine, so he sits down quickly. Leo says she is right. He asks how everything is going in Bamzie. Kota says that this is where he will be now, in Bamzie. Finn also has to go to Bamzie. She needs to prepare some things. She asks if she can go in uniform. He, on the contrary, replies that the girl looks beautiful. He asks if the girl has finished her service in the Royal Guard, but she replies that she does not want to be looked down upon. Leo says that it is finally time to get a job somewhere else. Kota pats his cheek affectionately because the young man is nervous. He will work in Bams as a bailiff. A bailiff has the right to collect taxes and maintain order, so his duties are quite serious. He will need about 2 subordinates. He is not a bailiff yet, so there is no need to worry. Leo suggests that the guy have a detailed talk with the mayor during today's inspects while he's here. He thanks the cat. The young man in turn hears a loud knock. It's the sound of a door opening. Clara walks through it, carrying a tray of something covered with a napkin. Kota rushes to her aid, telling her that she shouldn't carry it alone. Finn tells him it's okay, he just needs to sit down. The girl pulls him into a chair. Clara, still holding the tray, watches all this. The girl places a tray in front of the surprise guy. He says that he feels bad that he made her work. She tells him not to worry and to eat quickly. Kota opens the napkin and finds sandwiches underneath. The sandwiches are on a plate. The guy dares to take a small bite of one sandwich. The girl excitedly asks how it tastes, referring to the sandwiches. The guy replies that they are really good. Kota asks who made them, Bianca or Krista. Neither did. Clara points to herself. She says she made these sandwiches herself. The guy is taken aback. After a short silence, he turns to the girl in shock, not believing how this can be. She says that it is. She always wanted to be able to cook. The girl smiles, because her dream is coming true. In fact, she wanted to make something more elaborate. But Akito said that she should learn gradually. The girl apologizes for making something so simple. The guy assures her that the result is really amazing. Clara is delighted. He says he can tell the Baroness made the sandwiches with special love. He is glad the aristocrat did it for him. The girl turns to Kota. It turns out that Clara practiced every day. The guy listens in surprise to Fane's story about how the aristocrat once cut her finger during her first attempt, and Akito had to heal it with magic. Clara explodes. She screams that it was a secret, outraged by Fane's talkativeness, but the hero conciliatory remarks that he understands everything. Looking at the sandwiches, he notes that as he eats each one, he feels the same way she did when she came face to face with her own demons. Because this sandwich is filled with Clara's love, his heart and mind will now be filled with 10 times more energy. The hero sips tea from his mug. He thanks the girls for the treat. The sandwiches were great. He is really grateful. Clara promises that next time she will cook something else. She asks if he would like to eat more. The guy thanks her again and says that he is truly a happy man. Clara addresses him as her fiancé, calling him her stupid fiancé. The guy thinks that this is the very reason why he is happy at the moment. Leo and Fine exchange glances in the background. It's a cloudy day above the company building. The action takes place in Clara's new territory in Bamze. Boots trample on the wheat. Someone walks right through the crops, very carelessly. Peasants grow wheat the same way they do on Earth, the guy notes, talking to his companions. The methods are the same, no matter where you are, he concludes. The wheat-treading peasant introduces himself as LeBlanc, a glamorous Bamza. He thanks the guests for waiting. Clara looks at him very intently. Half-timbered building in the city. Inside, the boys are talking to the mayor. They discuss the future with the city's ruler. So, since the city had an unused building, the renovation will turn it into a police quarter for Leo. While the work is going on, the bailiff will live in the mayor's house. The hero notices that 3 girls are watching them from around the corner. The mayor of the city squints slyly and majestically says that the guests should forgive these 3 for their ignorance, and that the girls should greet the arrivals properly. The girls bow to the boys. Clara turns around and nods her head at them. LeBlanc explains that his eldest can read and write, so he thinks she could be useful to Leo. He asks him to take the girl on as his secretary. She introduces herself as Rita. Leo looks at her, embarrassed. He turns to Clara. She thanks everyone for their help and emphasizes that by doing the job well and honestly, the worker will receive fair pay. She says that it would be better for Leo to tell about his work too. He agrees. Clara asks the girl how old she is. She replies that she is 17. Kota notes that all 3 of them seem quite smart. He believes that the girl will be safe with Leo. However, he realizes with displeasure that the young man was immediately struck down. The sisters begin to argue. One of them also wants to help Leo if her sister doesn't mind. Kota asks her name. The girl's name sounds like Naomi. When asked how old she is, she readily answers that she is 16. Kota understandably concludes that the girl is tired of sitting at home. She replies that this is indeed the case. Naomi asks her sister if she is against it. She says why not, she will be working with a wonderful person. Leo, hearing this, accidentally spits out the tea he had just sipped. In that case, okay, and Kota asks Naomi how about working in Dresden. Naomi shouts with delight that she never dreamed of working in Dresden and is very happy with this opportunity. When asked why, Kota answers that they are short of employees at Amida Shokai. Bianca and Krista tried their best, but the group has too many clients, especially the beauty salon, which is booked 6 months in advance. Naomi moans to her father that she wants to work at Amida Shokai. She really hopes that her father doesn't mind, and the third sister joins the conversation. Her name is Isabel and she wants to work too. LeBlanc rests his head on his hand thoughtfully and says that Dresden is very far away. If it were near the city, he could at least look there. Kota interrupts his thoughts with a suggestion to visit Amida Shokai right now. Everyone is shocked. Indeed, it can take everyone to Dresden, but there is a limit of 5 people at a time. It's hard for the girl's mother to ask, but she wants to join in too. It's no problem for the cat, who says it'll even be safer for the sisters, so they move. The 3 girls are disconcerted by what they see. They study the strange objects that Amida Shokai handles, while Kota explains them as what makes up the company's products. Naomi asks if they have any thefts. It turns out that there aren't many, considering the barrier set up by the great magician Yoshioka. The mayor asks again, since he knows something about Yoshioka. He exclaims that this man is the great magician who sealed the dungeon. Gary appears, wanting to talk to Kota. The young man introduces him to the Bamsa family from the new territory of Clara. He simply shows Amida Shokai to these girls. Gary smiles at everyone and introduces himself as Gary Levy. He greets the guests. So much about... The hero says he doesn't mind if such beautiful girls join Amida Shokai. He even offers Mayor LeBlanc a drink of cola. He doesn't know what it is yet. Kota has a bottle with him, and the American treats LeBlanc to a frothy drink from his world. After the obstacles to the girls' work in Amida, there are no more Shokai. It's been 18 days since the hero's last return. The weather is fine and sunny. Kota is half lying in the plane seat and dozing. He didn't have time to come back because he was very busy clearing the maze as part of the team. This time, he immediately left Japan upon returning to Earth because he was asked for a favor. Kota opens his eyes and looks at the flight attendant passing by with a glass. A guy goes to Salt Lake City, Utah. A young man knocks on the door of a small wooden house in the suburbs. A sound is heard behind the wall. An elderly woman looks out from behind the door with suspicion. She asks who came up. Kota smiles, greets her and says how nice it is to meet her, but she turns away saying that they already have insurance. She mistook him for a salesman. But Kota grabs the edge of the door and asks her to wait. He tells the shocked woman that he has come to deliver a message from Gary. He himself is Gary's friend, Kota Hinoharu. The woman pauses and then asks again about Gary. She can't believe her ears. Finally, the young man is invited into the house. The woman is sitting on a chair with her young daughters standing behind her. The young man tells them that they can believe it or not, but let them watch the video first. Gary smiles at the astonished women on his phone. He tells them, his mother and sister Cindy, that it's been a while since they've seen each other, and it really is him. The American says that he is currently somewhere very far away and cannot return home now. Because of this, he entrusted this to his friend Kota. A huge suitcase with money appears on the table in front of the guy. There are $300,000 in cash. Gary says on screen that it's for his mother's living expenses and for Cindy's school expenses. The American's mother looks at the young man with doubt. She says that this is a lot of money, and her son may be involved in dubious business. But Kota says that there is nothing dubious. This is Gary's reward. She starts screaming at the Japanese man, clenching her fists, asking why, in that case, her son just won't come home. Maybe he's ashamed of his family. The hero tries to calm her down. Suddenly, Cindy's voice is heard from behind. She politely asks the hero to stop moving immediately. When the guy turns around, he notices the barrel of a shotgun pointed at him. This is Gary's sister. She persistently asks the Japanese man where her brother is, threatening him with a gun. She screams at her mother that she doesn't believe the video. Maybe Gary is being forced to say what he says. She points the gun at the boy's forehead and says that her brother might not even be conscious. The girl's mother yells at her to stop. Cindy also tells her mother to take a closer look at Gary's outfit, the shiny armor and sword. She states that even if it is cosplay, it is still suspicious. Then she is overtaken by a discharge of electricity and falls to the floor, and Kota stands over her with an outstretched hand. He knocked her out with the help of magic in front of her mother. She rushes to the girl and embraces her. She screams her daughter's name, but the Japanese man says that this is just paralyzing magic, and the girl will be able to get up again after some time. The woman asks incredulously if Kota really used magic because she doesn't believe in magic. The young man says that he is truly sorry and it would be better if he tells everything to the end. So he tells the Americans all about Gary. A considerable amount of time has passed. He tells that the boy is an active hero in another world and that he is loved by everyone because of his bright personality. The women listen to the cat sitting on the couch. Moreover, it should be clarified that the American really wanted to eat his mother's home-cooked food. And since he was called as a hero, he has not been able to return home. Women cry when they hear this sad fact. Suddenly, the American's mother gets up from the couch. She says that when he mentioned home cooking, he really meant her signature Reuben sandwich. She will make the best one he has ever eaten in his life. Cindy watches a video where her brother says that this time Kota will go on a dangerous journey with him and she must give Kota the weapon that is in his room. Cindy agrees. She commands the guy to go upstairs and he follows her. Now he's in Gary's room putting various suitcases into a spatial storage unit hanging in the air. Cindy says she thought the guy was talking nonsense, but now that she's seen the magic, she believes him. After that, the guy went to Japan, having previously promised to visit the guys again sometime in the future. A treasure vault beneath the cathedral in Dresden. Only the highest-ranking priests are allowed to empty the treasure chests. The guard greets the priest as he enters, who thanks him for his hard work. He responds that he will open the door for him right away. The priest thanks the guard as he unlocks the door and slides the heavy bolt aside. The door slides to the side. The priest enters, following the invitation of the caretaker. He holds a lantern in his hands. The priest also holds a broom. He thinks that, despite finally finding himself in the position of an archbishop, he still, to his surprise, has to clean out the treasury like a janitor. Buffett, and it is he, could not have imagined that the saint would offer herself to him. He walks over to one of the shelves, illuminated only by the flashlight he holds in his hand. He smiles widely. After all, now he is looking at the object for which he is entitled to this award. The action moves to the company building. Bianca looks out the window, inviting the man in. She greets him. It is Holger-san. He apologizes for disturbing them so early in the morning. The messenger asks if Lord Hinoharu is free. She replies that she was told that Hinoharu is currently away and should return in 2 days. She asks again if what the messenger is about to tell is urgent. He says that he would not say so. He moves closer conspiratorially and says that murderers appeared last night. It is quite natural that the girl turns pale. She was afraid of the bandits. Even though all the bandits' targets were bad people, their targets were bad because they were stealing money and would have been killed eventually anyway. Holger thought he would tell Master Hinohara, but he was away. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Bianca says that even if Hinohara was away, the Baroness was free. She invites him to the office. He replies that everything is fine, but he is afraid to go in. Bianca says that Baroness Ansbach is very friendly and he should not be afraid of anything. It turns out that the man is simply nervous when he is in the presence of aristocrats, but Lord Hinoharu is still different from them. Bianca replies that she understands what Holger means. Kota can be quite a personable person. He notes that it may sound rude on his part, but still, there is a feeling as if Kota is a very friendly dog. Bianca laughs at this joke. The dwarf says he is worried that he is making the boy look bad. The girl replies that it is safer to have someone who is familiar with the situation, like Mr. Holger, so there is no need to worry. He replies that he wouldn't say that. Bianca invites him to continue the conversation inside, and he finally agrees to go inside. The cat sneezes loudly. He is in his old apartment in Japan, which is a mess. He rubs his nose, saying that he must have dust in his nose. The boy looks around his small apartment. He already has over 100 million, so he could buy a small residence, but he worries that since he is unemployed, buying a luxury apartment will put him under tax scrutiny. Besides, he thinks, packing his sports bag, he has his own life in Saxon. He will live there as luxuriously as possible. Together with Clara, here he thinks for a moment, remembering the girl. He gets into a secret room and approaches the machine. The guy turns the handle and a new card comes out. The name of the acquired skill is Measurements. Allows you to measure objects that can be lifted by hand with great accuracy. You can only measure what you can lift. With such a skill, he could become Employee of the Month if he worked in a sales-related business. But perhaps this skill should be kept a secret from Clara, otherwise she will not allow herself to be hugged again. The hero takes hold of the door handle. The hero smiles. He is finally home, and the girl welcomes him. She asks if he hasn't gotten used to calling her just Clara yet. He replies that he's not sure, but it's better for him to say Clara-sama. However, he spreads his arms and invites her to hug. They hug, and the girl notices how good Kota smells. He says he wants to start selling perfumes and has tried some of the scents on himself. He asks the girl if she likes the smell. She says she doesn't mind, she really does. They hug each other tighter, and she remarks that it is the most beautiful scent in the world.